worst of the Opie and Anthony show. This is the worst of Opie and Anthony.
Rich Voss, here you go for Rich Voss. RichVoss.com. Rich Voss on MySpace.
Yeah.
What's your Twitter thing?
I don't fucking Twitter. Rich Voss, Twitter. I don't know how
What do
you
you mean
do
you
that.
don't Twitter?
I Twitter all the
don't
time.
know
I got
how to-
fucking. I love it.
So I'm asking you what
Wait,
you're...
you just say you don't know how to do
Yeah.
that.
No, I don't know. You can give a Twitter address.
Nobody
Holy
acknowledged
shit.
you talked.
All right,
I don't
you know
know.
what? No promotion for your Twitter today. Fuck
Twitter
you.
Rich Voss, I guess.
No,
How
it's
is it?
not that.
What is it?
It's certainly not that.
Did you pick a name when you signed up for Twitter?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, my God. Don't... You know what? You don't
Yeah.
get the promotion for your Twitter.
Comic 630.
That's your Twitter name?
I think so. Comic 630.
Why? What's wrong with you?
What do you mean? What's
You
wrong?
put your profession, your age, and then a zero.
How about you work off the name Rich Voss? How about you work off the name Rich Voss?
mean, this
Maybe
fucking-
Rich Voss is taken, so you do Rich Voss.
Would it say on
asshole,
here?
or-
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe it is.
Oh, my.
Rich Voss.
He doesn't know. What's the Comic 630 thing?
You're still using a stylus?
Obviously, you're not.
Oh, shit.
Oh, he does.
Game
lob
on
them-
today.
He does lob them back at you, Jim.
Game on today. He came prepared.
Is that Rich Voss?
Why are you using a
No, it's not, I don't think.
It's Rich Voss. VOS.
Why are you using a fucking
A stylus.
Could some-
Remember the stylus?
Why you get a fucking tap screen? What are you doing with that
Rich.
thing?
My fingers are too nubby to tap shit on. I might end up breaking the glass.
You can get that on eBay.
No.
You're finally buying stuff in stores.
Yeah,
That's good. All right,
nubby
that's an-
fingers.
That's a.
I just
that's
bought
an
a golf
improvement.
bag on eBay.
Improvement. Hey, maybe a fan could call up and tell everyone what Rich Voss's Twitter thing is, because
But-
Rich really doesn't know.
It's the Opie and Anthony show.
Checking out the Opie and Anthony show. Rich Voss in studio. We're trying to get to the bottom of his Twitter thing. Someone, by the way, Rich, is saying that you do the worst tweets ever. Oh. And by the way, your stupidity,
it goes beyond reason.
your stupidity just continues to amaze.
Do you know what
what are
you
you talking
did?
about?
Jimmy doesn't even have an idea. You both were out of the studio, right? What is your Twitter name?
Like, if someone wants to see your Twitter, what would they have to type in to see your Twitter?
Wait till you hear this one, Jimmy. What is your Twitter name?
Rich Voss.
So that
So
you
why
can
were
go
you-
to www.twitter.com/richvoss.
And you can
Yeah, I
start
would imagine
following
so.
Rich
You got
Voss.
there. Yeah.
Okay, so what was
the thing you said earlier?
and what was the thing earlier?
Oh.
What was the comic thing?
I don't know. Don't say it because it might be something else.
Oh, it might be?
No, it is something
is.
else.
And
You
everyone
idiot.
fucking picked up on it, and they are hacking the shit out of your
Let me
Twitter site
explain.
right now.
Rich Voss gave
He
out his password for his Twitter account. and
That comic thing that he gave out earlier was his password.
and Lucky Mo Step from Kentucky now owns your Twitter.
And it said, look at the big post he put. He gave his password. What
an
an
idiot.
Rich.
I didn't even know Twitter had a password.
So some dude from Kentucky now controls your Twitter.
Oh, that's
Can you?
Wow,
can,
you are as dumb as they
Kentucky,
come.
can you tweet that I'll be at Marco Island next week?
Now he just sees it as some guy that he's hired to.
I'm glad I got somebody running my shit. Fucking, I was getting tired of these little
You're
tweets.
getting tired of trying to come up with clever tweets.
Can you put a new?
Hysterical.
Can you put a new? I don't want to lose all the people I'm
it's
following.
not yours anymore. Unless
It's
this
not
guy
mine.
does the right thing and gives
all
it
the
back
people,
to you.
you have 3,000 people that follow you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Opie's got over 30,000.
Oh, really? The guy on the radio has over 30,000, and I have.
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
You're
Hold
the guy on the radio right now.
Yes.
He gives out the address. You give out the password. It's
little Nicky has arrived.
Let's all look at
Here's
little
little
Nicky.
Nicky. He's
Where's
got a
he going?
suitcase
He's
today.
got a suitcase.
He's rolling
Hi,
a suitcase
Nicky.
down the hall. There goes
Hi, little Nicky.
All right, back to Rich Voss. So, Rich, we do that
We
to
love
that
when
guy
little
every
Nicky
day.
comes by.
He's late today. It's
I
usually
know,
8:20.
it is a little late.
Rich,
Voss gave out his fucking
how
password.
great is that?
That is typical Voss. Oh, man.
Great, Rich.
Wow.
Wait, this guy's trying to call in. I think. Wait, we might have the guy. Who's this?
This is Mo Step from Kentucky.
Hey, Mo Steph, if it's really you, how about you tweet, I'm Rich Voss and I suck cocks.
Yeah, go ahead. Do that.
Do a lie.
I love this.
Can you do that?
Rich, you big Jew nose, you're pathetic.
I'm pathetic.
Listen, big nose.
Actually, he has to come up with a tweet, say it on our show, and do it at the same time, and that'll prove that you have control of Rich Voss's Twitter account.
Change his picture to something really stupid. Find something on Google like a big
It already
dick.
is.
Well, I didn't pay attention.
He said, change his picture to something really stupid. And I said, it already is.
See, because it's a picture of you, Rich.
I'm a very good-looking man.
Oh, shit.
If I was
Jimmy
single,
wants a hug.
No, put something awful up there.
no. Oh, look
Put
at
a
that.
picture of a
See? No, he
big
wrote Jimmy wants a hug.
Jimmy
There you go.
wants a hug.
This guy has your account.
Yeah, he's got your account, dude. That is
Voss,
fantastic.
I'm going to save you, Voss, okay?
Really? Are you booking improvs?
Did you? Hey, did you change the
Listen, Roland
password?
couldn't book you, buddy.
What's that?
Roland couldn't get you a gig.
Did you change the password?
Yes, I did.
He did right away.
he's not
that's
stupid.
brilliant.
What's that? What did he do?
He changed
the
your
password.
password.
To what?
He's not telling you.
Yeah, to what? Let's say it again, Rich.
Yeah, let him blurt it out so someone else can take it now.
It looks like a good guy's got your account. So
Who's this guy right
yeah,
here?
he seems like
I'm
he's
sure
all right.
he'll on hold. He'll
Help
give
you
the
out,
password
Rich.
to Travis, and he'll give it back to you. But in the meantime, right. I'm Rich Voss. I love cock.
Cut. Make sure
Actually,
it's cut.
I'm Rich Voss would just fucking cover that.
Yeah. I'm Rich Voss. I love black cock.
Can you put a space between my name?
No, stupid. It's just like your account name.
Oh, okay. Listen, don't call me stupid. With that accent, we're going to try to build a
With
relationship.
that accent,
you and
he
I.
got your password and now runs your fucking Twitter site.
Hey, can you update my MySpace and my Facebook?
Why don't you get that password out over the air?
No, those are
Probably
numbers.
all the
I don't
same
even
ones
know
I
those.
do,
Are
too.
This is going
What's
to work
that?
in your favor. Now people are going to want to follow you to see what this
Yep.
guy from Kentucky writes for you. You should let him have it for a few days.
all right.
It's a good promotion for you.
Yeah, because he's
Rich
not-
Voss, one word on Twitter to see what Moss Def.
And it's one S. A lot of people spell it with two.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know why. Yeah.
Leave off the last S for failure.
Yeah, we know what that S is for. Exactly.
Moss, hold on the line, all right? That's the password for everything.
So what do you mean for everything?
They said
no.
don't even look at his MySpace account.
Oh, no. Do you use one password for everything?
Joe,
Go to his MySpace. This is too good.
And it has to be said on the radio because the feedback is ridiculous.
Rich,
ridiculous.
Rich, read what I wrote.
They pretty much got a hold of your bank accounts at this point.
Well, it's not on any of that stuff.
No, I would read what I wrote to you on this paper silently, out loud.
Yeah.
Can you read that into
Yeah.
the mic?
What do you mean?
Read
Read it out loud?
Yeah.
May 22nd, 23rd.
No, what I wrote.
Oh, change your email, password, etc.
I wrote that after he gave out that after that came out because I know he has the same password. He must have the same password for everything.
Oh,
No,
my
I don't.
God.
Not for for Facebook. I don't think.
Oh, yes, you do.
Oh,
Oh, really?
Wait, Travis. Travis, what the fuck?
and you know what? Here's
Now,
the
they got control of your Facebook, your Twitter, and your MySpace.
good. Maybe they'll fucking help me.
I
I'm
wanna
getting
see
tired
it.
of doing this shit anyhow.
Let's see his Facebook.
Let's see.
Let's see what they did to it. Quick, change my password. Oh, no.
From your friend, Rich. I don't know.
All right, let's see what happens. Oh, Rich. What the fuck?
God, let's see. Rich Voss. And it's coming up.
Oh, wait. He didn't do anything.
Hold on. What?
He didn't do anything yet, so.
Oh, okay. Who owns Rich's Facebook page now? Travis does?
Travis nailed it.
Why?
Why? Because you gave out your password.
Not for Facebook. It's not the same one for Facebook.
Travis?
Well, MySpace isn't the same.
Well, it's not the same now.
Okay, but MySpace wasn't. My password wasn't that on MySpace.
Oh, my God. The Bobby Kelly things are annoying me.
It should be, right?
Oh, God. Yeah, all right. Yeah, change something, Travis. Go ahead. Have some fun
Yeah.
with it.
How about the mood?
Yes.
Yes.
Change his mood to
Feeling like a
stupid.
toothy retard. Jesus, Rich. What's the matter with you?
Rich is feeling dumb.
I'm not feeling dumb at all. I'm feeling.
We didn't pick up on that.
I'm
the
feeling,
fact that he was giving out his password. It was
No.
such an obvious password type
yeah,
word,
exactly.
and none of us picked up on it.
Wow.
Who are you calling?
My web guy.
I am a toothy retard. There it is.
What's that on?
Facebook.
That's your Facebook.
Oh, maybe that is the same.
It's now been hacked. Yep, it is.
Wow.
Brilliant.
It's fucking rich.
Why?
We got to do a little back and forth because Rich Voss's Twitter is now promoting Jimmy Norton and Scott in Quakertown. I see Rich Voss is now following Britney Spears.
I always was.
Look at what he's trying to fucking
That
do
last
there.
picture.
Oh, was that
What's this?
infuriating?
Password reset.
Oh, my God. What
He did it. Password.
What happened?
Rich just got a Facebook password reset confirmation to his BlackBerry.
Who owns my Facebook? Travis. Oh, he's not a bad guy.
Sure he is.
Really?
Not a guy.
You ever hung out with him? Let's say hi to Anonymous.
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 Hey, Bob.
Hello. It's Jimmy.
Bob.
Wait, Rich Voss's Twitter picture is now Jim Norton in his underwear.
Oh, what a fucking idiot he is. He gave out his password on the radio.
That's why we're talking to Anonymous. Anonymous. What's up, Anonymous?
Hey, Bob.
Voss ran out of the studio. He's in a panic
mode.
He's on a cell phone. What do you got, Anonymous?
Son, he just bought 400 hotel tickets on Priceline.com.
Oh, no. Was that his price line? Holy shit. Oh, they're going to kill this guy. What do you have one password for everything?
No one has
Because you're a blithering
Can't
idiot.
do that.
You don't have one password ever.
Those Bobby pictures are fucking huge. Who needs 9,000 by 4,000 resolution?
Oh my!
It's true.
You're right.
Watches
You're right. He wants
picture
people to
on
print them up.
He wants people.
His Twitter picture is hilarious.
It's Jimmy in his underwear pushing his gut out picture. Oh, is that fantastic, man? Is he following anybody stupid?
Oh, I mean himself.
Only he would fucking blurt out his password.
Holy shit!
What an idiot.
That is really, really funny.
Whoof. Goddamn Rich. He's always good. He's always fucking good. He's not following me, by the way?
Motherfucker.
Is he not following? No, he's following Opie.
He's got to be.
He's not following me?
I gotta leave Bob
No,
Kelly
he's
a
not
message.
following me. Well, go fuck yourself then.
Yeah, tell Rich to go fuck himself.
What's the matter? Oh, boy.
Look at the panic in his
Rich
face.
just made a face like, uh-oh. Things okay, Rich? You making some calls?
You couldn't just come in and have a great appearance. You're in the middle of a great appearance. Something always has to go wrong with you. Always.
You making some phone calls, Rich? You got to talk to some people.
I'm sorry that I made a mistake and gave out my password. And
How
then
would you do that? It's beyond me.
I'm amazed
How you
we
just
didn't pick
blurt
up on
your
it.
password
We didn't pick
out?
up on it.
Because who would think somebody would be... Our audience knows Rich better than we do.
But who
They're
would
like,
think-
that idiot just gave out his password. And we're just sitting here going, that's not your name, stupid.
And everyone else picked up on, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Think of the first guy that typed it in and went, click.
Holy shit.
Holy shit, it is. Great.
oh shit! But at least that's not my password for MySpace. I don't even care.
Someone
about
just
MySpace
bought a
anymore.
Rolls Royce on eBay. Paid for it with PayPal. Rich is leaving the room again with his phone.
His eyes got big when you read that in.
No, I don't even.
Why don't you go make some phone calls?
He put the picture of him with his eyes shut. They are fucking up all your pages, dude.
They just put the worst Rich Voss picture ever on his Facebook. Rich, good news though. You gained 200 followers.
I actually took that photo.
People are following.
Yeah, that's the photo I took of Richard.
Original gym photo.
Yeah.
Oh, Sam's running in.
Ah.
No, he's running somewhere
past.
else. What the fuck is he doing? All right.
Wow, that is. It's beyond me. It's beyond me that someone could do that.
There might be a Rich Voss update.
What do you mean?
Well, give it a second.
What?
Oh.
What, Sam? Why is Sam laughing?
Sam laughing.
Oh, no, what?
Guess who has his email address?
You?
Yes.
His email is the same one. Oh, no. Send out a mass email.
I'm actually glad. I was worried about his email. I'm actually glad that.
There's some of our idiots.
Yeah. That's what I was worried about.
Oh, my
fuck.
God. The stupidity in this guy is just amazing.
It's
It's astounding.
I would never give out, your passwords.
Dude,
You
mine
just don't ever blurt them out like
I
that.
couldn't even blurt mine out. I wouldn't know how to pronounce it.
He actually fucking
Put.
Fuck you. Touche.
Oh, shit.
But I've been working on it.
Oh, that's great.
That's funny.
I'm gonna,
Picture of Rich. It's so utterly bad.
I know.
Jim in Cleveland. Jim.
Yeah. Oh.
Jeremy in Cleveland.
What's your name?
Oh, Jeremy, what's up, buddy?
Hey, guys, I just want to let you know I bought some dryer doors for Voss also.
Try your door.
Puts it out.
It could be one of the top.
That's one of the greatest things that's
One
ever
of the
happened.
greatest
On the show.
dummy moments. Voss dummy moments. And there are so many of them.
Look at him marching down the hall trying to get things done now.
I gotta change my password to Louis Beans.
I love Rich.
He's in a full bag.
Oh, he's pacing the hallway on that phone, trying to shut everything down. Damage control right now.
Jesus. Oh, my God. It's going to make me laugh for weeks.
Yeah.
Not even for the day. Weeks.
But that's why you never use the same name and password for everything. Because not because you're going to blurt it out on an international radio show.
You never do.
I have a bunch of different ones.
Yeah. Sometimes they get all fucked up. You ever put in one username and then you can't remember
I've
which
forgotten them.
password
Yeah,
you
I've
use?
forgotten them.
And then you got to run through all of them. And then you got those sites that sometimes only allow you to do it 3 times before it shuts it down for a half hour.
Yeah, I know.
And then you got one last try. And you're like, is this the one?
That's what happened to my phone recently.
Doink.
And then what happens? Then they erase the whole phone.
Oh, you have
What?
it set like that?
It's,
Really?
It's a corporate phone, and all of a sudden they changed the password. Or I don't know. And by the third time, I watched that bar thing go, wiping out everything.
Ooh,
What
that's
a nightmare that was.
Has Voss Twittered a lot recently? All I see is my fat stomach on every one of his tweets.
It's great. It's the picture of Jimmy's gut.
Please don't mess his thing up. Just please promote some of my gigs on his Twitter. That makes me so happy.
Oh, it's
He's
the
getting
best.
so many followers though because of that.
Yeah.
It might work out for you in the end, Rich.
Ah.
What do we got?
I got him. I got it.
What do you mean you got him?
I got it. It's mine now.
It's Danny.
Oh, so you got his Twitter?
Yeah.
All right, go to town, Danny.
Rich,
Yes.
you all right?
You're
I've
right
never
there,
seen you
Rich.
sweat. Huh? You are sweating, my friend. Hold on, Ken. We'll get to you in a sec.
Yeah.
You're right there, Rich.
Well, Comic 630 is me and my birthday. So you would think I'm a comic and I put my birthday. It's easy to remember.
You were born in June?
No, in February. And I like to add on a couple months.
That's exactly.
Of the year.
Wow, I am coming up so short. Damn it. Oh, that's funny.
But everything is done.
Hold on, I got to.
Everything is.
You all right now?
What? Oh.
Whoa.
Oh, Voss is tweeting my dates. Thank you, Rich.
I don't mind.
Look at your new picture. Put your glasses on.
Me in my underwear.
Norton in his horrendous underpants.
How do I take this back?
You don't.
You know,
What do you mean I don't?
good
It's
luck.
still mine.
Someone-
I can still go on it myself, and
You can
Try
can't-
going on your Twitter right now.
Go update it.
Go ahead.
I
Go
can't.
ahead.
No.
But what
Twitter
happened?
something. They got your password.
So
look at
and
the-
then they went, took it. And
Look at the
switched
followers
it to
you're
another
getting.
Changed it to
password.
You
another
got like
password.
you're up to like 400 new followers today because of this faux pas. Hey, Reese in Maryland, what's up?
Hey, guys, you got to take a look at who he's following on Twitter now.
What's that?
Who's he following?
Make him follow a bunch of rappers.
Okay, he's following me. What is that? Gay Times?
Gay Times Magazine.
Gay Times Magazine. Gay marriage rights. Gay community. Angry gay guy. Gay civil rights. Adult gay sex porn. Gay porn stud. Gay rights watch. Gay.com. Post gay. Big gay news.
And I'll bet that the fans even added some.
You know, here's the thing.
Let the laughs continue.
Damn it.
I know.
You were doing so well today, Rick.
I'm still
I
doing
knew
well.
you would
What
do.
am
I knew you
what
would do
did I-
something to blow
You know
it.
what?
I didn't blow it.
You
How
know
did
what
I
happened?
fucking
called
blow
it.
it?
Let
How did
people
I-
know that I called
How
it
did I
today.
blow it? It's still a
Absolutely.
good appearance. What the fuck?
You know what, though?
Yeah,
No
that's
one's
what
going to
I
remember
get
any of the lines you did today. It's
I
all going to be
don't
about how
care.
stupid you are.
Rich, yeah, it's great appearance. But let me tell you something. When you left the room before, Opie turns around and goes, Rich is on fire. He goes, and he's still going to call me up and, ask how was my appearance and stuff. He goes, and he told me, he goes, but watch, he will fuck something up. And, oh my.
Well,
I didn't even
your
expect it to
password.
be this big of a fuck.
His what, Dan?
Rich's Wikipedia has been updated.
Well, I don't do any of that shit.
Well, that's
course
okay.
you don't.
But
That's not mine.
the last entry says, on May 20th, 2009, Rich gave out his personal password, Comic 630, on the Opie and Anthony radio show, leading to immediate hacking of his Facebook, Twitter, and email accounts.
Well, not my email. They can't get to my email.
Oh, they can't?
Well,
No,
Sam's
that's
got
not
that.
No, he didn't get it quick enough. That was the call.
Oh, you
He
gave
actually
it
did the
back.
right thing. Some of the guys are doing the right thing today.
Yes,
which is
they are nice. It's
which
this
is
guy
kind
in
of cool.
Kentucky.
To be honest with you.
See, this Twitter is really all I
No,
have.
the Kentucky guy, we're giving him a Jim Norton gizmo in a UFC video game.
Yeah, but who's putting all that gay shit on?
Hello. I love this Twitter account.
But what I don't understand about Twitter, anybody can start a Twitter site and just take your picture and do it anyhow without, you know what I mean?
Being the fake Rich Voss.
Yeah.
Well, that's what
anybody
it is now.
Yeah, so anybody could do this anyhow. It's not like any big fucking deal. So, there was
That's your name.
What's that?
It's your name, though. So now if you want to start another one, you have to spell your name differently.
Yeah.
Holy shit, is that funny?
He's got it.
God bless you. All right, let's go back to
Oh,
Kenny.
Fuck, that's great.
We got the Club Soda Kenny country radio demo we're trying to get to. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Voss fucking rules, they're saying. In his stupidity, Voss fucking rules. Bravo, put in head. That's Stephen S. from Bayshore. All right. Rich Voss, look at your new Twitter picture. Look at
Oh, there.
Is it a horse's ass?
Yes.
That is a horse's
Actual
ass.
horse's ass.
Holy shit, Rich.
Oh, my God.
This is quite a little...
It's just the greatest thing. A horse's
quite a
ass
little-
picture. It says Rich Voss and then a plug for Jimmy's show
quite a pofa.
and a bunch of gay followers.
A what?
Pofa, what's that word?
He didn't.
How great is it going to be when you hear that clip every time a caller bombs?
Oh, my God.
Hey, where's my phone?
Oh, my God.
What a fucking idiot.
I
I seem to have lost my phone. Gentlemen.
I officially have a headache from laughing so hard. Oh, fuck. By the way, they're giving you advice, Rich. Mormon Jim is checking in. He writes, Rich probably changed his password to Comic 230. Please tell me you didn't do that. You're not that dumb.
No.
Okay.
I made a pofa. It's great. Eat it with chopsticks.
Oh, my God.
You would think after so many years we'd we just wouldn't be surprised, or it wouldn't be funny
I think
anymore.
it's the depth of the well. It's so amazing.
The worst of Opie and Anthony on Sirius XM. This is the worst of Opie and Anthony. Sirius XM.
You're checking out Opie and Anthony as David Tell makes his way into the studio. Want to wish Kim Cattrall a very happy birthday today.
Really?
Now, Dave, you might be saying, why are you talking about Kim Cattrall?
Well,
We're
Porky's.
obsessed. Well, yeah. But we're obsessed with her
lame ass old cougar on Sex and the City. Like they walk around on that show and in the movie like she's hot, and it's just this old broad talking about, and they think it's such a freeing like thing, like, wow, she's so open to her sexuality, she knows who she is. No, an old slut isn't attractive. It's not something guys look at and go, yeah.
She's so empowering.
How old is she? 69? I love her little quips.
52, actually, for the
52
for Kim Cattrall.
But isn't it relative? I mean, compared to the other three?
Oh yeah,
You know?
yeah.
It's like George, founding fathers. Like who's the hottest? I like a John Adams.
Yeah.
But
That's exactly what you're looking at. Like, all of them are just these not good-looking girls. The dark-haired one was all right.
She wasn't bad.
She was the one you would go after if they all walked in a bar together and have to fight off the three hyenas.
well, I love that guy Evan Handler. Do you remember him? Because we all have the same look. I guess you have it a little bit too, Jim. He's like the bald guy on the show.
I never saw it.
You never saw Sex and the City at all?
No.
Jimmy refused.
Then why are you wearing the I Love Sex and the City, the movie T-shirt?
Get some attention.
I meant Iron Man.
Evan is in Californication now.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he moved on to Californication, which is a great show with David Duchovny.
I like him because he's the I guess you could say the stereotype New York Jewish lawyer guy.
Boy.
Because when I was an actor for a week, they were like, oh, yeah, well, you're up for this part against Evan Handler. I'm like, oh, well, forget that. Because he's the guy. He's the go-to guy. But he was lucky. He got to hang out with the dark-haired one. That was
okay.
His lady.
That was his chick?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Not like Kim Cattrall, though. She was out there every night. And they'd sit at the little diner and drink coffee and talk about how she was plowed the night before.
And I guess it's supposed to be hot. I don't know.
Is that supposed to be hot? So, did you take that guy home last night? Did I ever? I took him and the whole rest of the team. And you're just looking like, ugh.
You're looking like that wouldn't happen in real life.
There's a reality show coming out that's based on cougars. Cougars are the old broads that go out looking for young guys.
I think we know,
in the bars. Yeah, just to, someone might be like, what, the Wildcats?
Yeah.
A show about wildcats?
I want to do a show called I'll Do It. Just anybody, whatever. You eat it, whatever.
I'll do it.
Every day they just bring something in. I'll do it.
And someone does it.
They got to offer you stuff, though, until you finally go, I'll do it. Kind of like that, name that tune or something. Oh, that's funny, Dave. Whose feet are those? Kim Cattrall. That's Kim Cattrall's feet?
Oh, wow. What is happening there? What is that? Edema?
What does she have? Get those up on O&A radio.
Look at her bunion.
Wow, what is that?
Well, that is horrid.
Those are horrific.
Is that a cast photo? Or is that a foot?
Yeah, they all look like.
I'm the big toe.
It's a bad foot.
Yeah.
Oh, and I've talked about it before. I don't have a foot fetish. But the foot is a kind of an important part to the whole package of a girl. If they have those big, long, talony ligaments that go in, doesn't work.
And it's the last thing you see, really. It's the last really thing you look at.
Yeah. She's running out the door screaming.
You just see the dirty bottoms of them pitter-pattering to your door. Get the hell out of there.
What's the reality show all about? You started with that.
Yeah, there's going to be cougars, and they're going to compete in bars to see how many younger guys they can pick up. Wow.
That should be a hit, huh? Oof. Can't wait for that one.
I think young guys aren't. Isn't that the new thing that young guys supposedly into these older?
I don't know any guy that is saying, yeah, I want to get my hands on a Kim Cattrall. Could you imagine those feet rubbing against your legs in bed?
Your young legs.
Be horrified.
They're sucking all your life force out of you.
God. You're just in a moment of intimacy and you feel them kind of wrap around your sides and just feel bunions, calluses, and toenail fungus. Oh, she looks like she has those feet where those little cartoon things flip her big toenail up like a car hood and jump in and start chewing.
They look like, you ever see when they make a plaster cast out of a Bigfoot?
Yeah, that's what it looks
That's
like.
what their feet look
Nice. Hey, I got more info on this cougar hunting reality show. Ladies who want to learn to snag a younger... ladies who want to learn, Wait, this doesn't make sense. Ladies who want to learn how to snag a younger man. There's an extra 2 in there. Okay. Might want to check out Camp Cougar, a reality series in which mature women pit their boy-bagging skills against sharp-clawed contestants. The show, hosted by Lisa Gastineau, but not yet definitely scheduled, will take a group of boy-hungry women
That was it.
through cougar training and then judge them on their applied skills.
And then release them in an urban youth center.
Oh God, it's just
that Gastineau and her daughter. That was the show. That was pretty wild.
Oh yeah, that was. They had a reality show for 10 minutes. Yeah,
you like that one?
Well, I like that one and the Gotti Boys. I thought that was like a Long Island. Like in my collection of Long Island stuff.
Yeah,
that was up there.
The trash. Just looking at the trash.
The Gotti Boys. What happened to them?
Gone. That's it.
That was it.
You won't see them no more.
The ratings went down, and they
whacked the series.
I'll do it.
What about the Hogan family or whatever it's called now? I think they turned it into Brooke Knows Best or something. I don't know.
Yeah, did they really?
Change it because there's no family left.
Yeah, that family imploded.
Family just completely imploded. Wow.
Yeah, that reality show got the best of them.
Yes.
Little fame for the family. Now you know why Hulkster was the only one out there.
It's everybody for themselves. Like,
Yeah.
At the end, they're like signing separate deals. You know?
Yeah.
I don't need the family. I'm pretty interesting myself.
Is the son still in jail?
Yeah. But I think he's going to have a reality show when he comes out, his own.
Of course. It's
Why are we
called
fascinated
Stitches.
with dumb family?
Stitches and sleeping on my stomach for a week.
Dissolvable stitches.
Yeah.
I like the Cougar. I think the Cougar show is worth a TiVo. I think that's
That's worth a look.
There's definitely going to be a hot tub moment in there, right?
Yeah, every show's got a hot tub moment where the cougar gets in. Let me slip off my robe. And she's got this Mrs. Dean Wormer looking broad thing on. Just looks like too pointy. She was the ultimate cougar, like before there was even the term cougar.
Yeah, she was hot.
Yeah. She came on, but it wasn't. I never found her hot. Like I don't know. When she gets carried to the bed and
it was a hot moment,
boobs are just up and she is wearing those dark stockings that you just know smell like mothballs.
I think it can't be a flat-chested cougar.
No?
No, if you're going to go with the mommy thing, I think you want one with big boobies.
And it is such a mother thing.
So,
like a young guy with an older woman, it's a mother thing. You have this infatuation with your mom, and that's why you're looking for old broads. Ugh.
Well, are their kids going to show up and judge them? Like
That'd
be the
good.
best part. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like to date my mom. I like that on. I think that's on MTV. That's that's another worst one. It's the Olympics sad.
And there's something that I personally enjoy doing to a girl that I don't even think I could muster up the courage to do on a woman that has probably either had kids or just gravity for that long.
What is it? I get it.
Yeah. There's just a certain act that I like doing.
Does it involve a
Put
lobster
it this way:
fin?
I couldn't whistle at the same time.
We understand.
Whistle a happy tune.
We're just trying to figure out,
But I could do sign language.
We understand that, but are you,
What?
or?
Oh, Oh, you mean?
Do you flip it over and check,
You mean
check the oil?
Check the yeah, right. You got. Not only do you have to look at your spark plugs, you got to crawl underneath and check the oil pan sometimes too.
You're down a quart.
Look, I'm open to anything. Believe me.
Hey, I'm sorry. Is that the two-headed turtle of Brooklyn?
Yeah, I guess.
No, it's not. It's,
Oh, what are they doing?
They split them?
Now it's two turtles. Yeah, they've been separated.
Someone stole that turtle.
That would be the great Cougar decider, the two-headed turtle.
Whoever's crotch it crawls to.
Yeah, the local news here in New York, they're so bored they're doing beach week. So they're every morning they're at another beach doing just dumb stuff.
Yeah, picking up turtles.
Yeah.
Two-headed turtle got ripped off from the pet store.
See, there's as far as cougars go, that act is just something I don't want to be any part of, and for either area, especially for that special place that only some special people would be privy to, because wow, there's got to be a limit to how many miles of stuff has to move through a certain place and where you just cut it off.
Getting old is weird because the older you get, it seems like bacteria gets more comfortable to hang.
Yo, what? What's going on in that picture, Danny?
Well,
I don't know.
God.
It's called grandma porn.
See, there's nothing there.
See, I would watch this as a goof, not to get turned on, man.
I went one
Who's
time.
watching this to get turned on?
I went to a dominatrix one time many years ago. I wanted to get spanked. I was not really into spanking, and her name was Miss Park. And
Miss Park.
she had glasses, and she was probably like 55 years old.
Wow.
She was so awful at it.
Of
She was
course.
so bad.
Oh, look at that. Look at that face. Do you want to see that face doing that to you? Look, she looks like she's going, ah!
Look how dried out her face is. How many, you-know-whats do you have to, have a dried out face? Got to keep it clean over here.
Oh,
but she's
God.
a grandma. That's that's the one who bakes your cookies. And when you hear a scary noise, you sit on her lap and she tells you something. I mean, look at that.
You don't want to look and watch her doing that and then see that red lipstick wicking up the wrinkles. It's starting to wick up like little, like Mars canals.
Like a dried riverbed. Yeah.
Yeah. As she's making that face.
How about the poor kid who sees that on the internet? He's like, is that my grandma?
Yeah, that's got to be somebody.
But that's not my grandpa's, joystick. Is that my grandpa's you-know-what? Looks so young and turgid.
And black.
Yeah. When we went to Great Adventure, we had to stop every 5 minutes because he said...
Oh, God.
Let's say hi to Mongo from Whackbag. Mongo, what's up?
Good morning. Actually, I'm from Radio Gold fans, but...
sorry about that. Radio Gold fans, yes.
That's right. When I was 22, when I got out of the service, I ended up sleeping with my friend's mom, who was 52. And I did that certain task that Anthony was describing.
Yes.
Alluding to, sure.
Yes. I wouldn't say it was... It was Long Island at low tide. It was
Wow.
Oh, really?
The Long Island Sound, a few horseshoe crabs and some barnacles and seaweed.
Some of those old mussels that have been laying around the sun too long.
It's like chewing liver on the West Shore Expressway.
Mongo, I got to ask, why, man? Why?
It was... I had just gotten out of the service. It was my friend's mom was coming on to me, and it was one of those, hey, it's been a while, why not?
Was it hot because she wanted it so bad? That's the only thing I could think.
Yeah,
Might make
it was
it.
just, yeah, it was just one of those things where the attention was there. She, nobody had paid attention to me in a while, and she was just flirting like crazy. And I'm like, why not?
What? But weren't you just getting out of the service? Weren't you just coming off of Bang Bang girls in some exotic locale?
One girl in every port.
My first year in the service, I did in the Philippines, and I was all over the prostitutes. And then the next 3 years, between Desert Storm and California, I didn't have a single thing. I mean, I was completely dead for like 3 years in California.
You're a chaplain.
And then, yes.
Chaplain assistant.
Yeah, right.
So then he gets this 53-year-old. Hey, dude, could I ask you what was the seduction process like? And when she took her clothes off, describe like the undergarments
What Anthony's asking is, when did you have your first gulp of
brother?
Oh my God!
Oh God!
The first whiff was when I actually, if I remember right, she took her shirt off and I smelled something, and that is usually a bad sign.
You smelled America. That's what you smelled, son. You were used to that in the Philippines.
This guy'd probably rather smell the death around Fallujah. Again, it's like, smells familiar.
Was she wearing sweatpants and just like really odd socks?
Yeah, what was the underwear like?
It was old granny panties.
See?
She wasn't in bad shape.
Doesn't matter, though. See, the point I was trying to make was you're never going to see those little boy shorts on these old broads. And if you do, it ain't going to look good. And those things are hot.
It definitely wasn't hot. I mean, it was okay, thank God there's no lights and lots of alcohol.
I'm actually dry heaving. I swear to God. I'm so close to puking.
Danny's leaving that picture up there.
I know. Well, because we're looking at that picture as he describes this, it's kind of like it's perfect.
And then if you go into the bathroom, maybe at some girl's apartment or something like that, or she brings some stuff. It's you open up a cabinet or two. There's like hot, sexy things in there. Girls, all their little lotions and their cute little colorful things that they do. And then what do you want to see?
Stuff.
Like an old woman's medicine cabinet. Oh, look, she's got a tube of crack cream for her heels. Yeah. You need that. And then some kind of medication because her womb is falling out.
She has snake oil. Actual
real snake oil that she bought for. Yes, this elixir will help you.
I don't believe in store-bought medicines. Now, I'm interesting and weird.
Mongo, hold on, because, well, actually, we're going to let you go. There's too many people calling in now. You got this guy. He really likes older women.
All right.
Dave in Tennessee. Dave.
Hey, what's up, gentlemen?
Hi, sir.
I mean, I really dig older women. I think it stems back to my first experience. I was 13, and she was 32. And for some reason...
That's pretty cool.
Was
it a teacher thing? Or
it was my best friend's mom, Carol Melissa, and I spent the night over there, and she just hit on me. And we, went at it, so, I mean, it was pretty cool.
How old are you now?
Yeah, I'm 35.
How old are the women that you like?
Well, I mean, I don't go too old. Like 50 is the oldest.
That's too old.
That's not too bad. But
it is.
It is. Oh, what is that?
The 13, 32-year-old combo, like David Tell said, that is hot.
Yeah. How did she hit on you? Maybe she was just tucking you in or something. I mean, maybe you took it the wrong way.
All right, gentlemen, punching out.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah.
13. Nice.
Yeah. Now, one guy will complain over that, but if it's a 32-year-old guy with a 13-year-old girl, now all hell breaks.
Then you're talking to Chris Hansen.
Yeah, then all hell breaks.
Dateline NBC.
Such a double standard.
Have some lemonade.
Right. Chad in Ohio. Chad.
What's up, guys?
Hey.
Come on.
Hey, so I always hook up with an older girl. Finally got my chance. She was 42. I was 21. And, yeah, I put my hand down,
All right.
And it was completely unkept.
Yeah. See.
And I wasn't expecting that because every girl I've ever been with, shaves. And it was like the biggest turnoff ever. I never want to touch an older woman ever again.
Like you were pulling Punxsutawney Phil out of his little lair.
An effing groundhog joke that works in August. Brilliant.
Punxsutawney Phil.
He was 21. She was 40. That's like a Hollywood. That's like a Ashton and what's her name?
Right.
Yeah.
But he banged so many young girls, he probably just got tired of it and he wants something different.
Maybe.
When you bang all hot young chicks, then you get bored.
And she did tend to keep herself in shape.
Yeah, she's really hot.
Did you see G.I. Jane? Hubba, hubba.
Hubba, hubba.
23 Skidoo.
She had the short hair in G.I. Jane, though.
The body looked good, though, man.
What was that other movie with Burt Reynolds? Striptease?
Oh, where she was the stripper, yeah.
Where she showed off her implants for the first time.
All right.
Our intern was 19. She was 38. And then you got Danny. You got a story? Our own Danny was
molested.
Well, he was having fun with a 41-year-old that had an 18-year-old daughter.
Danny was 2. She was 78.
No, when I was bartending, I met somebody who was 41,
and I was 20, and she had an 18-year-old son, so that was kind of awkward. Back at the house.
I didn't know you were a road comic.
But I have no complaints. I don't have any kind of weird, gross stories like these guys. Like it was fine, and it was actually really good.
Yeah, but you obviously have some kind of issue with mom. So
I don't know.
perhaps
I don't think this had anything to do with it, though.
Yeah?
Seriously. No, it was just she was cool. We had a good time, and that was it.
What comes to mind when we say Danny's mom?
I can't say those words.
It's not on this side.
Yeah.
So the 18-year-old daughter, did you get a look at her? or-
No, it was a son. It was a.
Well, like I said, did you get a
He was a
look?
cute boy.
Yeah, even hotter.
Did he jump in the morning and wrestle you or something? Like that? Get off my mom!
No, but I did my best to try to avoid him at the house. Like if I saw his car out front, like I would just call ahead.
Oh, that's
why don't you call
embarrassing.
us?
You know how pissed that kid was? Oh, my God.
Yeah.
I'm sure he hated my guts. I'm sure that he knew what was going on and stuff. Because there were some nights that I stayed over, but I tried to avoid. Like I would run out when he was in the bathroom. So I
He'd
didn't
call
want to
you
run into him.
the MF word, and you just go, "Yep,
You betcha.
yes, sirree." Was your lovemaking very vocal in the house? Did he get? Would he might have heard some kind of pleasure?
Maybe I don't think so, but it would be funny if it.
Nothing worse than hearing mom going, "Ah, ah."
Like I said, I really tried to avoid being at her at that house. Like I didn't want.
What was his name?
I don't remember, to be honest.
Oh, because that would have been hilarious. This is for you.
Oh, God. Oh,
Son's name here.
Wait, can I say the Taboo series, Taboo 1 and Taboo 2 in porn, my favorite.
Yeah?
Especially Taboo 2.
Well, we all know what Taboo is about.
Yes. Naughty son and a mother who needed it.
Right.
Stepmother.
No, stepmother. No, real mother.
Stepmother? Real mother?
No, they didn't play games. Curtis Stevens directed. They didn't play games. Kay Parker played the mom.
You're talking about the director of the
He's
Taboo
legendary.
things like it's Scorsese.
Dude, he's
no,
legendary.
this guy, he don't play games.
Kay Parker in the first one seduces her son, and then in part 2, it's Honey Wilder and her son. And there's some just great... And what happens is these two older women are servicing the younger gentleman, let's just say.
Yes.
And they're just kind of looking at each other, and the one goes, "Oh, tell me he tastes like Paul," who's her son.
Oh, God.
And,
wow, that is taboo.
And she goes, "Oh, please don't tell him," because the guy that they were with was friends with the son. And he goes, "Oh, please don't tell him." She goes, "Okay." And then she was so campy, she puts her mouth by the guy's ear and goes, "I won't tell him you effed Paul." And he goes, "You effed Paul?" It was so great.
We got to find that clip now.
Yeah, it's really sexy.
Hey, here's a guy that married a cougar.
Wow.
David in Indiana. David.
Hello, gentlemen.
Hi.
I was 23 and I met my wife. She was 35, and I'd always been into older women. And honestly, younger girls, younger women, whatever, they just have stupid
asses like snare drums. Is that a problem?
I understand though. My wife is in perfect shape. I mean, she takes care of herself. She works out 6 days a week, 3 hours.
And now
a day.
you gotta add on perfect shape for whatever year old.
And the problem is that you have to say she takes care of herself.
Yeah.
Young girls never have to say that. They're just...
There's only so much you can do on Earth. There's something called gravity that will take its toll.
Right, but I'm 29 now, and she's 42, 43.
All right.
So, it's she's in the exact same shape she was 6 years ago. But
Is she?
You're right. She's got to take care of herself. A younger girl fall apart too, though.
Well, I'll give you that. Some of them can, but
Doesn't it keep you on your game because you can't use all those those young girl tricks? Like I'm just different, or say all those weird things that you say.
I'm just different.
It's not you. It's.
But she's also afraid. She's also afraid that I'm going to leave her for a younger girl. So
Good.
She's also on her game too.
Well, it looks like someone needs to see Dr. Three-Way. Split the difference, as we used to say.
Dr. Three-Way.
All right, thanks, David.
All right, boys. Thank you. Later.
Let's squeeze one more in, and then we got to take a break. We got David Tell in studio. Justin, New York, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Good morning.
Good morning.
Yo, my first, she was 32, and I was 14. She was my school.
Was she the bus driver?
Yo, she was the bus driver, bro. I hung out with her for like 4 months. That
is great, man.
The bus driver.
A lot of
fun.
Were you the last stop? It was one of those things where all the last kids would get off, and you'd be like, "Hey, how you doing?" You move up front.
Yeah.
Start massaging her leg as she's double clutching.
Start getting excited. You start getting excited as she's getting closer to the yard.
The old yard.
Does that set you up for like? I mean, did you continuously hook up like that, like through your tweens? I mean, was there a dry period?
Well, we hung out for like 4 months, and
Okay.
it was a great time. But actually, before it started, she started changing the route because I was in the middle. Then all of a sudden, she was picking me up first and dropping me off last.
Wow.
That's what gave me the idea. Like, what is she doing? You know?
Mm.
So, and then we hung out for like 3 or 4 months, and it was a great time, man.
I hope your schoolwork didn't suffer. Miss out on a lot of extracurricular.
Better than that, I got one even better than that. My brother is married to a girl that's 20 years older than him.
Wow, you guys have mommy issues.
Yeah. When did mommy leave?
Not at all. Not at all.
Uh-huh.
All right, thank you.
Well, how old is she?
She's like
80. That's what I want to hear. Something ridiculous. I hooked up. I was 15. She was 92.
Yeah.
Something really off kilter.
So, like, when you see these pictures of these women in that Georgia invasion,
Yeah, yeah.
do they get you hard? Because it's always like some old kind of gypsy-looking woman screaming at the sky.
The babushka on her head.
I'm
And
thinking some guy must find that like erotic. Like, look at her.
Yeah.
Oh man. Wish I could invade her.
It's like someone's bringing up Ruth Gordon on Foul
yeah,
Talk. Ruth Gordon, the ultimate cougar.
Oh yeah, Harry. What's it? Harold and Maude.
Harold and Maude was a movie. Yeah, a young guy, and he was into her. What? Wow, what are we watching here, Danny?
That's the Taboo 2.
That's the Taboo 2. That's the scene?
We're a bit two girls are together.
Everything is available.
Kay Parker in Taboo 2.
One girl is Aunt Peg is massaging Kay Parker, and then Junior, played by Kevin James.
Oh, I see. Kevin James from the King of Queens, by the way.
Kevin James.
He
Come a long way.
Yeah.
He's a friend.
King of Queens.
The girl being massaged, Kay Parker on her back.
Yes.
Her son Paul was in Taboo 1. She had sex with him. He's not in Taboo 2.
Paul.
So they meet at the card shop.
Ah, of course.
And now the guy Junior comes by with some tools just as an excuse to come over and walks into the two girls.
And then in comes Pat Barringer, a lovely buxotic. Thank you, Steve.
Oh, this is a damn
Break out the
Oh,
clips.
yeah, it's break time.
Break
Damn.
out the clips.
He's Stuntbrain's getting angry. He's held up that sign twice.
With Junior rules, he just wears these white pants with no underwear. The guy's my idol.
From highbrow conversations with Hollywood's elite.
It's very hard for me to be bored with the Wagner opera. Fair enough.
To comics getting finger banged in a taxi cab.
I was in the front seat of the cab. I took his hand and put it.
My God. 2012 has provided the full spectrum of radio gold.
Ice Cube.
That's amazing.
You guys are one of the most popular radio shows. Am I squeeze? Vampire.
Opie and Anthony's worst of 2012 starts.
It's the worst of 2012 for the Opie and Anthony show. My name is E-Rock. I think the production that just played said everything except who I am, so I had to say that. But I had to say the other stuff, too, because they make me do that. But whatever, you know what's going on here. If you don't, I'll fill you in. We're going to go back from January, or the beginning of this year, right up to this point, and try to play all the most memorable stuff that happened on the Opie and Anthony show. And we only have a few days to do it. We only have a certain amount of time today to get stuff in. And if you listen to all of this and you go, what the hell? I like this particular segment. Why didn't you put that in there? That was my favorite. Well, you know what? Be lucky that you got to hear it in the first place. Otherwise, we didn't have time, and I'm putting in what I can here. So fucking deal with it. Or look online somewhere, maybe YouTube, I don't know. But we start everything right now with looking at Amy Schumer. Now, a few segments throughout the year, Amy has really opened up to our audience and to this show about her sex life and growing up and all the things that she has done. And each time she's on, there's a story more unbelievable than the last. This is a bit of a montage of several appearances from this year where she starts off talking about sexting and her sex life. It goes into about maybe the first time she had sex, something involving date rape. She'll explain that. And finally, it ends with the infamous story now of her being in a cab and seducing a cab driver to finger her.
Opie and Anthony's worst of 2012.
Sexting?
Yeah.
It can be really fun if you're alone in a hotel room for enough time.
Yeah.
It's all necessity. Yeah.
I write really sexy shit like I'm gonna come up your crack, LOL.
Oh, so cute.
The LOL is the hottest part about it.
Yeah, the LOL is hot.
I had the worst sexting experience with a guy lately. I had plans. I was gonna have sex with this guy. Like it was going in that direction.
No.
Okay, but
Another
that's
guy
how bad the
misses out.
phone sex went.
Oh no!
Yes.
Wow.
Okay, so I wrote something to him like something like I'm gonna sit on your face, or just something really beautiful, like
Of course.
poetry. I was writing Shakespeare. So then, and something about. I don't know. I don't remember, but it was something like pulling his hair or something. I don't know. And then the guy wrote back, yeah, like I'm going to go down on you, like it's my job. But oral has to go both ways. And I was like, whoa. This
Wait,
isn't a
laying down ground
negotiation.
rules
Yeah.
He said, "I'm gonna go down on you like it's
Like
my
it's
job."
my job.
That's a
and
horror. First of all,
it was bad.
That's stinks.
It was
terrible.
It was so bad, and
Yeah.
then I go, this isn't a negotiate. Like I feel like I was on a used car lot, and he was like, well, I'll throw in the free air conditioning, but and I was just like, you know what, this is. He goes, do you want to try again? I was like, no.
Oral goes both. Who would say
Oral
that when you're
go
being
both
dirty?
ways.
I
My
was just-
client would like to receive some oral.
I was like, guess who's in the friend zone? Yeah, that was it. I
That
was like,
oral goes both
oral's
ways.
gonna go
On a
both
text
ways.
message.
A text.
It's not like you're even in the room trying to avoid some
It
cocksucking.
It was the worst. I was just like, ugh.
That's fucking awful.
I don't think I even masturbated for like a week after that.
Wow,
I
that
was
guy
just like,
fucked
no
up.
thanks.
That guy fucked
He
up.
does, and he knew it. The next day, he's like, yeah, we really blew it. I go, whoa,
Wait.
you blew it.
Yeah.
Let's
He
call a
failed.
spade here.
It's like the Kobayashi Maru.
There's nothing worse than a terrible dirty texture. I can be nonstop. Like I'm an addict, so I can see
Yeah,
somebody
yeah,
going
yeah.
just pretending they don't see it.
Yeah, just like, all right.
All right, already, we get it. You want to smell my ass? I fucking heard you.
Dear mom.
That's amazing.
But it's the fucking ones that are just duds and don't know how to write. It's like you're horrible.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Oh,
They won't even send you. I hate when people that won't send you a dirty, like any type of photo.
Oh, come on. Come on.
Have fun, live your life.
Yes.
Oh, God, I have to really have a good relationship with every ex, or like God
Oh,
knows
yes.
the shitstorm that would hit the internet.
I fucking was talking to this one girl, and she was just really pretty, and I liked her, but she was such a fucking dud. I didn't even try to talk dirty to her. I mentioned something about sex, like something sexually, but I wasn't. And she's like, talking about, what did she say? Oh, talking about sex, I'm going to take a big pass.
Ew.
And I said, I feel like I'm talking to my grandmother.
Yeah.
And I never
I'm
spoke
gonna
to her
take a
again.
big pass.
Yeah, just like
No wonder you're single,
Right.
stupid. That's why you're 30
That's
and
awful.
single, you unsexy dud.
That's awful.
That because her boyfriend had cheated on her. That's why he fucked somebody else, idiot.
Yeah.
Because you're a dud. You're
Was
a
that in a
fucking
text?
dud. Yeah.
I'm going to take a big. I would
But I
save
wasn't,
that.
dude. I wasn't even being dirty.
Right.
It was literally she was she was such a fucking lump.
That's
I
so
love how
funny.
Jimmy gets so
It
like.
made me
He's so
annoyed.
bad. He's physically
But
pissed off.
dude,
yeah.
I so understood why her boyfriend cheated on her. I'm like, that's
Yeah.
why he fucked somebody else.
Like I
That's
don't
why-
cheat. But I'm like a monogamous whore. Like if a guy cheated on me, it would be to have just normal sex with somebody. He'd like find some nice girl where it would just be normal vanilla sex.
A little too
I
outrageous.
met her at church and I took her home.
Yeah, I find myself
On
just
Christian Mingle.
Yes.
That's on Christian Mingle. There must just be some horrendously like crazy sex going on that though.
Yeah. Oh,
Repressed
God.
fucking.
Oh, that's the creepiest. Whenever I see that commercial.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like,
Let
who's on
Jesus match you
The
up.
guy from religious backgrounds,
Yeah.
they are the wildest in bed, I find.
Girls too. I've
totally.
like found that they're really fucking crazy.
Yeah. I don't know why that is. Something about a Catholic school. They just.
I don't know. They were
they're
those
just like, fuck you, mom.
bunch of bunch of sisters. They're not nuns. They were literally sisters.
Sisters.
Years
Black
ago.
and sisters.
Huge Catholic upbringing was crazy.
Man.
Parents had to know everything they were doing, and they were insane.
Yeah.
Insanely wild. Could not get out of the house and get into anywhere to have sex faster. They just loved
having sex.
Just wanted something.
Just get away from that whole Jesus
A
thing.
lot of leaky submarine going on.
Yeah. Religious are you?
No,
No.
not really.
What are you supposed to be?
I'm Catholic.
Yeah, Italian. That
But,
kind of goes with it, I guess.
I don't go to church and stuff, but
No.
I'm not super religious. I mean, I believe in God, but I'm not.
Yeah, you got to believe in God because you're afraid. You need some kind of hope.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't think it all just ends.
God's not going to help you on the subway when you get raped.
That's true.
That's true.
Repeatedly by 13-year-old Latin girls.
we learned, yeah.
Latina chicks. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I'm annoyed at that guy.
What guy?
The
It's
fucking
I know. The guy
orals are two ways, say?
gonna go both ways.
Gonna go both
Oral's
ways.
gonna go both ways.
Why would you say that?
I just was like, nope. I go, you're ruining this. You know you're ruining
Did you say
this?
that?
Yeah.
Good for you.
I could show you the conversation if I
Good.
didn't want you to see the name.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, Amy.
Oh, Lenny Marcus. I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding.
No, Lenny's a great guy.
I know,
He'd be an
Lenny's-
awful dirty
Oh,
texter.
can you imagine trying to dirty text with Lenny? Oh,
Yeah.
that'd be amazing. I kind of want to do that.
You'd write something like, I want to suck your cock, and after an hour, he'd write back, you're crazy.
Yeah. It's like I'm uploading software on my computer right now.
You have the new iPad where you just ignore it and pretend you didn't see it? Oh, no. So change the name. Put a different name. I don't care. who it is.
Okay. All right. I'll show it to you.
You ever use the same fucking scenarios in your sexting and hope that they never talk to each other about it? Like two people out randomly. It's like this is a good one. This is a proven scenario I have here. I actually have it in my notepad. I could just copy and paste. Copy paste sexting. Yeah, that's a good one. All right, I'll throw the hands against the wall thing.
Yeah. No, it's got to be genuine.
Yeah.
So that's the same thing with if somebody's like kind of like, oh, I guess I'll try to spank you. You feel it. You're like, oh, come on, you
try to
hack.
spank
You're
you.
trying, all right.
Do it or don't.
You're failing.
No, I personalize it. I'll write things from today's paper. I'll be like, I'm going to push your face into the March Madness bracket sign and shove my cock where the poo comes out.
I know you wrote it today. Look, it's today's headlines.
Suck my caucus. See? Political humor.
that was
Political
great.
humor. It's,
Too political.
Oh, boy. Yeah, that way they know it's that day.
Do you have a boyfriend?
No.
Aw. She said she has some relationship troubles.
Why? What's wrong with you in relationships?
You're afraid of guys, too? Are you afraid of everything?
They pull their penis out. You're like,
You're like a chihuahua in a thunderstorm.
Yeah. She screams like Fay Ray.
Run into the bathtub.
I did not touch him.
Did he ask you to?
Oh, no. But what happened was we got where we were going. And so, like, my friend in the back kind of woke up. And he was like, where are we taking this party? Like, he was kind of like,
of course.
Yeah, of course.
That's good.
And
he
and
was
I
the winner of Gash Cab.
Oh, my God.
How long have you been sitting on that?
I just thought of it.
That's very
funny. That just popped up.
Too good.
That was strong.
Yeah.
That was strong.
Wait, no.
Chip?
It was
No,
like
Chip.
pussy of fortune.
No, that doesn't work,
not
Chip.
pussy of fortune.
Chip, that doesn't work.
How long did
Oh, God.
How long did it take to come?
I hate thinking of the plot points of this show.
How many?
Yeah,
how many?
yeah.
How many blocks?
We get it. I know.
How many minutes?
I came right before we got there.
So what happened? He wanted to know, and what did you pay for the thing?
The cab?
Yeah. Did he make
Yeah.
you pay?
Wow.
How
What?
hilarious
What
is
is not
that?
even on the house?
What a dick. I love it. She
No,
wasn't going to jerk him off. He's like, all right, $8.50.
What a
It was
dick.
easier for him to separate the dollar bills.
Me and my friend.
He fucking made you pay.
Me and my friend. I'm sure we split it. I would not have been.
So
like,
wait, what
this
did he
is
say to you?
He was like, so as soon as I came, I was disgusted with myself and him,
right.
and he was just like, where are we going? And I was like, and I just like got out of the cab and I was like, come on, let's go to the girl. And he was like, wait, well, like, you know, he was confused.
Confused, yeah.
And then I was like kind of scared. And we went inside the house and then I felt really gross about it, of course, because it's fucking really gross.
That is pretty gross.
And so we walked away from the cab, and I felt so bad about it. I told my mom the next day.
Why would you do that?
Because I was like, what's going on with me? Why
How
am
do you tell your mom
I told
that?
her. I was like, It was sort of like I think it was really selfish of me just to want to get some guilt out of my life.
So what did she do when you told
horrified?
her? No, she's probably turned on.
Oh God.
Yeah,
she grabbed Amy's hand and put it on her vagina.
Made me fist her.
And she asked, "Oh, is it the black one that I've hooked up with?" I'm like, "Oh, Mom."
That's so Mom.
Oh no! So what did she say to you?
I think she was concerned.
Yeah.
And she was like, she comforted me. Like, it's okay. Like, what do you say to your daughter?
Aw.
Mom,
There.
I just let.
Now, was the
It's kind of a turn on.
Could you imagine like?
Oh, sorry.
Could you imagine like something happened to a boy, like a little boy, and like the boy goes to his dad and has to explain that he got jerked off in a cab? Like that would just never happen.
jerked off in the cab.
It'd be like, that's my boy.
Exactly.
But you know what? Like, that is still, I like watching porn where the guy's really gross.
Yeah.
And the girl's like beautiful and like innocent and young.
Nice. Wait, so you were molested by an ugly guy?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I made it
watch my home
happen.
movies.
When you were I'm saying when you were a lot younger.
See the
I
flow
was?
chart.
Yeah, it goes back to Jimmy's flow chart. You were molested by some greasy old guy.
Well, I don't remember.
Older guy. That's
a
If
great.
that happened, I don't. That memory
That's a
hasn't come up
good
yet.
molestation if you don't remember.
Yeah.
That just means it was really
Yeah,
deep.
those are the best ones when your memories go bye-bye.
Oh my God.
Let me ask you this: have you ever gone back in time and masturbated to that whole
No.
scenario?
No, that made me like really ill for a while after, and I think only now that it's over 10 years later can I.
Crazy.
Well over 10 years.
Where were you?
Fuck you.
Wow.
You guys.
That's fucking funny.
Padding a couple of years.
Oh, Amy, where were you coming from?
What a
Fucking-
dick.
teasing her.
Fucking monsters. I'll be changing your diapers in less than a decade.
Where were you coming from that you
A
couldn't?
bar.
But you couldn't hook up at
Somebody
the
was
bar.
guest bartending. It wasn't about that.
Yeah.
Oh, it was about being self-destructive. That's self-destructive.
Yeah.
Yeah, she didn't want to
Yeah.
hook up and have.
I
an
did
actual
like a bunch of.
connection.
I did a bunch of self-destructive,
You did?
dangerous kind of stuff.
Was that after the
Really?
rape?
Yeah.
Oh, see, okay. I wonder if was it all after that?
Yeah.
Why didn't you touch his penis? Wouldn't that have played into what you were going for that night?
No.
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 Jeez.
That was
You
just
just wanted to be-
self-punishment. All
Yeah.
self-punishment.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
After
Oh.
the
Crazy. Wow.
It was crazy. I did crazy stuff then. I'm not going to tell any more today because it's a lot.
Is there?
But there was.
There's got to be stuff even crazier than that.
That was
gross?
the.
No?
That was the.
That was one of
How
the
many?
big
How many?
ones?
That was the. That was up there.
How many guys most you've been with at one time?
One.
Oh, that's it.
Oh
You've
yeah, no. I
had
never
the
was
two
just
guy
like a
thing?
cum dumpster. No. And it was always like very selfish and about me. I didn't like.
Oh,
I didn't
okay.
like go nuts on
Good
everybody's
for you.
cocks. It
Good
was
for
like,
you. Yeah.
Thanks.
A lot
Yeah.
of people saying the cab driver remembers this story and tells it.
Oh,
a
he's
lot.
still telling that one.
I
As you
wonder
were
if he
telling it,
recognizes
he was
me.
telling it because he's telling it all the fucking
I
time.
wonder if he. I bet he looks like a listener of this show.
Yeah.
And I bet.
It was me.
Oh god, it's a lot of cab drivers saying that.
Dude, it was me, dude.
Oh, I hope so.
Oh, that
You
would
know,
be
he
good.
dropped the wrong. I hope it was fucking Big A. He used to drive a fucking livery car.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it gets worse. More of Opie and Anthony's worst of 2012 coming up.
There's someone on the line saying that you were in a bar fight with Jesse Ventura. Is that true?
God, probably is it?
Yes.
You
Oh shit.
Oh, let's get into this.
Yeah, I would like
to talk
to.
about it
I was going to ask you how you felt about it.
because we I don't know how do you explain
There
this?
was
He
a,
and I
there
had
was
a
a
very
verbal
unpleasant-
altercation in here.
But he used
between-
to come on our show and it was all right. We didn't agree with a lot of the stuff he said, but we had an okay.
Thank
time.
you for your service.
But then we had a moment where
Right.
he walked off our show because we just killed him with knowledge.
Yeah,
we
had
really did.
a big argument.
Especially Jimmy.
We had a big argument. Yeah, Jimmy does a good impression of him too, and it was just uncomfortable. And he was whatever. I wanted to ask how you felt about him as a SEAL, but if you had a bar fight, were you stressing the difference between when UDT or what happened?
No. I being UDT, I fully respect that. SEALs were born out of UDT, so I consider him. Yes, he's a SEAL. He's part of the family. I don't draw a distinction between them.
Okay.
What happened in the bar?
Yeah, what happened? You were in a bar and
Oh Jesus.
We had just come back from our 06 deployment when we lost our guys. We were having a wake for the guy who got the Medal of Honor, Mikey Monsoor, and he happened to be there. He was coming in for a graduating buds class that he was going to speak to, and he was upset with the war. He doesn't agree with it, which is fine. You don't have to agree with the war. I just get sent there. I don't have to agree with politics. I signed up to serve the country. The country tells me what to do.
Mm-hmm.
He was making it known that he did not agree with it, and I approached him and said, hey, it's
not the place.
I appreciate it, but we are having a wake. It was the Seal Bar there in town. I said, we're having the wake here. The family's here. I would appreciate it if you just kind of keep it down. He told us that we were killing innocent people over there, men, women, children, that we were murderers. And I said, you know what? We can all have our differences. That's fine. But please just don't upset the family.
Yeah.
And then he said that, we deserve to lose a few guys.
Holy shit.
Jesse said that?
Yes.
The fuck is wrong with him?
So, by the way, all you guys out there that attacked me because I fucking attacked him, good. I'm glad to hear that. He really is a douche. And what happened when he said that to you? Did you grab his ponytail?
No.
You slugged him? Good.
I punched him.
I punched him.
Good for you.
Where'd you punch him?
Bravo.
In the face.
What happened?
That's when you take a headshot.
Well, I mean, Jesse Ventura, he's
a big man.
He's an older guy, too.
Yeah, he's
And
an older guy.
Of course, all the guys then started making fun of me. So, what geriatric you going to beat up today?
Yeah, of course.
Wait, when you hit him, did he hit you back or?
No, he went down.
You
Like
out? Like was he? Like
I don't think he was out. It definitely took him off balance. He went down, and
But the ref wasn't looking. They never are.
Did his walker fall with him?
yeah, I think he fell out of his wheelchair.
He's a big dude.
Wow,
man.
he went down.
You hit a big dude. He's still Jesse the Body. I mean, he's an older guy, but he's still a big, strong guy. Man.
Did he awkwardly get up and have to walk out of the place?
I don't know. I took off running because the cops were already outside, and as soon as I hit him, I knew SEAL party, SEAL bar. Cops are watching. They saw the whole thing happen, so I took off running.
Yeah.
So Jesse Ventura said to a SEAL at a bar where there was a wake for a SEAL, "You deserve to lose a few guys."
Yes, he did.
Repugnant.
So you make me even happy because he and I got into a very, very nasty exchange. Because I was defending kind of
Al-Qaeda.
Yes, and I said, you know what? They're nice people, Jesse. No, I said that I kind of agreed with the Afghanistan action, and he was saying that I'm just a guy who didn't serve, who was for the war. And I'm like, but that's not where I'm coming from. I'm not saying, fuck, just go out and fight. It wasn't at all. So we just got into an ugly thing, and it got personal. And
what an ass he
he's
is.
a douche, but he really hates my guts. So I'm so happy you did that because I'm not a man. Like, I couldn't stand up and punch him. What happened was, as we kept arguing, he patted me on the back hard, and I knew he was like, as he was leaving, he's like, thanks for your service, but it was like one of those, and for me to match him, I would have had to pat it, and I'm like, I'm not going to do what you did. I wish I was him, though. How great would that have been to stand and slug him? So I insulted him.
Yeah, I'm sure I just caught him off balance and he tripped.
Yeah, that must have been it. Sure.
Good for
that
you,
must
man.
have been it.
I'm
What
so
do you
happy.
This is O&A's Worst of 2012 on the Opie and Anthony channel.
Hi, Chris. How are you?
What's up, Chris?
Not much. How y'all doing?
Well,
good, buddy.
You told the story on our show that you punched Jesse Ventura in a bar, and wow, the story took off, man.
Was this the first place you've ever told that story publicly?
Yeah. Well, yes. I mean, for a big audience like that, I mean, the event is in the book, but I purposely left his name out because I didn't want that whole thing to take off like that. And then ever since then, I've been trying to kind of deflect questions from it because not trying to make money off of putting him down or anything.
Yeah. Yeah, we got a tip that it was Jesse Ventura. We asked you, and you decided to say yes to that and admit it was Jesse Ventura. Because, like you said in the book, it's very vague. You said you punched a guy, fuzzy-faced guy, was it? Was that the exact?
Yeah, scruffy face.
Scruffy face, right. Well, a lot of people are now calling you a liar, including...
I believe you, by the way.
Yeah, so do I.
Yeah, so far we believe you, absolutely.
They can call me whatever they want because I know this thing has gotten so blown up that the only way to actually put it to rest is the witnesses. I have asked them to stay out of it to where finally now I've said, you know what, just go ahead, come out with it.
Oh,
and
okay.
we can put this behind us.
Oh, you have
good
actually
idea.
asked them to speak up because there was audio we heard of Ventura, of course. You probably heard it too, where he's denying ever meeting you, and he's harping on the fact that a crime has been committed and maybe he should file charges.
Yeah. Well, he definitely should if he thinks that's right.
Do you regret it at all?
You know what? I wish I would have handled it differently. I mean, the story, I think, definitely needed to be in the book like it is.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as, I probably should have played it down to where his name didn't get out there. But you know what? It is now, so I'm...
What exactly happened, Chris? If you could just refresh, because a lot of people might not have heard you on that moment. Just if you could give us a brief, just kind of sum the story up so people know what we're talking about.
It was a wake for Mikey Monsoor, and of course all the families were there, and he was there. He started getting loud and voicing his opinion, coming out against the war and the troops and everything. So we asked him to keep it down, and he got belligerent about it and finally said we deserve to lose a few.
Yeah, that's way over the line.
Now, was he was there, this was in a bar, just so people know.
Yes. It was the outside patio portion of a bar, and we were standing on the sidewalk of it.
Now, was he with anybody, or was he alone, to your knowledge?
No, I mean, he was definitely there at the bar with people.
Oh, he was with people. So there's a few people that saw this?
Oh, there's a bunch of people that saw this.
Yeah, and they've spoken about it like in smaller circles over the years. It's not like this has been a complete secret.
Oh, no. I mean, the entire community has known about this.
Mm.
And there's a room, there's a radio guy who's friends with Jesse Ventura who thinks that we all scripted this together. I guess because Opie just happened to look over.
Yeah.
And at the instant feedback, which is the one-time instant feedback, actually, gave us something helpful.
Actually, it was a phone call.
Oh, a phone call? Okay.
It seemed like it might have been someone that really knows Chris Kyle and was kind of just, hoping that you were finally going to mention the name. But Alex Jones says that it's a conspiracy. We were in on the conspiracy, even though we just met you that morning. And by the way, we thought you were awesome.
Yeah.
We think you're the greatest.
People loved you on the show, man.
And they also, Alex Jones also says we scripted the whole thing. So we helped you along, and we got together and we came up with this whole thing.
Right, I've heard all those rumors.
Yeah. Jesse was the wrestler. He did the scripted stuff, not other people.
And also, I love how Chris Kyle's admitting that he told us first, because Bill O'Reilly took this fucking story and stole it from us, that cocksucker. That cocksucker.
Yeah, he kind of ran with it like he just whatever.
Well, we got Alex Jones on the line too. He wants in on this. You cool with that, Chris?
Definitely.
All right. Hey, Alex.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Alex.
Welcome to the Opie and Anthony show.
I like the show. Also, like Norton when he's on the Boneyard.
Right.
Thank you very much, man.
Don't kiss ass right now.
Well, we got
no kiss people.
No. Let's not kiss anyone's ass right now. All right.
To that. Hey, I actually listen to that channel. I mean, so I'm just saying I listen to it.
You're kissing a little ass because you're in a tough spot right now, sir. Why did you call us liars, and why did you say that we were in on a conspiracy with Chris Kyle and that we scripted this thing?
Okay, well, number one, I'm not in a tough place. I was just trying to be friendly. I just woke up about 15 minutes.
No, you're in a tough place. Jesse Ventura.
I'm not in a tough place.
Jesse Ventura lied on your show.
Infowars.com.
Jesse Ventura lied on your show, sir.
Alex, so what happened? You thought that we scripted this with Chris Kyle, which is ludicrous. What are you thinking there?
No, let me tell you what I meant by that. I'm saying the way he was talking, then somebody calls in with it, and the way he was talking, I think it was scripted. I did not think and did not say that I thought you guys were in on the lie. I was watching your face on the video, and it looks like you're there believing it and hearing it for the first time. So you guys aren't even on the radar screen as far as I'm concerned with this whole deal. But I know Jesse pretty damn well and see him get tears in his eyes and stuff when he talks to troops in airports and stuff. I mean, quite frankly, if he sees troops, he runs over or they run over to him, and it goes on. And it's the same thing about it's the politicians that have sent you, and it's wrong, and it's terrible what's happening to you, and all this stuff. So when I heard him talk about punching him and knocking him down, I thought, well, that sounds wild, but could be true. But as soon as he said the thing on O'Reilly and stuff about, he said, you deserve to die. You guys deserve to die when the family's right there. That is made up, period. I knew it was bull then, and guaranteed. Ventura, I've never even heard him. After I did that interview the other day on Skype, he was like, I heard him like almost crying in the background, and his wife totally angry. So believe me, Ventura's not getting ready to depose people and go absolutely ape over nothing. He doesn't have people over there at that McPee's place getting getting affidavits signed and stuff for nothing.
All right, listen.
Totally made up.
All right, listen. So you have no doubt that Chris Kyle did not punch Jesse Ventura.
No, what I just said is I was going back to when I watched the video last week when he first said,
Did Chris Kyle punch Jesse Ventura or not?
Well, let me just stop you right there. Ventura denies that it ever happened.
And do you believe that?
Absolutely. But what I'm telling you is watching the video, knowing Ventura, knowing him well, I'm watching the video, and the guy's saying, he was talking about the war and punched him. I'm thinking, well, that might have happened. When he gets to the part about, he said the SEALs deserve to die, and when he said it on O'Reilly, it looked really scripted by him. He was following a script. I knew it was pure bull, and as soon as I talked to Ventura, as soon as I could get a hold of him, sure enough, he was completely dumbfounded.
Alex, we got to jump in a little bit because don't forget, Chris is not a public figure, so he's not used to speaking publicly. So when he's talking about things that he's not used to talking about on Bill O'Reilly, a show he's probably watched for 10 years, it might be a little bit more nerve-wracking. And we do have Chris here to respond to that. We have to let him respond.
Yeah.
Chris, how do you feel about
it? He'll get to respond in court.
Well, no, I mean right now, Chris.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I've got the people that are definitely going to come out, and some of them are the family members that were there, so I'm not too concerned.
And Chris, what did he say about the Navy SEALs dying? I think that's being misquoted. What
you
did
are
he say?
misquoting it, Alex.
What did he say, Chris?
He said you deserve to lose a few.
Deserve to lose a few.
Yeah, that means deserve to die.
What it means and what was said.
Don't try Perry Mason crap.
You've been misquoting the man the whole time you've ever.
Hey, Kyle, you think you're going to make a big name for your new American mercenary force to help knockheads of American people? Think again. I know all about Richard Pearl, all about your trips to Israel, all of it, buddy boy.
Who is Richard Pearl?
Who is
Richard Pearl?
Alex, I'll give you that.
Who is Richard Pearl?
Yeah, it'll all come out.
And by the way, Alex, we're not giving you
Richard Pearl?
We're not giving, and we're also not giving you Perry Mason stuff and playing semantics games. The difference, to me, it's more believable for Jesse Ventura to say you guys deserve to lose a few than to say something as harsh as I'm glad Navy SEALs are dying.
Exactly.
There is a difference in believability in what one guy would say, and I don't think Jesse Ventura would come out and go, "I'm glad a soldier is dead."
Look, that's the same thing, and that's how.
No, it's not
selling it. That he was that that he's saying the Navy SEALs deserve to lose a few. That is saying lose a few means die.
It absolutely does, but there is a difference in the way you say it. One is more believable to me.
Listen, I hope for your sake that you are telling the truth. And I mean, Ventura's so freaked out by this, he's saying, do they have a body double of me or something? Let me tell you, I talked to him.
That's
off
paranoia.
Air. He is completely flummoxed and dumbfounded.
I'm flummoxed and dumbfounded.
Chris, were you tempted to put Jesse's name in the? Because Alex, one thing that makes this more believable to me is that Chris did not
put the name
in the book.
The publisher probably said he couldn't prove it.
The publisher.
Now, Chris Kyle is saying today, Alex, that he can prove this, and a lot of the guys that know about this, he finally told them, you could tell everyone what you saw that day.
Okay, well, that's not what the owner of the bar is going to say.
Now, Chris, why didn't you put it in the book, honestly?
Because I didn't want this whole reaction to come out here.
Yeah, see?
I'm not trying to sell my book off of making someone else look bad.
Mm-hmm. And Alex, is it possible? Because we heard you calling Chris, calling it the turkey shoot, and is it possible that your agenda? Look, you don't like the war; it's common knowledge, and you love Jesse. Isn't it possible that your agenda is skewing the way you're looking at this?
Well, yeah. I mean, we all see through rose-colored glasses, and I'm a Texan. I mean, I'm sure Kyle at some point is a friendly guy. My whole issue here is when I say turkey shoot. Not that I follow too much this military stuff, but I have a lot of families in the military. And, of course, there's the big joke about, the Hajis don't know how to aim a gun. My God, there were people there who couldn't believe the kill numbers everybody was getting. I mean, when you're shooting women running around with hand grenades and you're shooting, plus there's all the contractor footage of them playing Elvis music and shooting whole families out of their cars and then dropping AK-47s on them. I mean, that's the big joke. Every armored vehicle, and Kyle knows this, is full of drop guns. And they splatter a whole bunch of people at a checkpoint or whatever, drop an AK-47 on them. Y'all get, Bronze Stars for kills in combat. I'm not saying that's exactly what Kyle did, but it's all well known about Iraq.
Kyle, how do you
Iranian war starts?
Yeah, you were over there. You must have seen it, Alex, right?
Kyle, how do you respond to that? You got to let Kyle respond. You can't make an accusation like that and not let Kyle respond. He's got to respond. Kyle?
Well,
Chris, I'm sorry.
No problem. We've never had drop weapons on us, but I can tell you as far as the book, it's not sitting there trying to glorify all the people I've killed. It's trying to get across the sacrifices that a military member has to go through while he's overseas, and at the same time, my wife is telling the sacrifices she went through while here at home, and I'm trying to highlight the heroes that surrounded me that made me look good. And all through the book, I downplay myself.
And one thing you said, Chris, too, when you were on, is that people were trying to inflate the number to 2 something. And Alex, you didn't hear the interview, but Chris kept going, no, I'm happy with this. This is fine. Like, I don't need any more numbers attributed to me.
He was downplaying everything that day.
And on your show...
Let me be clear. I think in war, a sniper is an honorable position. People always try to make it look bad. I've interviewed a lot of snipers like Colonel Craig Roberts and others when he did in Vietnam. And I'm not downplaying that that Chris can't shoot a gnat off a fence post at 1,000 yards. I'm simply saying that it's well known, just like with the Army helicopter shooting up the Reuters van, that as far as turkey shoot goes, there were times when you just have all sorts of mayhem and people being blasted in all directions, and it's a lot easier to be a sniper in the desert or in those built-up mount areas than it was in, say, Southeast Asia. I mean, that's my point about turkey shoot. Clearly, Kyle, would it have been harder to make 1,000-yard, 2,000-yard shots in Vietnam in the jungle or from a rooftop into a desert?
Oh, I am not claiming my war is any harder than Vietnam, and I give the Vietnam vets all the props because they definitely fought a harder war, and I give Carlos Hathcock all the credit as being the greatest sniper to have ever lived.
And Alex,
that's all I was saying, guys.
Okay, something you said too, which I thought was a little unfair. But you said that Chris is bragging about shooting women, and the way you painted that, and we played the audio, was that here is this guy going over to Iraq and he's come back acting like he's hot shit for killing women. But when Chris described that shoot, he was really specific.
He was bothered by it.
About being bothered.
I read quotes, and in fairness, the media does take things out of context where it's talking about...
No, you take things out of context because you made it sound like he was bragging about shooting women.
But he didn't brag.
When if you listened to the actual interview and not transcripts, you would have heard Chris Kyle being very bothered by the fact that he shot a woman.
To watch the entire interview, all I saw was like a 3-minute clip on the internet.
No, we understand that, but we're saying is when you're quoting something and you're painting this guy, there's a big difference there. You were painting him as this cavalier ass who was bragging about shooting a woman, and what he was telling us, Chris, I think, is that you made absolutely sure she had a grenade. You could see it through your scope. You were being told, yes, you have to take her out because she's walking towards Marines. Like, he saved U.S. soldiers' lives, but the way you painted him...
Look, all I'm saying is this. Even the Dallas Morning News said there's something creepy, and I'm not even saying this about Kyle, about on TV constantly, especially the host and people smacking their lips, and maybe that's where I'm picking this up. You guys didn't really do that, but some of the other shows getting all excited, tell us more about killing the people, tell us more. And it's just at a certain point, it's disgusting, and I don't want to hear about it. And I'm not saying Kyle's even bad for that. It's true. And now that I've seen more of the interviews with him, he's not the one getting off on it. Some of the hosts are. And I just know all the people I know from Vietnam, World War II, and places will never even talk about it. So I'm just saying, hearing all of this stuff. I mean, I remember one time I was at the deer camp, and I was about 10 years old. There were all these old World War II vets there in Buffalo, Texas, just south of Dallas, where we've got a ranch. And Kyle's from that general area, and I'm sitting there pulling on their leg at 5 a.m. while they're cooking biscuits and gravy before we go hunting. Tell me a war story. Tell me a war story. Tell me a war story. And one old guy who was a tank commander going into Germany, he said, "Okay, there was this woman looked like Marilyn Monroe." Walked up and opened up her trench coat and pulled out a rifle, so we cut her in half. Now, there's your story. Don't ask me anymore. I understand that war is ugly. I've got all that stuff. All I know is I don't believe that Jesse Ventura said you deserve to lose a few, and unless he was drunk, and the problem is Jesse hasn't had alcohol in like 15 years because of blood clots. He has to take medicine for blood clots. And I know Kyle's saying that, now that I've seen him on O'Reilly, that he wasn't drinking. All I know is that the Jesse Ventura I know does not talk about and the troops, and always says, I mean, it's a line, he says the same stuff over and over again, that the troops are heroes, it's not their fault, it's the military, it's the politicians' fault for failing and sending them there and lying about WMDs. And so when Chris says that, I mean, And again, right now he sounds like a nice guy. So I'm completely blown away by this because Ventura sounds credible. Kyle, right now sounds calm and nice. And I mean, I don't know what kind of psyop this is or what this is, but let me just tell you, it's a big deal.
Well, okay. We do have a problem because Chris Kyle's saying it happened and Jesse Ventura saying it didn't happen.
Yeah, exactly.
And
so,
we heard some audio of you, and you said that you don't even believe Jesse Ventura was in the bar that day because he doesn't drink.
Well, yeah, that was probably then like last Thursday or Friday before I talked to Jesse. And then Jesse says, yes, I was there for graduation, but I wasn't there speaking. It was something about numbers that are the same as another class.
Yeah, we heard that part.
So you think Chris Kyle's lying?
I don't believe that Jesse Ventura said you deserve to lose a few.
No. All right, fair enough. But do you think Chris Kyle punched Jesse Ventura and knocked him down?
I told you that when I first was sitting there, they come in during a break when I was on the radio like last Thursday, and they said, have you seen this, from the Opie and Anthony show? And I said, no, seen one. They said, here it is. They pulled it up on screen, and I started watching it. And he says, he was in there talking about the war, blah, blah, blah. And I thought, oh, well, maybe there was a fight. And then when he gets to the part about, you deserve to lose a few, I was like, that's a bunch of bull. And so that was my initial response, is that I can imagine Jesse Ventura, sometime making somebody angry, talking bad about the war, and some type of altercation ensuing. But the part about him saying that, I cannot see that happening. And now that Jesse's denied it, I have to believe Jesse. And let me tell you, Jesse's so shocked that another Navy SEAL would say something like this because he thinks they're all honorable that, off air, well, he even said some of it on air, he's like, my God, Alex, do you think like they had a double in there and this is some type of psyop?
Now, hold on. Chris, is it possible that you and Jesse were arguing or you were debating and he said something to the effect of, it's only natural you're going to lose a few, or are you 100% sure that he said it and with the intention that you heard it?
No. I feel the opinion that he said exactly what I thought he heard. Some other guys that were standing right there.
Oh, they heard it as well?
And I feel horrible about it coming out the way it had, and I'm sorry I handled it the way I did on your show. I guess I should have just denied it and said, I don't know what you're talking about. And I had no idea. And after all this has come out, I've listened to different interviews of people trying to, say I'm lying and everything. I had no idea Mr. Ventura was thinking about public office, doing all this other stuff. I honestly have no idea who this Pearl guy is. So, no, I'm not part of some bigger thing trying to discredit him. And, yeah, I feel bad that now all of a sudden all this attention is on this. And I'm trying to get a story out there about, hey, y'all look at what the troops have to go through, take notice, and let's take care of these vets.
Well, Kyle, can I ask you a question?
Definitely.
You're setting up craft, and you say you're going to have basically diplomatic protection, training of law enforcement, all these groups. You've gotten awards from different international groups. I didn't know you'd be here, or I'd pull it up. I mean, have you gone to Israel and gotten police training?
No, sir.
So you haven't gotten awards from that American/Israel group that trains domestic U.S. police?
Well, I got a JINSA award, Jewish Institute for National Security Affairs. That's while I was still active. That was in 2005.
Yeah, well, just so you know, that's Richard Pearl, and he's known as the Prince of Darkness in the Pentagon. That's his nickname, but let's just expand on that for a moment. Do you know about the National Defense Authorization Act and how Congress just abolished the Posse Comitatus Act? I mean, you're a Master Sergeant, isn't it?
No, sir, I was a chief.
Chief, okay, a chief sergeant. I forget all these different titles and names. I mean, certainly you know what Posse Comitatus is.
What?
Sir, honestly, as far as when it comes to that, I have my business partners because my main concern is running the training side of the business.
I understand. But
what is Posse Comitatus? I don't know what it is. I'm pretty sure I've caught it twice.
It means no worries for the rest of your days.
Why don't you shut up, Norton, and play some player?
I don't know. I don't know what Posse Comitatus means.
Oh, okay. That's the 1878 law barring the military from domestic law enforcement.
Oh, okay.
And Kyle, I mean, I'm just curious here. I mean, this sniper training and stuff. I mean, that's basically paramilitary training for the police, but I know they've had snipers before that. I'm just saying I see a lot of data points here, and I was thinking maybe you had been in an altercation with some big guy looked like Ventura. Maybe somebody told you that was Ventura. Maybe somebody put you up to talking about this, but, listening to you now, you sound dumbfounded. So I'm dumbfounded. I think that...
Leave the founded part off.
Yeah. Is it, Alex? Is Jesse really that important in the end? That we have to take out Jesse Ventura and discredit him?
Okay, well, here's why Jesse's.
It's a question. I don't know.
Okay, here's something I know isn't true. 100%. Because I probably talk to Jesse every few weeks or something, or he gives me a call, asks me about news.
Sorry about that. Just get Ambien.
But my point is, I talked like 2 weeks ago. I called Jesse and I said, "When are you leaving the U.S.? Are you going to be driving through Texas? If you are in your RV, stop by my house." And he's like, "Well, I think I'm leaving, in about a week or so." And he said, "But let me call you in the next few days, and I'll come on the radio before I leave town." I said, "Great. Say hi to your wife. Bye." Next day, phone rings while I'm on air. Jesse Ventura's got some breaking news. He wants to come on. Now, I've just called him in Minnesota, talked to him.
What happened?
His wife got him off the elliptical machine. I know he's in Minnesota, and it's all over TMZ, Fox News, that Jesse Ventura is rubbernecking, recklessly driving in California trying to get to the airport. Well, Jesse hasn't flown in 16 months. Anyway, so Jesse's saying, "This is crazy. I think this is some dirty trick saying I'm, tailgating, being pulled over by police. I'm here in Minnesota." So he had to threaten TMZ to retract it. So first you have that false story come out. Fox runs with it, and then this other story comes out. And I'm telling you, if Jesse is lying, he is a better liar than even Herman Cain. If he's lying, he's one of the best liars I've ever seen.
So that means you're saying Chris Kyle's lying. Chris, there's no doubt in your mind that you punched Jesse Ventura that day, right?
Yes, sir, definitely. And Mr. West, you're a friend of Mr. Ventura's. I'd be more than happy if you would like to set up a time for me and him, not on the air, me and him to be able to talk, whether on the phone or in person. I'll be in California this week and Vegas the week after. I'll be more than happy to sit down, me and him talk, and settle this thing.
Wow, that would be a newsworthy event.
Well, why even make it on the news? I mean, I'm trying to
Alex,
all
what's
the
wrong with you?
questions on this. He wants this thing to go away. I fully 100% believe I'm telling the truth. You believe him. I think him and I could definitely clear the air on this.
Sure. Well, then I'll tell you what I'll do. If you can get me your number or your email, I'll give it to Jesse, and I know he's got.
Whoa! How about we do it on our show?
Well, no, I'm not even.
Whoa! What happened here?
He doesn't want to do it on any
How about
show.
we do a joint venture, Mr. Alex Jones?
If you want to get them both on together, that's fine.
We bring you Chris Kyle. You bring us Jesse. Let's do this.
That's fair.
Okay, I just don't think Jesse
in a cage. What?
I'm just trying to keep it from the public eye.
Right. Chris doesn't want a three-ring circus.
Hold on, Alex. Chris, do you have audio Skype? Because the only thing that works from where he's at in the Baja is audio Skype to Skype. There's no phone lines, nothing. So I can. Look, I'll just send Jesse an email, and then I'll see if I can give you his Skype ID. I just need some way to give that to Mr. Kyle.
I do not have Skype.
We'll get it done off air. You don't want to give it on the air. We'll do it off air. That's easy. We'll just
one more.
Chris, just stay on hold when we finish and talk to our guy.
One more question for Alex Jones. I don't see the upside of Chris Kyle telling this story, considering his career in the military, and considering his new business there. Why would he take this chance and put this crazy lie out there?
Look, all I know is his book was already getting quite a bit of attention, but he got like 3 or 4 times the attention, and of course it did kind of distract in a way, but he did get a ton of attention out of this.
Yeah, it sold a lot of books. We know that, but in the end, okay, you sell a lot of books, but you destroy your military career.
Well, I know this. That is what's happening, because I've looked at the different SEAL websites and stuff. They're all mad and saying, even if this is true, and they're all saying they didn't hear of it happening, and they think they would have, that this makes it look like SEALs are all talking crap about each other. And it just makes the SEALs, I mean, even if you believe Ventura said that, it makes it horrible that he'd say lose some, and it makes it horrible that Chris Kyle would talk about it.
But as I can tell by the way you're talking, this Chris is not the way you thought, like you originally might have interpreted him. And I think that you're seeing he's a lot more of a real and believable guy.
Yeah, I mean, in the clips I've seen, especially on your show, I mean, he came off as kind of scripted on O'Reilly, and I see what you're saying is he probably was nervous and so was just thinking about what he was going to say. And because I'm in the media so much, so are you guys. You almost forget you're even on air. It's like the opposite problem. You forget you're on air.
Yeah.
I mean, I wish I got butterflies like I did 16 years ago. and then at the same time, when I saw him on your show, he just seemed kind of like smirky and arrogant. And, like it was real funny. And now he doesn't sound like that. So, I mean, it does sound different.
Alex, could you meet Chris maybe 1,000 yards south of the Stratosphere Hotel in Vegas? Yeah, he'll send you a message.
Hey, by the way, I'm from Texas, too, and I've shot a deer at 1,000 yards. I haven't shot an Iraqi at 2,600.
Yeah? Did the deer have a grenade?
700, 308. I
doubt
can
it.
shoot deer at 1,000 yards all day long.
You're all man, Alex.
Well, I'm not a Bronco rider. I mean, I didn't do it professionally like Kyle, but I have. I did work for a large animal vet for a couple of years, and I've run the electric dehorners and the hot shots, and I've inoculated 1,000 cows in one day.
All right, I think we're good, but we appreciate you guys.
Cow arms.
Laying that.
We appreciate you both coming on, and Chris, we'll talk to you off air for a second.
Yeah, we're in a quandary, sir.
I believe Chris.
I believe Chris.
I think that. Hey, look, they had a good discussion, and Chris explained himself.
Yeah.
And all right, fair enough.
And Alex, officially, you believe Jesse?
Folks should go to Infowars.com or PrisonPlanet.com and watch the full interview at Infowars.com and see who you believe. Yes, I believe Jesse, but here's the deal, Chris. I guess I can contact your publisher and try to get your contact so I can put you in touch with Jesse?
Definitely.
Okay, well then I'll just tell your publisher to who should I contact with the publisher?
William Morrow.
No, but they're going to be getting so many calls. Just
Wait, do it off air because you're going to have a bunch of names flying around.
Yeah.
We'll get it to you off air. The real name from Chris.
Yeah, I think it might be Ted Scheckler.
Yeah.
Well, whatever we do,
yeah,
we
it's
need
Ted
to
Scheckler, Alex.
situation because this is definitely turning into a mess.
All right, we'll get it figured out.
Yeah, we do it all together, though. We do it all together nice.
Alex, thank you for coming on.
You bet. Thank you.
Take care, buddy.
All right,
And,
Alex,
Chris,
enjoy the boneyard, all right?
yes, appreciate that. And Chris, if you're not going to be in Phoenix January 27th and 28th when I'm working in Tempe, I meant to say Tempe at the Improv, talk to our guy off the air and give him your info.
And if he's not going to be in Cleveland, because I'll be at the Improv that weekend,
yeah,
then he can come to that show.
Love the plugs.
Chris, you created a lot of talk there, sir.
Yes, man. Thank you for coming on today.
Yeah,
Thanks for having me, guys.
I don't see why you would lie about this one. to be
I don't
quite
either.
honest with you.
No doubt.
Yeah, so when are these guys coming forward, you think? The witnesses?
They're starting to now. They're already talking to other people, getting it all set up, and they're getting them all together.
Can we help in that way, or how are you guys going to do it? Because you got to get it to the media somehow.
That's what we're trying to figure out the best way to do this. That way, I'm trying to avoid a three-ring circus. I'm trying not to defame Mr. Ventura and, kind of trying to knock the legs out from him. I'm just trying to get all the guys together. I gave them the contact person of who they need to get in hold of and give their story, and then trying to figure out the best way to come out with this so it doesn't look like, this thing continues on and we're just here to bash him. We just want this thing to end and go away.
All right, there you go. Thank you, Chris. We appreciate you calling in today.
Take care, buddy. We'll talk to you off air.
Thanks, man. All right, Chris, I'm putting you on hold. Hold on. Wow.
That's good.
Well, that's cool.
I think Alex, hearing him talk, knows that this guy is not a bullshitter.
Exactly.
He ain't going to throw his friend under the bus, but you can listen to Chris Kyle.
Yeah,
and know
he's in one of those positions where he can't throw his
Yeah,
friend
that was
under the bus.
that was his.
You hear that, Alex?
Yes, I'm sitting here.
You heard that, right? You now believe Chris Kyle after you heard him on our show.
Well, I think he's more believable.
No, I think, listen.
Where'd he go?
Oh, no.
In the first interview, he seems concerned.
Hello?
Situation. I just think this whole thing.
Hello?
Yeah.
Am I even on air? Because I hear the phone going on and off here. Or
Well, get a better.
Are you clicking off? Because I'm hearing half what you're saying.
Yeah, get a better phone. It's not our problem.
No, I'm sitting right here.
It's psyops. So I'm sitting right here. Psyops is going on. They don't want what you have to say on the air for some
No,
reason.
I don't think that's what's happening. When I said
I don't think that's what's happening. You give such a proper response. No, I don't think that's what's happening.
I don't think. Au contraire.
All right, Alex.
Enjoy your day,
All
sir.
right, Alex.
I believe Jesse Ventura, and it's all going to come out.
This is Opie and Anthony's worst of 2012.
My name is E-Rock, hosting this thing, E-Rock Radio on Twitter. If you want to say hi or block me, either one is fine. Our old friend, longtime friend, Jim Brewer. Every time this guy is on the show, it is gold. He's got amazing stories. He's got a million stories that we've never heard. He has a million stories that he's told us already. This is one of them about when he rented a house, had his whole family, a bunch of friends come down. I believe it was on the Outer Banks. He rented this house, had a big party, and somebody did something and burnt the place down. I can't really do this story justice. Jim Brewer is here. He will tell you everything. He's at Jim Brewer on Twitter, so if you want to say hi, feel free to do so on the worst of 2012.
Opie and Anthony's worst of 2012.
The house burning down story from the Outer Banks.
That was great. I almost burnt down the entire Outer Banks.
Oh, man.
Can you tell? Do you mind?
Not at all.
Because I was howling.
No, this is great Long Island, South Shore white trash heading to another state and haven't been out in a while. Every year, for like 2 years in a row, I would rent 2 houses down on the Outer Banks, and I'd rent it so far. I'd rent it as far north as possible. So you have to go on the Outer Banks and then drive on the beach.
The 4x4 beach.
The 4x4.
That's where I get my house every summer.
Because I have
It's amazing
so
down there.
many
Gotta go
heavy
there.
drinkers in my family, I didn't need them driving around in North Carolina all night.
Right.
So we would go at the far north end of the beach where the fence was to get into Virginia.
It's at the actual border. Right
yes,
there.
I was
Wow.
at the border. So I
Wow,
have 2
that is
houses,
far.
and there's nobody near me, so they get as loud as they want. Matter of fact, the first night, now we had the kid house, and we have the do whatever you want house. Of all people, everyone in the do whatever you want house is usually 50 and over.
Right.
They don't even get off there. I don't think any of my sisters saw the beach that week.
Oh, really?
I swear to God.
The beach is literally right in front of you. so.
It's 40 yards. It's in front. There's wild horses there. Both my sisters never even stood up. They just urined, cut a urine hole in a bench, peed, drank jugs of wine, smoked 4,000. My one sister's married to the big thick German. He'd start drinking Heineken at 9 with the eggs. And so the first night we go to bed, and it's like 11 o'clock at night. And for down there, that's about 4 a.m. 11 o'clock at night is 4 a.m. because you start early, you drink all day, you go swimming, you see dolphins, horses. It's a big, long day. So the end of the night, I hear like this music. Like, what is going on? I look in the next house, and there's these guys playing guitar. Like, I know no one in my family plays instruments. Like, who set their house playing guitars? These fucking yo-yos were so loud, the locals were like, hey, man, someone's having a big party. And they came out of the woods. Now, you got to see the
backwoods are
locals
scary.
down there.
Oh, man.
This is where convicts live.
The houses right next to the ocean are fucking beautiful. Elevators, pools, you name it. But you go in the backwoods, which is right there toward the Bay Area, and it's fucking...
They're convicts.
I'm convinced they're like making moonshine and
without a
crystal
doubt.
meth and all sorts of shit
And
back
there's
there.
slavery still going on deep in the woods there. So without a doubt, hands down.
Something's going on.
So anyway, before it's locals. It's just partying our brains off. Now, before we get there, I usually rent a week with my family, and then a week before that, I get my friends from Long Island. So why don't we go there before my family comes? Now, it's 4th of July week. So as we're going down, we stop in Virginia.
Oh, yeah.
And I think we must have dropped, I'm not even exaggerating, probably $1,000. Easy.
For south of the border.
Easy. $1,000 in fireworks.
Fuck.
Now, we get to North Carolina. We're all hopped up for it. We haven't had a display like this since 1978's Block Party, Jefferson Avenue, the big fire walk-off. This was a huge event. There's no trees to interrupt. This is great.
Perfect.
Now, whenever you get down there, have you ever been down there 4th of July?
No. No, I always go in August.
It's better than the Hudson River.
Yeah.
And it's all local shooting these things all over the water. So it clearly says everywhere, every sign, every turn, don't even listen. Don't even think about shooting your goddamn fireworks off. We will arrest you. It is a federal offense. Don't shoot your goddamn fireworks off down here. And they must stay on the ground. No aerials. Well, of course. Now we wait for night. We can't even wait for night. Now we figured before, now we were afraid of getting caught, so we went on the local street. Now the local street on the beach is all sand, so it's impossible. If someone called the cops on you, it's going to take 20 minutes for them to show up.
Okay.
So we got this plan. There's no way anyone's going to catch us. This is going to be phenomenal. So we go in front of the house where it's just all sand. There's no real roads. And we're lighting off the fireworks. And we're having a fucking hoot.
Of course you are.
And we're wasted on wine. We're blasted shots. We're having a great time. Bringing back the buzz of 79. We're going back to 1979 in Rosedale, behind the bowling alley. It's the great buzz of 79. We haven't had this much fun since we stole wine coolers from the Chinamen. So we're hooting up, shooting off fireworks. Can't believe how great this is
Great
now.
time, yeah.
We're like, let's save the biggies for the beach. So we take them all up and we leave them we basically just cover up. Now the wives come, mostly mine, and she's like, you can't leave the fireworks out and trash down on the street, and you should put them in the garbage. Put in the garbage, but they're hot. We don't want to put them in. Just put sand in them. And
oh no!
So we take the firework garbage, we put them in the garbage pails, and we throw some sand on them. We're buzzed, so it's probably not as much as we should have. So now we head to the front. Now we go to the beach side, and we're lighting the big ones off. The ones where you need the pipes, the tubes. Sure enough.
I love those.
What a great sound that is.
It's great, man.
Holy shit! Umbrella! That one looked like it was gonna land on us.
That's like army shit.
That's right. It echoes down the beach.
Yeah.
So we see the cops coming.
Oh shit!
But again, it's like ocean water. 200. They're so far down the beach. We're watching them as we're hiding the fireworks. Now we're taking the fireworks and we're putting them under the stairs. There's a little stairs that lead to your house. We're putting under there, and we're burying some. We're throwing others in the garbage. We still see them coming. Sure enough, and we figured, we'll pretend we're caught with some fireworks,
Yeah.
So he stops, and he goes, all right, I need ID from all of you. So, whatever, we're taking out the ID. And he goes, now, I'll have you know, you going to tell me where the fireworks are, because I clearly saw you lighting them up, or I'm taking each and every one of you to jail. Oh. I instantly panic. and I'm like, listen, man. And before I can even finish my sentence, I have to say, my friend Larry, he works at FedEx. He's blue collar. He's like, listen, bro, I don't know what you're looking for, but we got it. You're coming up negative here, bro. You're coming up here negative.
You got nothing right here. You might as well put your pen away because you ain't writing a report. I don't know what to say.
We all know that guy.
I know that guy.
We all know that guy.
I know that guy.
And he's got his own sayings. He's telling the guy, he's like, bro, negative. I don't know what to tell you.
Coming up negative.
Put the pen away. You got no report to fill in. I don't know what to tell you, bro. So he's sitting there, but he's not buckling under. The cop goes, I'm going to start searching right now. He goes, bro, do what you got to do. Bring the dogs.
Do what you got to do.
Do what you got to do. We're right here for you at your exposal. Right here at your exposal, bro.
Oh, shit.
So the cop starts looking around. My heart's now we're all looking in areas.
Fuck.
He's asking us where we're staying. He's like, bro, I was just visiting. About 6 houses down. We're not telling him we're staying right here.
All right.
So he starts looking around. We're all figuring out where we're going to dart and how.
If he sees one.
Because if he sees one, there's 6 of us. He's fat. There's no way he's outrun us in the sand.
Can I ask you how long ago this was?
I'm going to say 5 years tops.
So you're well into adulthood here.
Oh, yeah.
This is a story you do when you're 19, Jim.
I've got 3 kids sleeping in the house. I got my baby sleeping in the house.
Okay. Just wanted to know.
So with that, he finally drives away. He's like, I'm telling him, if I catch you, I'm gonna find out what house you're in. He's like, bro, I'll clean you. We're all clean. We just told you we're all clean. We're not like that. So he drives away. Now we're laughing. We're enjoying how we just
got out of it.
Got out of the Southern police. Now the homes there have 3 layers. It's literally like a Tony Montana house. They're just gorgeous. And we're looking over the beach. Now my blue-collar friend Larry, his wife was pregnant. Thank God. There's a reason why I say she's pregnant. We're all winding it up, buzzed, enjoying life. She comes out of the house. She goes, I'm really tired. My feet is swollen. I'm getting cramps. My back hurts. I'm going to bed. So, all right, good night. She comes back out about 3 minutes later, very calmly. Guys, there's a really, really bad fire in the front of the house.
Oh, shit. Really, really bad fire.
But that's how she said it. And, of course, we're like, My one friend's got the, hey, he's got the pipe. It's great. The fire helps the earth and the water. So she goes back in. She goes, no, guys, you really have to do something about this fire. And she's holding her belly while she's saying this. She goes, it's a bad fire. I'm not kidding. So as she says that, I swear to God, in like slow motion, I just kind of look up, and as I'm getting up, I see a glare coming over the top of the house.
Oh, shit.
And I get up. Now, this is from the 3rd level of the house. And I turn, and through the living room and through the kitchen window, I could see the top of a flame.
Oh, man.
And
shit.
And I'm looking.
That's 20 feet high, easy.
Easy. And I'm
20
looking.
foot flames, easy.
And we all go right in the front.
Yeah.
And you see.
Oh, no.
This fucking thing's about 20 feet high and 8 to 10 feet wide. And it's in the front of the house. We're like, oh, my God. Now it's August, so everything is literally like a matchstick.
Everything can burn.
There's no. So we go running outside. Now we go run outside. We're literally like dogs. We're trying to throw the sand on the thing. Like, you get that section, and we're taking our shoes and we're scooping sand up and throwing it all over. The girls are taking buckets and they're running to the pool and coming back with buckets.
Bucket brigade.
They got to remember too, all this is in the sand. So when you run the house, it's a good 100 feet.
Oh,
so by the
shit.
time they come back, the bucket's half full. They're out of breath. They need help to come and get them for the relay race. Now the locals are out there. And they're like, you better call the fire department. It's going to spread to the rest of the island. And as they're saying that, you literally, I swear to God, you'd see one little spark come floating off the tree.
Oh, man.
And go maybe like 8 feet, and the minute it lands, it would just start up. And this thing's heading for the next house, and it's heading for our cars. So I'm going to say we got it about 60% under control.
60%. The fire department. Yeah, we have about 60% under control. We're hoping by the end of the day we can really get a bite onto this thing. 60%. Oh, man.
So I'm all worried about the cars. We start getting the cars, and we're moving the cars so the cars don't blow up, but it's heading for the other house. That's what I'm starting to freak out about.
Oh,
and so now we got a hose. Another guy comes out with a hose, and we'll hose it down. 65% under control now. The fire department comes. They put it out really quick. We have to fill out a report.
Oh, yeah. Oh, boy.
Now, that same day, all right, earlier that day, we started cooking. I forgot about this. As we were cooking, now their gas stoves are on the top deck. So, we're cooking burgers and blah, blah, blah. And we're in the kitchen. We turn around. The top deck is on fire.
It's a separate fire?
Yes. The barbecue had so much grease in it, it went on fire. It lit part of the deck. The deck is syringed. So we have this situation, and we have the whole front. Now, the next morning, we get up, and I am not. They had a row of trees and bushes, just all brown or gone. I mean, it's black, brown, and gone. Where we had the garbage pails, they completely disintegrated. So
3 fires now.
Right, so they completely disintegrated.
No, well,
two fires. But
that's from the fireworks that they put in the garbage pails.
So now we're panicking, going, the real estate agent's going to come here. Well, sure enough, who comes pulling in the driveway?
Oh, my God.
This guy pulls in the driveway, and it says, I don't want to say the travel agency. I haven't been back since. I don't know. They pull up. The guy gets out, and he's before he gets out, he's in the car. And I'm going, oh, my God, he's just looking at all the damage. We're in a lot of trouble. This is really bad. He's been in the car for like 10 minutes. He gets out of the car. He looks at the direction of all the bushes where the garbage pails used to be. He comes walking up the stairs. I open the door, and he goes, hello, I'm from the agency. I went, I know. This is bad. He goes, I apologize. I go, you apologize? He goes, I would have got here sooner because I'm here about the kitchen drawer. Your wife called the kitchen drawer's jammed. So I'm looking at him like all awkward. And I'm not sure if he's toying with me. He wants me to admit it.
Right.
So I said, yeah.
Yeah, motherfucker.
Let me show you that. So
We're paying good money for this house.
Paying really good. I've got family here. Right. I can't cook a meal. It's stuck.
Can't cook a meal without lighting everything on fire, apparently.
So he fixes the drawer, and before he leaves, I go, listen, just want to let you know, the barbecue went on fire. And he looks at you, this happens all the time. It's not your fault. I said, yeah, the cleaner should have done something with the grease or something. He goes, no problem. He goes, is there anything else? I go, no, sir. He goes back in the car, and he leaves. So now we know, all right, here's what we got to do. We go to town. We bought all new garbage pails and green spray paint. And we spray painted all the bushes and the trees. I swear to God. Green and brown, everything. It had no leaves and nothing, but we painted it all. And we had brown, and we were spray painting the sand. So, and we spray painted everything as if it was back to normal. And we came that close to burning down all the Outer Banks, man.
That's fucking insane. 3 separate fires.
Dude, it was bad news. That one that was the one in the front when the firemen came.
What was actually burning in the front?
What happened was
the fireworks.
The fireworks in the garbage pail.
Right.
started a fire in the garbage pail.
Oh,
and then
shit.
that thing completely disintegrated, and they put it on crates, wooden crates.
Oh, so that
So
shit
then the
went
crate
up.
went up, and then that lit up the bushes and the trees
And once
and
the
everything
embers
else.
start going,
and
it's
this had
over.
been a period of a good 2.5 hours.
Wow.
Between putting those fireworks in there and then going and catching another buzz and dealing with the cops and then sitting and
All
relaxing and
that shit,
enjoying
there's
the
the
night.
thing just brewing. The
Right.
fire's just fucking percolating.
Yeah, where you guys go enjoy the front.
Yeah,
We're
fine.
going to percolate here in the front.
Could wait for the perfect opportunity to just burst into flames. Wow, man. Thank God somebody saw it, because you motherfuckers just partying with the
If
place.
she wasn't pregnant
Yeah.
and
She would have been down there.
Decided to go to bed, right?
Yeah.
that place would have been lit up. And I would have been in the news for the wrong reasons.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know, bro.
Comedian Jim Brewer, apparently involved in a huge fire.
Formerly go to more. No, here's what it would have been like: half-baked sets a baking blaze.
That's it. Perfect. A full-baked.
Fully baked blaze in North Carolina by the I'm Not High Jim Brewer.
That's good. Arsonist Jim Brewer. Shit.
Opie and Anthony's worst of 2012 continues right now.
Hey, it's E-Rock, hosting the worst of 2012. Shaquille O'Neal is in studio. What's to say about Shaquille O'Neal? Done a million things. You may know him best from his movie Kazam, or perhaps Steel or Blue Chips, or some of the other movies that he's been in that they're too long to list. Perhaps you know him from his Shaq Fu video game. Maybe you played that growing up. Or rapping with the Fu-Schnickens to What's Up, Doc? Or maybe you know him as just one of the greatest basketball players that there ever was. Anyway, he's in studio, and he's not talking about any of that. He's promoting soap.
This is Opie and Anthony's worst of 2012.
Shaq's here early.
Holy
Huh?
shit.
We just
That must be him.
Oh yeah, bring him in, man.
God. It's like,
Yes.
like his head is... He would hit the exit sign, it looks like.
Wow, he's
That must be a bitch to fucking go around like that. Well, I guess we'll jump back on this at some juncture today.
Yeah, of course.
I think we should finish it with him right here.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Of course, we'll finish.
So,
We played in Miami.
Your Dove body wash.
I know.
Yeah.
It's a weird day to be promoting
You and your
Dove.
Dove body wash. Don't talk about basketball. I just want to talk about my body wash. The publicist says I just can talk about my body wash.
Oh, we got to save Kareem Abdul-Jabbar
I know.
from his publicist.
Poor bastard.
Shaq is making his way down the hall. Holy
Yes, he is.
Fuck, he's a legend.
He's driving toward the window.
One of the greatest NBA players of all fucking time.
Yes.
Some say the greatest center of all time.
Oh my God!
I'd still give it to Abdul-Jabbar.
He's
He
right
is
the
so
fuck up there.
fucking- Oh my God! He can't look. He ducked under the exit sign, dude. I'm not
Yes.
even fucking kidding.
I see that.
Look at that exit sign right there. He has to duck under it.
Oh, he's got those the cool headphones too.
Yeah. Oh my God! I know Travis. He's very tall.
Yes, we know who he is.
We understand. Oh, I like how quiet we get before.
Well, you know, you want to be.
I'm a little
actually-
nervous.
Are you really?
Oh,
Sometimes I get nervous with these
Sweetie.
things. I love
oh
basketball.
my God!
I do too.
He's so tall.
Damn.
Holy
man.
shit! That's
This
craziness.
is starstruck when he sees me.
Yeah, yeah. Well, of course, it's you, Jimmy.
Yeah, well.
Does he know you? You think? No. Well,
Why
no.
would he?
No.
No.
He's got to duck his head to get through that door.
Yeah.
This is going to be crazy.
Yeah.
I love his headphones.
What are they? The
Love the
fucking
headphones.
Dr. Dre?
Huh?
Are they
Those are
beats?
Beats?
Yes.
Are they beats, yo?
I prefer Bose.
Yeah, yeah.
This is gonna get ugly.
You could just walk. You could just walk right in.
Bring him right in.
We're pretty friggin' loose when it comes to actually
Shaq.
doing a show. How you doing, man?
How you doing, man?
Anthony, how you doing, man? That's
Hey,
oh,
Shaq. Pleasure, man.
How you doing?
I like the
Jimmy.
beats you had on.
You know this guy?
I know everybody.
Yeah.
I know everybody.
Jimmy Norton?
We've actually never met.
No?
No.
But Shaq has helped some comedians, so I'm certainly hoping that
Oh,
you're
okay.
up for helping some more. 'Cause you made Kevin Hart famous.
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
Jimmy knows Kevin Hart real well.
We kind of came up together. And
Yeah.
even though I'm a lot older than him and he shot past me, but I'm happy for him. It's always good to see a friend shoot by you. What got you involved in the roasts? Like, did you want to be roasted, or are you just a fan of comedy?
Well, I'm a fan of comedy, and I saw it was a big void in comedy, so I just made all the comedians offers they couldn't refuse.
Oh, you good money in TV.
Exactly.
Did anybody say no to that?
No.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to say.
Yeah, why would they say no to that? That sounds like a great fucking opportunity.
Were you sensitive about any of it? Like, was there anything? When
No, I probably have the greatest sense of humor ever. I like to laugh. I like to make people laugh, and like I said, it was a void there, and nobody was really doing it. Russell was doing it first, and then I turned on HBO, and it's not there anymore. So I tried it at an All-Star game because at All-Star events everybody's there. So let's do it at an All-Star game, and my partner Jeff Clanagan and I, we did it, and it was such a success. It was like, this can't be true. Let's do it again. And we did it again, and we recorded it. We said, let's sell it and see how people like it. And we sell over 400,000 copies every time we drop.
God, Jesus, awesome.
And none of it made you go like,
No, because I like to laugh, and it'd be like coming up here and telling you guys what to say and how to say it.
That's what the bosses do.
Yeah,
that's their job.
obviously they don't, because you guys are one of the most popular radio shows in the world.
Oh, thank you very much.
Promo.
Did Roland probably said that on the way in? Just tell them they're popular; they'll be really good to you.
That's why we like it here, because they don't bother us as far as that shit goes.
For the most part, yeah.
Hey, we're all smelling like your Dove products. We have to say it.
Yes.
They gave it to us last week.
Yeah,
and,
we honestly at first didn't even know why they were bringing in the products, and we're like, oh wow, this is good. Yeah.
And then I started seeing the commercials, and we've been using the body wash, and that's why you're here for the most part, right?
Well, obviously you guys have always been comfortable in your own skin, and it's a great product. I've been using it even before we joined the strategic partnership. But I thought it was a great commercial. My mom came by the house to check on me, and I was like, you got to be in this commercial with me, and it's a great commercial. And the Dove men's care product is a great line, especially the body wash. I actually like the size and the price.
Yeah,
because I'm a guy I like to keep my stuff clean during the day.
It is a big size too, man.
But it smells good. It's like the deodorant is actually really fresh.
Yeah.
And I put it on, and I'm very pleased with myself.
You
smell
should
good.
be.
Yeah, we were hoping you would notice that we smell like your product.
Yeah, but it's just kind of awkward to fucking
you
lean in and smell me.
Right.
You get a lot of endorsements, which is great. I mean, you're kind of you're one of the sports stars that have really done well as far as endorsements
You
go.
mean me or Shaq?
Not you.
Oh.
We're waiting for our first endorsement.
Well, yeah. I mean, I've taken care of business since I came in, and whenever I meet with a company, I always tell them I'm not really interested in endorsement, but in a strategic partnership. Mm-hmm. And I've also been the type that if I'm not comfortable with the product, or if I've never used your product, then I'll be an honest businessman and not take your money.
Mm-hmm. Have you ever worried about things that you say? Because you've said some controversial, albeit funny, but some people see it as controversial.
Not at all.
Yeah?
Because to me, image is reality.
Yeah.
Those that come in with the suits and create their image, they're the ones that have to watch out.
So you figure there's nothing they can get you on where you can fall because you're going to say,
"Hey, this is me."
No, not really. People see me. They know that I'm a humble guy. They know that I'm a funny guy. They know I'm always say what's on my mind.
You got some great quotes too, man. Oh my God!
Some people would
Some
say they should
great
use that
sports
soap
quotes.
to wash your mouth out with, Mr.
No
O'Neal.
way. I'm a role model. Cut it out. No way.
Your Kobe quote to this day makes me howl, man.
I don't
How does
know
my
what you're
ass
talking
taste?
about.
He don't know what you're talking
I'm
about.
just saying it, man. Makes me fucking howl.
Everybody was
But it's refreshing to see guys say what's on their mind. Because like guys like Barkley always talked, and it's like I don't want to hear somebody giving the company line. That's not interesting to me.
And then you know what? Being a marketing expert, I know what's going to get everybody riled up.
Right.
Like I know when to say it and how to say it. That incident, I was at one of those little comedy clubs. They called you up on stage, and I did a little rap, and somebody recorded it and sold it for $500. They tried to make a big deal out of it.
Yeah,
that was at Noam's place down in the village. Was it the Fat Black Pussycat? I think it was one of those because the comedy store was right around the corner.
It was like one of those. It was like one of those little underground clubs.
Oh yeah, maybe the Village Underground.
But you know what? The funny thing is when this stuff gets out, everybody talks about it like you're going to get a spanking.
Yeah.
Did you see what Shaq said
I know.
today?
It's true. Yeah, that's kind of the society
it's crazy,
we're living in these days, though, where everybody's walking on eggshells.
But what I respect about he didn't apologize.
No,
he just let it happen and just went with it.
Because you know, I was at a comedy club, I was at a setting, and
context.
And I know I rocked the crowd. It was about 500 people and having a good time. And,
Yeah.
You know, it's just, you know, people use that to, you know, create their show. And
I just love that.
I understand.
As a sports fan, you know, I understand you guys got to have sportsmanship to a point, but it gets sickening after a while. I like when you guys are real about losses and certain plays and players.
Everyone knows that I'm a little comedian. Those that can't take it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Get a sense of humor. Buy one.
Yeah.
They're on the internet. $4.99. Senseofhumor.com.
Well, you're one of those big guys too. It was interesting to read that when you were coming up, that you would always try to make people laugh and be the funny guy. Like you, either the funny guy or the bully. Like you were either going to get big laughs from somebody, or they were going to go home with fucking jaw shattered. So you had like two options, and which I think was interesting. When you'd move to a new place, you would just try to make people laugh first before you would try to dominate them another way.
Yeah, because I'm a really funny, sensitive guy, and I never wanted to have to fight. But when they used to say Shaquilla and Sasquatch,
oh shit,
that's it. Kicking your ass right now. 3:00.
Who the hell would say that to you?
A lot of people.
How dumb do you have to be?
Yeah. At what point does that stop?
Well, it stopped. It stopped like after the first couple of weeks when I got there. You know, because. You know, it's just like, you know, those jail movies. You get there and you find out who the toughest kid is.
Right.
I was like, this guy right here
This
with the
chick
ponytail
right
in
here.
the back.
Oh, wait a minute.
I'm going to kill this guy.
Yeah.
So you see him at 3 and you steal on him and you beat him up in front of everybody, and then the next day you get major respect.
Right.
That really bothers you.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know about anything like that.
No, I miss Shaq in the NBA because you know there's not a lot of personality right now. Not a lot of guys stepping up and just being, you know, personable and saying some crazy stuff.
Yeah.
At all. Who would you say is in the league that?
Nobody.
Really, right?
It's different. I mean,
LeBron is a bore when he's not playing.
Always tell my kids that, you know, when I was coming up, the league is more fabulous than it is now.
Right.
Every team, even the bad teams. Just think about it, like in the 80s, even a team like Denver, Alex English, you know, every team had a great player.
Right.
Anybody ever tell you look like Boomer Esiason?
Oh,
I
man.
did.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you like Boomer.
I went to school with Boomer back in
Anthony had a fight with Boomer Esiason.
5th grade. I punched him in the forehead and broke my arm. A thick-headed motherfucker.
Thick-headed.
Yeah, Anthony punched him.
Yeah.
Broke both fucking arms.
Broke my arm.
Both bones in your right arm.
I've done like golf tournaments with him though. After that, so he's cool. I like Boomer. He's a fun guy.
Yeah, he's all right.
Well, you're very business savvy. Obviously, when did that start? Like you go in. You're going for the sport part of it. You're good at basketball. You know that's going to be part of it. When do you start to realize that that's necessary?
One day, I was on punishment, and my father came in and he hit me in the head with a book. And he said, if you ever start being a leader and a follower, you could become somebody. So anyway, I read the book, and the book was about Kareem, how he lost everything. So one of my fears as an athlete or as a professional person was losing everything. So
he invested in soybeans, Kareem, right? That was a big loss for him.
We had Kareem in here, and we weren't really allowed to ask him any basketball questions. He had a publicist. We felt sorry for Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, believe it or not.
He was having a great time, but afterwards she wasn't too thrilled that we talked about basketball as well as the book.
Yeah,
we didn't even get to ask him about that.
His personality.
He lost it all, back in the 70s?
Yeah, soybeans and everything.
Bad
so
investment, wow.
It was always one of my fears coming up. So,
and those guys didn't make as much money back then, so
the
investing was important.
When I first came in, I was making a lot of money. I think my first year I made a lot. I don't want to say the number, but it was a lot.
It'll probably depress the listeners. Yes. I mean, we understand that kind of money, but they would.
So then another time I was in the arena. Hey, buddy. Dude scared me.
Iraq? Yeah. It's like looking at an animal behind a glass wall, isn't it?
He's very athletic as he chews something there.
So then I met Magic Johnson. Magic Johnson told me, he grabbed me by the arm and he's like, it's good to be the man, but you want to start owning stuff. And I was like, what the hell is Magic talking about? But then, like, as I, played in L.A. and I saw the stuff he was doing in the community and development, I was like, you know what? Let me do that. And while I'm doing it, let me go back and get my master's because, like, when I have conversations with people, of course they're going to look at me as Shaq, but I want them to know that I understand. Like, when I go in with CEOs and they know I got my master's in business, they know that They can't let anything slide.
They can't
no
mess with you.
phrase, no coin, no nothing. And now I'm getting my PhD May 5th in HRD, organizational leadership.
Dr. Shaquille O'Neal?
Yes, indeed, Dr.
My
O'Neal.
goodness.
What's HRD?
Human Resource Development.
So how do you find, this is what the scary part for me is because most guys you get a business manager and it's scary to find somebody that you can trust who you know isn't going to rip you off. Like, do you just go on, I check my stuff all the time and there's not much to check, but I'm obsessed with the idea that I'm going to just have to see zeros one time.
Steal his money and make it to Newark.
Well, you have to like, trust people. Like when I came in, I interviewed the top 4 firms and 3 of them. He even said in Kareem's book, like if it's too good to be true, stay away from it. So one guy came in at A, and I noticed you made this much. We can double and triple it. He's out.
Right.
Another guy, we'll do this and we'll do that. He's out. Then I met a little guy, a little Jewish guy. Said, hey, I can put it in savings bonds. I can get you some annuities, and I can manage your money. Make sure it's like I like that guy.
Yeah, we got the little Jewish guy too.
Yeah, you got to go. You got to go.
Hashem. Shalom, la shalom
You got to go little Jewish guy every time.
So
You
it's
just have to.
you got it.
You just got
That's very smart. I'm telling you, it's smart because as far as being an athlete goes, you never really know when that machine is just going to stop working. As far as that, and you could have a long, illustrious career, make a lot of money, or you could be done in a year.
Yeah, you could be done in a year. Like when I first came in and my agent told me I was going to be making this much. I'm like, seriously? But, I mean, in the real world, when you're done playing, there's no way you're going to make that much. No way.
Right. So you got to
know where unless you get one of them
the
Google, Facebook, IPOs.
And there's a lot
of way. So you got to save it or
what do you think the
make it
difference?
work.
What do you think the difference is between somebody like you that actually realized that and people that just decide they're going to kind of play it by fear? You think?
Yeah, fear.
Was that from your stepfather, you think? Like kind of drilling it into you?
Yeah, stepfather, just being fear and just, not, just being able to live the same lifestyle. Like, for a guy that doesn't have any business savvy, the only word he should memorize is annuity.
Yeah.
Put money away, and then at a certain age, you get to take it out for the rest of your life. That's it. No investments, no buying businesses, no trying to do restaurants, or just annuity. And that was the first thing I did.
It'll be there when you're, ready to
when you're done.
Just relax.
Is that annuity is money that you don't get taxed on, and then you can't? I sound like I'm saying it, but I'm really asking.
It's tax deferred.
Tax deferred until you take it out.
Start using
defer that shit,
and then sometimes you get a lower tax rate based on.
I met a guy one time. He had a $100 bill, and he ripped it in half, and he said, "You put that 50 away in annuity, you never touch it. You got 50 left." Now the smart ones will rip that 50 in half. And you save 75 and you play with 25. And that's what I tried to do.
But, Shaq, you can't spend half the bill.
Well, he was just trying to smart guy.
I've never wanted to see a fist fly in front of me so bad.
Shaq's, a few guys that were pretty big stars in the NBA that are broke. I don't know if you want to mention names. So
they say they're broke. I don't really know their finances, but
yeah, there's a few guys off the top of my head that didn't do a lot of the stuff you're saying, and they're in a desperate situation right now.
Like I said earlier, because of fear, I never wanted to be in that position. Like I never. First thing I did was buy my mom and parents a house. Like I said to myself, I'm gonna work hard, so they don't ever have to get that phone call like, "Hey, the house is not."
I would do that so you could have somewhere to live if everything fucks up.
Yeah, I know, right?
When did you know it was time to when you're playing? It's always interesting to me when an athlete steps down. Like that's got to be the hardest decision you have to make. Like what told you it's time to just go on to something else?
It wasn't hard. I was used to playing at a super high level, so then when I started playing at regular level, it just didn't look good or feel good. Like. I remember one time in Boston, I only had 6 points. I was like, this shit ain't me. I mean,
it's fine. Curse. Yeah.
Oh, I can mother it. Yeah. This isn't me, and it doesn't last forever. And luckily I have things to fall back on, and I wish I could have did a little bit better at Boston last year, but I ripped my Achilles in half. My goal was to win the whole thing and then just walk away. That would have been a nice way to end the story. But I had fun and had a great press conference, and we moved on.
Who was the first guy you played against that kind of was one of your idols, or the first time you had to face somebody on the court that made you nervous?
Patrick Ewing.
Ewing?
Really?
Because when I came here to the Guard and articles, and Patrick Ewing tried to break my thumb when he gave me a fist bump, and
oh shit!
But I knew I knew marketing wise that if you can play in New York, you can play anywhere. So I shot it, I made it, and felt pretty good. I was like, so you know what? I'll do it.
Suffering Knicks fan right here. We would have loved to have you. Jeez. All these years, it's been a drought for the Knicks. What do you think of the Knicks team right now and Jeremy Lin and all that?
Pretty good. You know, I've been waiting for Carmelo and Amari to step up.
Amari's out though.
Yeah, he's out
for probably the rest of the year. It's a
Carmelo,
huh?
Carmelo's a great player, but at some point in his career, he's going to have to take it personal that they talk about him fifth. You know, when I was coming up, even though they had Ewan and Robinson, I was like, I'm going to make you guys talk about me first. I don't care who was there. So, you know, he's a great player. He just has to, you know, step up and lead.
Yeah.
And I tell him this every time I say, like, hey, we need more out of you. It's not enough to, you know, hit shots every now and then. You gotta put up big numbers and you got to dominate.
Do you think Jeremy Lin's the real deal? A lot of hype, obviously.
No, he's a you know, good player, but you know what he did. You know, kid came out of nowhere and brought the Knicks from 7 games to, you know, brought them to 500, and then, you know, reality kicked in. But you know, he's a smart player. He's a smart player.
Have you really been training in MMA since 2000?
Yes.
What do you take, and do you like to watch it?
Oh, I love to watch it. I think those guys are phenomenal athletes. Kind of jealous of them. I wish, you know, we could have did some of that stuff in the NBA, but you know, they're great athletes.
I would like to see that too. That'd be hilarious.
It's a great sport. The Fertitta brothers and Dana White have done a fabulous job.
We love Dana.
Of you know, just making it a great sport. And every time I get a chance, I always go. It's just fabulous.
Do you got a favorite fighter or a fight you want to see?
Well, I want to see the John Bones Jones against Rashad Evans fight. You know,
Who do you want in that one?
Evans.
Well, I mean, no disrespect to John Bones, but I'm down with the old guys.
Are you?
So, you know, Rashad, you know, I've been a fan of his, and you know, they know each other. So I think it's going to be a very, very interesting fight.
I'm kind of pulling for Rashad too, because we had Bones and we had all those guys, and I always get like a move put on me or something, and he choked me and this guy Bob, but he choked a little longer than he was supposed to.
Yeah,
so
you made a great sound.
A little longer, yeah.
You just went,
and
He made it hurt, Shaq.
Rashad put me in a move too. What was the move? He put me on a floor move, which was awful with his thighs, but he stopped immediately. So
Rashad's
I kind of
cool
want to
guy.
see Rashad pull it
It was
off.
a prison assault is what it was. It looked bad, man.
How about Chael Sonnen fighting Silva in Brazil in front of 80,000 people?
Who?
Chael Sonnen is fighting.
I don't know Chelsea. I never heard of him.
He fought Silva a few years ago, and he actually he beat him for 5 rounds. Shaq just looked at E-Rock walk in the middle of his interview.
This guy.
He's looking behind the glass going, wait a minute, that guy was
he
in
sees
there.
Paul.
That guy was over there.
Watch it now.
Doesn't that guy look like it's from one of those... Looks like one of those A&E biker shows.
Yeah.
Shaq, why are you in here, E-Rock? You just distracted our interview with Shaq.
Yeah, well, you just blundered in and wrecked everything. We're having fun.
I wasn't trying to. I was going to pull up the video of you getting choked.
Oh, boy.
He doesn't care about
You don't
that.
care.
Nah, what are we going to play videos for Shaq?
Yeah.
We're talking to him.
Yeah. Hey, Shaq,
Oh,
you want to see
E-Rock.
my home movies? What are we going to do? Bring my photo album in? Why don't you show them your comic book collection? Fucking get out. Just kidding.
Hit the bricks. Hit the bricks. You interested in guns? You like shooting or law enforcement, right?
Yeah, I'm law enforcement.
That's pretty goddamn cool.
I own a few. I just, you know, as a guy and as a citizen, you know, I have to be careful how I answer this question.
Yeah, I understand.
So I do what the law allows me to do.
Yeah.
Let's just put it that
But
way.
do you enjoy going to the range and blasting off some rounds?
I mean, the only time I go for the range is when it's law enforcement purposes.
Okay, I hear you. All right. Yeah. I understand.
Well, yeah, plus when you're in a position where you're one of the most recognizable guys in the country. When's the last time you went somewhere where nobody in the room knew who you were and you could just kind of relax and eat? And Nowhere?
Nowhere.
Like maybe when you were teenagers, the last time you were there?
Nowhere.
Jesus Christ, that's
When
gotta
were they
be-
paying attention to you? At what age?
15.
15 years old. My God.
Ooh. I guess you get used to it. Like everything you do is going to be seen and reported on.
Right.
Does it make you text differently and email differently and communicate differently privately?
No.
You have no fear that it's going to be...
Yeah, because most of the stuff I do is not 99% felonious. So, you know, every now and then a person may sell a text or tell an email, but
Right.
my mother always calls me and tells me her favorite Bible quote: "No weapon formed against me shall prosper." So you can sell a text and sell an email and get your 1,500, but
Is that how much they go for?
I guess. I don't know.
Jeez.
Thank God I'm not famous. Oh, is there a lot of dirt out there on me?
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I have no. Believe me, if I ever become an athlete or become famous, there is a lot of filth.
Did you just say become an athlete?
Yeah, I was kidding. I was just kidding. I like a little mixed martial arts. I mean, Shaq's very tall, but I could always get in there and take him down on a single.
Oh, sure. No way.
No, I stink. I mean, not only am I short, but I do a little elliptical. I mean, I don't want to talk a whole bunch of exercise with Shaq.
What, 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
I'm a 30-minute elliptical guy. I play a little iPad chess on the elliptical machine.
Shaq, you still play basketball?
No, never.
Not at all? Do you shoot around or anything? You just don't want to...
I mean, I just said I'm just getting over this Achilles injury, so still got a little hitch, so I haven't done anything. I've been working out the last couple of weeks. Charles Barkley challenged me to a shirt-off competition May 15th, so...
Oh, wow.
So I've been...
shirt-off competition.
I've been comfortable in my skin for a long time, so I've been working out.
I love Barkley.
Yeah.
He keeps it real, too, man.
He does.
He's great to watch.
What separates you from... Because you seem almost like... You see a lot of guys that leave the game, but then there's guys like you and Jordan who seem to be kind of above basketball ending who you are and people knowing you. It's like you just kind of continued being Shaq in the public eye.
It's luck. I go to a lot of corporations and they ask me my strategy, and it's like, well, I don't really have a strategy. I've always just been myself. And
well, sign on the line.
Just like to throw the product out there, and good thing about products that if it's real, the people will take to it. So I think there's a lot of kids that look at me and say, you know what, if he did it, I can do it, rather than coming in faking and trying to use the big words and doing it, because kids are the smartest beings on earth. They know who's real, and they know who's making stuff up.
Did you? Because you came up in Newark for a few years before. I think you went to. I want to say it was the South or Germany.
Yeah, Germany.
And was there ever a shot where you? Because I know you said you were doing little real light B&Es and stuff. Do you think that had you not moved out of that area, things might have gone totally differently for you?
My father probably would have stopped me. He probably would have did the police officer thing first, and then I don't know and then the Army second.
Wow, yeah.
So.
He wasn't putting up with any of that crap, right?
Right.
He was an old school disciplinarian, too.
He was an old school disciplinarian. I always tell people I live the Karate Kid sort of life. Go from the projects of Newark to Germany to down South Texas to Louisiana. And I think that's why I'm able to relate to all people.
When did you know that you had the basketball skills? Because it's assumed that a tall guy knows how to play basketball. We've seen it in every high school in America. But when did you realize, oh, I got something here?
I mean, I was always a very shy kid. I didn't get confidence till I heard Dick Vitale say, this guy, if he decides to go to the NBA, he'll be the #1 pick.
Wow.
Because coming out of high school, I was always ranked after New York's own Kenny Anderson.
No, really?
So I was always, behind him all the years. So they talked about him more than they talked about me. So I was like, you know what, maybe I'm not that good. But then I went to the McDonald's game and showed off, and he was like, this guy's going to be the best big man ever. And then one day I was in college, and a guy who I never really liked because I was Magic Johnson, and I had a white friend named Mitch Riles who looked and acted like Larry Bird. So he used to kick my ass every day. So I didn't like Larry Bird for that reason. But one day I'm walking in college, and Larry Bird says, Shaquille O'Neal will be the best big man ever to play the game. Wow. And I was like, damn, Larry Bird knows who I am.
And then all of a sudden you're like Larry Bird.
Yeah, I was like, love you, Larry, legend.
And Robert Parrish said, fuck you, and walked out. This is one of the most interesting things I learned about you. You're a really good dancer.
Yes.
And I cut a rug now and again, but I would never say I'm a good dancer. Why did you become a good dancer?
Because before I started playing basketball, I was a break dancer.
Really?
And I was a break dancer. And basketball is all about rhythm. So, I think that's what makes me a dominant big man. I got rhythm. I got moves. I could, basketball is 1-2 or 1-2-3.
Yeah, I can see where you'd be a good dancer.
Dancing is 1-2, 1-2-3.
I can see that would help your game, Jimmy.
This was like but the interesting thing was at a young age, because you always think that a big guy or a strong guy has everything. And you obviously, like you said, you had people pick on you or fuck with you, so you had to develop these things so that you said to distract from them seeing that about you. You learned.
I had to do what all the little guys was doing. The guys was break dancing, and it was flipping, and it was running fast, and it was climbing up walls and doing parkour before it was called parkour. So I did everything they did.
I couldn't even pop lock. I tried. We all tried when breaking came out. I think I'm a couple years older. Just not my thing.
Any embarrassing pictures of you in a neon suit and big puffy hat breakdancing?
No.
No, huh?
That video would sell.
Oh, man.
A young Shaq breakdancing?
Bringing out the piece of cardboard in the boombox.
Oh, wow, yeah.
So, I say you also you stuttered when you were younger. Was that a constant thing? And how did you overcome that?
I overcame it. I met this speech therapist one day. She said, just be cool when you talk. Just be cool.
What would happen? Would you get scared?
No, just like try to talk fast or get nervous, and then it would stutter. But now I know how to be cool with it. I know how to fake a smile, or say and just move on to something else.
Huh.
Like, hey. I love the show.
I guess it helps if you can laugh at yourself too, because guys.
I always laugh at myself.
Did that come from getting teased growing up, and you had to learn to fire back, or you were a dead man?
No, just like to laugh. I think people that take themselves a little too seriously need to turn up their sense of humor levels. I love to laugh. I mean, I grew up watching Good Times, Sanford and Son, Happy Days, Laverne and Shirley. I love to laugh.
Red Fox, I just read his book. Hilarious guy, but not a good business. There's an example of a guy who constantly made odd business decisions. He's like, did nobody love you enough to tell you not to invest in a fucking car fur on the outside of the car? He did. It was whatever it's called.
It looked cool though.
But put fur on the outside of your car, and he didn't consider the fact that it would rain, and he lost $1 million doing that.
He wanted to make it a business instead of just for his own car.
Hilarious.
He was just one of those guys. He was a good guy. He gave out a lot of money. He was a generous dude, and he just
Sanford and Son was an amazing show.
He needed a guy like you in his life. Who's your favorite comic if you had to pick one?
It's a lot. In this world we live in, we don't have to just go with one anymore. There's just a lot. I mean, Eddie Murphy and Chris Rock and Chris Tucker and Cat Williams and now Kevin Hart, and we got a new one that we're working on, Gary Owens, who's a white guy.
Yeah, he's from Beater.
Yeah, it's a lot of comedians. But the good thing about comedy is there's different type of comedies. Like I love the guy who does the redneck jokes.
Jeff Foxworthy.
You love Foxworthy?
Oh my God, it's funny. I like him, and I like their style of comedy, and I just love laughing.
If you weren't a ball player, or if you weren't an athlete, would you want to be an actor or a professional dancer or a comic? What would you?
I would love to be an actor, an action star, one of those big, strong, guys on TV who really didn't have to act, just say
like Carl Weathers.
Yeah, Carl Weathers, and they'll just say, the one crazy line that's gonna make me a lot of money. I'll be back.
Yeah.
Oh my God, he gets an award.
Yeah, it's like one of those lines that kind of sinks in. Like for Eastwood, it was "Go ahead, make my day." For Schwarzenegger, there's always that one.
Hasta la vista, baby.
Yeah, Arnold had quite a few.
There's nothing worse than somebody trying to have one of those lines and it fails miserably. Call me in an hour. You're like, oh, fail,
an hour.
Fail, terrible.
You say you have a sense of humor about yourself. Have you seen some of the parodies people have done of you?
Of course.
On I remember one from, I think it was Mad TV.
Yeah,
and they were doing your Icy Hot commercial, doing a parody of it. It was hilarious, man.
And I actually, sometimes when I see comedians, I say, "Hey, talk about me."
Oh yeah,
I love it. Yeah, I love it.
That's cool.
I don't get mad. I like to laugh.
You know who told me to talk about him? I was hosting the Porn Awards in 2004, and Mike Tyson was on the expo floor. So we got introduced very, very briefly. And he kept telling me, he's like, "Go up, tell everybody I'm a pimp. Tell everybody I'm a pimp. Talk about me tomorrow." And I'm like, all right, Mike. Of course I didn't, because
why wouldn't you?
Because he didn't show up.
Yeah, I'm not going to listen to Tyson.
Oh yeah, you kind of yes somebody to death when they're fucking. Have you met? He's a menacing guy. Even though he's a nice guy, Tyson is. There's nothing scarier than a championship heavyweight fighter.
I've met Tyson, and he's a great guy. I actually went to visit him when he was incarcerated.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I went to visit him, and he's always been very, very hospitable to me. Great guy.
Yeah, he was pleasant both times I met him.
Yeah, nice guy.
There's this air though. You kind of feel with a guy like Tyson, like there's not that professional amateur boundary. If I do something stupid, he's gonna react to me like a man, not a detached.
What are you gonna be?
Well, exactly, a victim. What am I gonna be? The fucking plaintiff.
He's gonna knock.
I said he's gonna knock you the fuck out. We all know that. There's a few guys you just know.
Exactly.
God, that's hilarious.
Like Chuck Liddell would do that.
Yep.
Chuck Liddell would.
I'd be
one
more
wrong
scared
turn.
of John Jones than fucking Chuck for some reason, because he's a younger guy, man.
Chuck's a brawler.
Yeah.
John could throw some blows too, but Chuck's one of those guys at the bar.
Yeah, Chuck looks like he's a bar prop.
No, we're talking about the guys that would just snap.
Oh,
Liddell would snap in an instant.
They'll lay like a beer stein upside your head and then just pound you.
He alpha males you when he talks to, but he doesn't mean to. Like, he's a really nice dude, but he kind of just like leans in with his big barrel chest and his fucking face is right by your ear. And you're like, people think he's menacing me, but he's like, I really enjoyed you. And you're like, well, thanks.
Don't forget about how he breathes like a bull, too.
Yeah, because his nose
the
has
whole
been broken
time.
a couple times.
Yeah.
He came to the Improv one night with Dana. I was in L.A., and he's fucking heckling me. I'm being heckled by Liddell.
What do you do?
I laughed it off like a girl. I tee-heat him. I didn't fucking...
Well, you should.
Speaking of fighting, I just want to tell Shaq, I'm so glad I didn't knock on your door. We were on vacation at the same time. You have no idea. Trust me, I know that. But you were down in Turks and Caicos. This is about 4 or 5 years ago. And me and my now wife were in a room, and someone was making a lot of fucking noise upstairs. And I'm like, I'm going to go up there and say something. Turned out, to make a long story short, it was you upstairs.
Was it me or the kids?
You had everybody.
Oh, yeah.
You had a lot of people down there.
Yeah,
They
probably
pretty
was
much had
kids. Sorry.
No, but I'm thinking, I'm going to be a man and do the right thing.
You're in Turks. What are you trying to do? Sleep?
Well, it was later at night, man.
Like, go out.
And then I learned through the week that, Shaq's staying right upstairs. And then you would, I don't know if you want to hear this, but this guy was beyond cool to every freaking person that came up to him that week. Beyond cool.
Yeah, is that frustrating too? Like, is there ever a place where people bother you where you're like, look, I know you're a fan, but right now, come on.
No, not really. I just try to be polite. Like, the other day I was at a Fogo de Chao, the place where they bring the meat on. So I'm eating.
Oh, yeah.
Is that Korean barbecue?
No,
It's like Brazilian.
Yeah. So I was
with the paddle, with the red. You don't go red ever, do you?
No, I go green.
Oh,
you go green the entire
yeah, I know what you
time.
mean.
They will bring you all sorts of meat until you finally put that paddle to red.
Until you ask for the ham. They get very pissy if you ask for the ham. You have to. They never just bring the ham out.
Why would you go for the ham?
Fucking ham is phenomenal. It's lovely.
You got so much good stuff. Yes.
Oh, yeah, that stuff
So
is
I was eating, and the lady was like in mid-bite. Can you take a picture? I was like, not right now, man. I'm eating.
Yeah.
But other than that, like I'll either say yes or I'll try to give you a polite no.
I never understood, like, that's like the hackiest thing a fan can do is come up to somebody while they're eating.
Right
It's like everyone knows that's not the time to do
I
it.
was like, you want me to drop the sausage? Take a picture?
I'll
I
drop
don't
the
think so.
sausage.
I don't think so, lady.
Yeah, I'll ask anybody, but never while they're eating. It's like it's like wait outside if you want. Like make yourself inconvenient, stand there and wait, and then try to get somebody.
Jimmy's the pro at that.
Last time I went there, I went with my cousins and a couple uncles, and we all had shit stories the next day. Well, you're packing so much meat.
Oh, well, yeah.
You're amazed what your body can do the next day.
So much meat. When you next to me in the bathroom stall.
One of my cousins.
That's my nickname. Pack a lot of meat.
One of my
Call
cousins
him Red Paddle.
couldn't wait to call me and tell me he shit the whole way back home on the Long Island Railroad.
Oh,
we were eating so much meat.
You
can't eat there every week. It's
a pleasant story.
But it is a bunch of guys relating.
Yeah,
There's one on 46th Street called Plataforma, which is really good. And
I think that's the one I went to.
It's fucking fantastic. And we ate at them in Rio. You ever been to Rio?
Yes.
They have, in between, brothel breaks, you have to have food. And I would run to the
Brothel
original
breaks. So can you define that, please?
Well, I would take 100 milligram Viagra and run into a place and just really
brothel.
Yeah, brothel.
Okay.
Yeah, I really misbehaved
with a bunch of comedians.
Yeah, a bunch of us went.
And they would just laugh at each other in their bathrobes.
It was fun.
With their hard-ons and.
Yeah, it was just
brothel place. Is that the place you can get the regular massage or the home run massage?
Oh, they didn't play. No, there was not even the hint of massage. It was like I like you because there was no language connection.
Yeah.
And it's weird how you make out with girls in that situation. Like I was kissing prostitutes.
Jesus,
I don't say that proudly, but I did. I don't know why I'm talking about this. So. Dove products are.
When you're done, you really want to scrub up and then smell good afterwards. And I suggest Dove, that body wash that Shaq is
Be
promoting.
comfortable in your own skin.
Right.
Is that kind of the theme of it?
Yeah, that's the slug line.
Because it actually does smell. It's weird when
I like it. I really do.
No, it's nice. It's really nice.
And what do they have? They have it because we only got the deodorant and I think like the face and body wash. Do they have other stuff? Or
they got shampoo?
Yeah, they got all that stuff.
And creams and stuff like that?
I'm going shampoo now.
Regular soap, they got everything.
What do you do when you get a product pitched to you? Do you say, all right, let me try this for a week and see if I like it?
Well, if I've never tried it before, I'll just be like, nah, probably not. Like, For example, after my first championship, Wheaties contacted me, but I told my my manager, who was my Uncle Mike, I was like, I'm, growing up in Newark, we couldn't afford Wheaties, but if you call Frosted Flakes or Fruit Loops, tell them I want to be on the cover. So he contacted them, they weren't really doing it. So
Did he really call them?
No, he called them, but they was like, well, no, we've never really done it before.
But
so,
why wouldn't they do that?
Yeah, so the second year, he was like, hey, Wheaties want you again. I'm like, nah, man.
Right.
Frosted
Yeah.
Flakes. And I even added ones like Rice Krispies. Fruit Loops. So the third year, I was like, you know what? Forget all those people. Just call Corn Flakes.
Yeah.
And then do it. So then, after the one in Miami, D Wade had a deal with Wheaties, so they put me and him on the cover.
Isn't that weird? What bad marketing by the company to not have you on the cover eating wheat? It's like, or I'm sorry, or whatever. Frosted Flakes.
That's just dumb on their part.
What a
Fruit Loops gets Shaq on their cereal boxes.
There's probably
Everyone would be talking about that.
Probably some dumb marketing executive. Well, technically, it could be, it could be a fan of the Spurs who might not buy it. Not realizing that that's just great
I
advertising.
remember my parents telling me, like, because I love Frosted Flakes. And it's like, I want Frosted Flakes. And they're like, we'll get Corn Flakes. You put a little sugar on it. It's the same thing. It's like, no, but it's not the same thing.
It's not, but like when you're growing up, like how we grew up.
Oh, it'll do. Believe me. Yeah.
I got
Frosted Flakes, man.
I know, this is the best. I got one more basketball question. You think LeBron James is going to get it done? Ever?
One day,
Ever?
I think he will. One day.
You think he'll get it done in Miami with Dwayne and
it's
Bosh?
set up that way. It's set up.
Well,
that way.
obviously.
It's,
but now all the other teams are catching up, and
they are.
they're getting their superstar team together.
It took Mike how many years to get it?
Well, I want to say
6.
5
Did it
or
take him
6,
6 years?
Oh yeah.
Did he not get it until after Pippen was there? Or was Pippen always there?
No, I'm not sure. Took him 6.
He won it with
won 8.
8
Took me 8.
Took you 8?
Yeah, it took me 8.
I couldn't believe you played 19 years. I was like, because I remember when your career started. It's like, Jesus Christ, that was a 20-year run.
So I mean, hopefully he will get it. But the unfortunate thing, the greater you are, one is not enough. Like I can remember busting my ass to get one, and then like they let me celebrate on ESPN one day. And then, could the Lakers become a dynasty?
Yeah.
Could they get 2? So
It's like, now you got to.
Yeah, so then you got to get 2. Can they get 3? And then after we lost the third one, the Lakers are terrible. Trade Shaq. Shaq's too old. And then when I got one,
You ever get frustrated by the media?
Yeah.
Does some of that stuff eat away at you ever?
I only get frustrated when the ones that don't have G14 classification speak. But I used it to drive me, and I use it to motivate me. So.
What is G14 classification? I mean, again, for the listeners, I mean, we know, but
for me, like if you never played, then I don't know how you could speak on certain situations. That's all. I mean, everyone has an opinion. I respect opinion, but don't tell me how to be a big man when you're not a big man.
Like you would listen to Barkley saying it, obviously.
No, not even Barkley.
Oh, really? Because he never won a championship.
No, not only that, but because I'm more classified than he is.
Nice.
So,
I like that.
Like for example, Bill Walton only had 6,000 points. Like he would say certain things, and I'd be like, "How do you know, Bill? I got 20,000 points already." You know what I'm saying? So my thing with Bill was like, we're both in the federal building, but you're on the lower floor, and I'm up. It's only 2 guys that have more clearance than me, and that's Kareem and Wilt Chamberlain.
Who else would you put in the top 5 centers of all time? Obviously Shaq, Wilt, Kareem.
I don't put myself in the top 5.
Well, you're being humble. We would.
No,
we
I
certainly
never
would,
did. But you gotta go with Bill, Kareem, and Wilt. Those 3, and then I'm gonna put either Akeem or Patrick Ewing in front of me.
We're getting.
They're telling us we have to wrap up with Shaq.
Shaq's busy guy.
He has other press, but let's just give a good plug.
I want to stay here.
That's nice. Thank you.
These guys, especially this weird-looking guy in the back.
Sam.
With
Yes.
the big eyebrows.
I know. Doesn't he look like a Muppet?
Yeah.
We're not sure of his race or gender. He's just kind of creepy.
He looks Wanish.
What is that?
White and Spanish.
Yeah.
Spanish.
Yeah, Wanish.
Maybe you're Spanish. We're trying to figure it out.
And the camera girl's hot. Hey, sexy camera girl.
Hey, you still with hoops?
Yes.
Love the hoops.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Hoops is sexy. Sorry, I mean,
Well,
I hope
Jesus, hope.
Watch your mouth, man. What the hell's going?
Love the hoops.
I gotta get out of this show.
I love the hoops.
Kill this guy.
The product is Dove products, the Dove line. Be comfortable in your skin. And they're honestly, it's easy just to say it, but they really are good. And I've been using them for the last, I guess, 5 days since we had them.
Yeah,
And they smell great, and they really are good.
I'm psychic. She's from Detroit.
You?
Oh, wow.
All right. I didn't even notice that.
That's great. You are observant. She's been in here 50 times, and I've never noticed that.
Detroit tat.
I just look at a woman's eyes.
I know how to read people.
So thanks, Shaquille.
Yeah, absolutely.
I might
Shaq.
ask you to take a photo, but again, just for the website, you know.
All right.
I normally wouldn't.
Yeah, of course.
I'm a big fan, man.
Thanks, man.
See you guys. All right.
Yeah, please come back and see us, Shaq.
Opie and Anthony's Worst of 2012 continues right now. Yeah, now.
Hey, it's E-Rock, hosting the Worst of 2012 for the Opie and Anthony Show. In this segment right here, Franchise O&A makes its return. It's been a long, long time since Franchise O&A has happened on this show. And this wasn't scheduled. This wasn't even something that they really planned. Like, hey, we'll book a guest, but we don't really want to talk to him. Tom Hiddleston, he's in the Avengers movie. He's in the Thor's movie. The Thors. Well, yeah, no, that's right, because there's a new Thor, I think, coming next year. Anyway, he plays Loki, Thor's brother, and he's coming to the studio. And O&A didn't really think that this was a big enough guest because we weren't going to talk to Samuel Jackson or Scarlett Johansson or Robert Downey Jr. They're like, oh, Loki. And we're trying to tell him he's the main villain. He's going to be huge. You need to talk to this guy. It's a big deal. The Avengers is going to be a big movie. Well, Opie and Anthony didn't think so. So Sam and myself had to step in and make everything go okay with Franchise O&A. And guess what? Avengers just broke $600 million domestically. What do Opie and Anthony know? Here it is. Tom Hiddleston on the Worst of Opie and Anthony 2012 so far.
This is O&A's Worst of 2012 on the Opie and Anthony channel.
How you doing?
I'm great. How are you doing?
Very good. Monday morning in New York.
Yes, you're big. You're about to be a massive blockbuster superhero villain, I guess, again.
I am, yeah. It was, I mean, this is my day job these days.
Yes.
I played Loki in Thor, for anyone who saw the Thor movie.
Yeah, sure.
And Loki is Thor's younger brother, his adopted brother, who sort of turns to the dark side once he finds out the narrative of his life has been a lie. And in the Avengers, I've come down to Earth to subjugate the entire planet.
Is it a nerve-wracking or whatever, trying to figure out the mythos and get all this comic book information? Because the people who love the Avengers are these comic book geeks that know everything there is to know about the character. So when you have to explain the character, like, it's a pop quiz every time.
It's kind of almost like playing a real person. Like if you're playing I don't know, if I was playing one of the kings of England or if I was playing a political leader, I'd have to do a lot of work on that person's actual life. And the great thing about these comics is that there is a mythology now that goes back 40 or 50 years. And it's a kind of contemporary mythology which you can just... I mean, it's an amazing thing to have a day job where you get up in the morning and you're like, I've got to go to work. I've got to read some comics.
Yeah. You talk about the men who go mad with power. Was Hitler one of the inspirations behind the Loki?
There is a moment which is quite... You know, there's a moment where Loki is in Germany with a whole bunch of people at his feet.
My favorite scene in the film.
Is it?
Oh, yes.
My goodness. Thank you very much.
Yes.
You know, Captain America has a few things to say about... I think he says, you know, last time I was in Germany and saw a guy standing up above everybody else. Didn't work out. Something like that.
Captain America, always the party pooper.
Now, I liked the movie. I was having a hard time because I was babysitting my kid at the time, trying to piece a lot of this together. I saw that there's going to be a Thor 2, and there's word of Avengers 2 and all that. So you'll be in Thor 2, I'm assuming.
Certainly, yeah.
Avengers 2, is that also on your plate? Do you make a return, or do they go like Batman with a new villain?
Do you know what? I don't know. The guys at Marvel are so smart because they employ a group of people who are literally their job is to work out how the Marvel movie, the Marvel Cinematic Universe works together like a big jigsaw puzzle. So that Avengers 2, if there is one, and I don't know that there is, I'm sure they're planning it, but they haven't told me. Avengers 2 will have to follow on from the events of Iron Man 3, Thor 2, and Captain America 2. And I think they're still working out what Captain America 2 is yet. You know, Thor 2, I haven't seen the script for Thor 2. I think they have a story outline. Iron Man 3 goes into production in a couple of weeks. So, you know, it's like they are aligning their stars and in more ways than one. And if I'm needed, I'll be there. But if I'm not, then I won't.
It's like the old Hollywood system. It seems Marvel, they set out to do this series of movies, and they're signing actors for these multiple picture deals.
Yeah.
It's like, you think they're coming... Here they come down the red carpet. It's the Avengers here to show everybody what... Oh, look, here comes Loki. Watch out, universe. He may have your number next. You know what I mean? It's like... Opie.
Very funny.
Go ahead. What were you saying?
That's old school.
Yeah, it is. It's very old school.
Yeah, yeah. Or if it was in Britain, it would be like.
And here we have the Avengers. The Avengers are the crack team of superheroes. If you believe in superheroes, you want to believe in this team.
Yeah.
Iron Man, Thor, Captain America, and the Incredible Hulk.
It's something that sounds more intelligent, though. When it's done with a British accent, it sounds like it's a more intellectual statement.
Do you have a lot of British actors, at least in American TV now, have been doing the American accent very well? Have you had much experience in doing American accents in your projects?
Well, I played F. Scott Fitzgerald in Woody Allen's Midnight in Paris. I don't know if you saw that movie.
No,
but I guess he was American.
Could you give us an example of what your American accent would sound like?
Well, he's not here to perform.
Well, no, like as Scott.
No, but he did that 1940s piece very well.
As Scott Fitzgerald, it was more. I mean, there was a particular way that they spoke back in the 1940s. It was with a particular rhythm, and it was like give me something to read. Like
that's incredible.
I see you got a copy of the Daily News here. Wiped out. 3 generations shattered as 7 die on the way to family reunion.
It's amazing.
Yeah,
it blows my mind.
How long does it take you to get that down?
That's so sweet of you guys to say. I'm like a geek about accents and dialects and voices ever since I can remember. I've always been doing impressions of people. As a kid, I used to do impressions of I found it fascinating watching the news. I wasn't listening to the news. I was watching the way people spoke. And
American newscasts, or
no, British newscasts, but also because British. As an English child, the movies that I watched were American. I grew up watching Superman and Indiana Jones and E.T. So immediately, like, your ear is attuned to something. But you could ask me to do an Irish accent or a Scottish accent. I mean, there are some accents I don't know.
But it's just amazing that it's like it's a different person when we're looking at you with that accent. Like, I'm not good with voices. There's one. The only voice I do is Dice, Andrew Dice Clay, and it's like, this guy, he sounds like a British actor. This girl, she had a British accent when she was looking at my ass. Say yeah. Like, that's the only one that I do.
The challenging thing that I find is to speak in a neutral American accent in my own voice. So it's like, who is Tom? Who is Tom if he's speaking in an American? I mean, I can do a lot of character voices, but I find I try. I mean, how does this sound? This is like trying to be me, but talking in an American dialect.
It sounds pretty American.
Yeah?
You're doing a good job with that.
Good job. Not too like nasal, because a lot of British actors, they kind of go to that place where they're like, it all comes through the nose, and because somehow like British actors think that Americans all talk through, which is not true.
It's not true. Do you do Ronald Reagan?
Give me a Ronald Reagan.
Like, it goes like it's like, well, I don't recall. Mr. Gorbachev, tear down that wall. Something like that.
I can't do a Reagan.
Well, we can't do them all.
Because if I've heard it, I can do it.
I see. You can't do it all. I mean, that was pretty spot on, my impression.
It was.
Yeah.
That can't be beaten. I can't be bested.
Yeah.
What's that guy from Cool Hand Luke who Nirvana used to use, and Guns N' Roses used at the beginning of Civil War? What we've got here is failure to communicate.
I forgot his name.
Some man you just can't reach.
Would you be up to talking to some of the audience?
Of course I would, yeah.
All right, let's go to this line here. Hello, you're on with Tom Hiddleston.
Hey, Tom, how you doing, man?
Hey, man, I'm good. How are you?
Very good. I can't wait to see the movie. What is it? Open Friday, right?
Friday, possibly even Thursday night.
Friday wide.
Friday wide. Yeah.
To see the movie. And as a little... I don't know, as a little kind of gesture, because I hear the movie's very good, I hear you're very good in it, I'll let you in on something. Where's Opie and Anthony, by the way? Where are Opie and Anthony?
Where are they?
Here. Where are they?
They're right here.
Yeah.
Are they? Are they really?
What is this?
Yes. Sorry, we get prank calls time to time here. I apologize for that.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Strange. What's the difference between working on a more dramatic film like that or the Woody Allen film versus a blockbuster like The Avengers?
It's funny because in a way that an actor's job is the same.
Yeah. But isn't it more like I would assume the Avengers had a lot more green screen, a lot more sort of. Yeah. So is that more difficult?
Well, like there's a moment in Warhorse where the character I play, Captain Nichols, leads a cavalry charge across no man's land. There's a very big kind of moment where you see Nichols see the guns and the whole thing goes into slow motion and he's being shot at. Now, inevitably, on the day, there were no guns and there were no real bullets, and
right.
It was so I was looking at the forest of trees, and I had to imagine the guns and the soldiers and the bullets, and that's just like playing Loki in the Avengers and imagining that Manhattan is falling apart and imagining that the Hulk is there screaming in my face. And
I'm getting the sign here that he has to go. You're doing TV and some other press here. Real quick, my favorite scene without giving anything away, you and the Hulk.
It's a big showdown.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it was probably the best scene in the movie, at least
Thank
for
you
me.
very much.
The Avengers this Friday. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it.
Sir. Such a pleasure.
Opie and Anthony's worst of 2012 continues right now.
My name is E-Rock, hosting the worst of 2012 for the Opie and Anthony Show. This segment, Ricky Gervais is back. It's been a while since he's been on the show. We love when he's on the show. He seems to only do our show around here. I'm not complaining. It's a little curious, but whatever. We get the exclusives, and we get all the good stuff from Ricky Gervais. He's in studio. Joe DeRosa also happens to be in studio. And we bring up time to time, well, all the time now with Joe DeRosa, that he likes Bailey J., who I forget the term that they use now, but transgender. They don't like being called tranny, but it's a girl with a dick. Anyway, we bring this up all the time with Joe DeRosa, and we talk about Bailey J. and Buck Angel. Buck Angel is the reverse. It's a dude with a vagina. And who would you rather sleep with or fuck or whatever you want to call it? Bailey J. or Buck Angel? And everyone has their own answer. It's a very difficult topic to discuss. We ask Ricky Gervais, and we find out it's probably the most unanswerable question in human history. Here it is.
This is Opie and Anthony's worst of 2012.
We should ask him.
Right.
We should ask him the question we were trying to figure out
I know,
earlier.
I just thought of that.
And this would be perfect for Carl, actually.
Yeah.
You want to explain really fast?
So there's a transsexual. That question.
Yeah,
right?
the-
All right. There's
the
a
two,
transsexual woman. Used to be a guy, now she's a girl with a cock named Bailey J. I don't have a thing for transsexuals, but there's something about her I find her incredibly attractive. The balls. I don't know.
Go to the one down.
There's something about her I really like.
You know, there's something about you that's so different. It's like I'm tired of these girls with vaginas.
I need something different.
These vagina girls, as I call them.
All right.
But you, honey, you've got something. You've got something special.
It's a challenge.
Can I just say I'm not laughing at this person?
Don't worry about
I'm
it.
laughing at his obsession and saying.
Well, we've been laughing at him for a while about this thing.
We'll all be apologizing.
So she's got a polar opposite now named Buck
See, that's Bailey.
Angel.
Okay,
Now,
okay.
this is Buck Angel.
And
who,
he's a man.
Well,
but Buck was born a woman and still has complete women parts, vagina,
Okay,
everything.
That's a woman, okay?
Well-
Yeah. And tattoos.
Right,
okay,
but
I've got it.
he still has his vagina.
Yeah.
Okay.
She was
right.
born she was a model even.
Do you have a
When she was a
vagina
female.
picture of Buck Angel?
I know. It's all right. You don't need to. It's fine.
Come on,
It's fine.
you shared a lot with us. We want to share back.
You
Yeah.
have your dumb safety on, I think.
Whose
on your
computer
search.
is that?
All right, that's
Oh, my goodness.
Oh my god.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Not making
okay.
fun. We're just kind of amazed.
Yeah.
Very amazed.
Because Buck Angel threatens people.
Well,
Threaten Joe.
We've discussed this on the show before about what would you rather do: have sex with Buck Angel in his vagina or suck Bailey J's dick?
And that's the question for you today, Ricky.
Now, Ricky, it's the newlywed game.
So this is the question.
Let's bring back the newlywed game, but with questions like this.
This is the question.
How long have you been married? Oh, we've been married 1 year. Okay, well, this is the first question.
It's very.
I asked your wife.
Look,
your husband said.
Look, we understand it's not an
He
easy.
definitely suck a dick. He definitely suck a dick.
Ricky's too big of a star for this. I think he might be
Hold
too
on,
big
wait
of a star.
So hold on. So it's a girl who's pretending to be a man.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
it's a man. It's a man.
That's a man, but woman.
So
woman
would you
man.
rather?
I don't know. I don't know. I know I'm taking it more seriously than you should.
No, we all took it very seriously.
No, we like the serious angle of this. It's very confusing.
I was saying it is absolutely the Kobayashi Maru.
See, hold on. The other
from
thing
Star Trek.
Is it the event that's terror or the rest of your life?
Yeah, because you do then have to live.
I have my answer.
I have my answer.
I would, and this is what I got threatened with when I said this about Buck Angel.
Right,
this is when I got the threatening tweet.
Right.
I said I could not get an erection for this man with the vagina.
No, you're going down on the person.
Yeah, no, Jesus. No, I'm going girl cock all the fucking way.
I go guy.
Sorry that I felt the need to go like this as I said it too.
I said I go guy with the vagina. Close your eyes.
Oh, there you go.
Close your eyes.
Thinking that.
But you're going to feel male thighs around your head.
Oh, that's it. Oh, really?
All right, there's what you're talking.
It is a woman.
All right, wait. All right, there's what you're talking about.
That's what Joe's talking about.
Now, Joe, you would do that.
Come on. That's not only a dick, that's the biggest dick in the world. That's just ridiculous. That's just rubbing salt in the wound. That's not... oh, God.
There's your choices.
There's your choices, Rick. Come on, Ricky.
Hey, Beard.
Come on.
Because I'll tell you now, I will never forget that as long as I live.
Yeah. But Joe DeRosa, you're totally fine with that.
Joe goes with B. I go with A.
I'm going B.
And what are you going?
Man,
A or B?
I'm going without an answer.
You have to answer.
Taking the smart
You
route.
have to
You are
answer.
going to choke on that.
Yeah, you're really going to have a hard time.
You have to answer it.
Well,
when
this
you're
is-
eye to eye with that thing, Joe, you'd back out.
I think if you really pretended, it would just be like she was wearing a strap on.
I love the fact this started off with me being an intellectual and talking about quantum physics.
That's the beauty of the show.
You can ask the same questions to Stephen fucking Hawking when he's in.
That's where the question came from. It came from that physics documentary that I watched.
Unbelievable.
I would suck the dick.
My universe is expanding.
Opie and Anthony's Worst of 2012 continues right now.
Worst of 2012 for the Opie and Anthony Show. My name is E-Rock. In this segment, Jeff Goldblum. He's in studio. I don't know how to describe this. We were really excited if you're a fan of Jurassic Park, Independence Day, The Fly. I mean, he's been in so many movies, and we're so excited to have him in studio, and he's just an odd dude. Really nice dude, but just an odd guy. Nothing else I can really say. You just have to hear it for yourself.
This is O&A's Worst of 2012. So far on the Opie and Anthony channel.
Very cold.
Thank you. I love you guys.
We spoke to you on the phone, and then Jim Norton. Yes,
I know Jim Norton.
Oh my goodness.
Crazy about Jim Norton.
Thank you. You know Jim
Isn't
Norton?
he great?
He's great.
Yeah.
You guys are great.
We love Jimmy.
Thank you, sir. We talked to you once on the phone.
I know.
Yeah, on the
It's
phone.
nice to see you here.
I know.
How was I? What was I on the phone? What did I do?
We spoke about a few things. I
You
guess.
just laughed a lot.
Yeah, we had a lot of
just
fun.
laughed a lot.
We talked about first and foremost, of course, the vigilante Death Wish. Right,
of course.
That one of your very early roles.
Yeah, it's still my favorite thing. Not that I don't love your other work, but that's still the greatest line I think ever uttered.
It has absolutely made it to the machine here.
Goddamn rich cunt!
Oh, you got headphones there.
Yeah, but he doesn't want to mess
I know
up his
that.
hair.
I know that line.
You know that line. This one's great. Here it is.
Goddamn rich cunt! I kill rich cunts!
Gee. That was very strong.
That's some strong language
now,
there,
can you
sir.
play that on the radio?
Well, it's satellite,
here,
so we can a lot of latitude.
I see. Look at that. Oh, now I'm on FM radio.
A lot of latitude. You know, we
I
get
see.
to, say
Okay.
things. But that was such a fun role. I think. I mean, you looked like you were having a great time there. A little hijinks and shenanigans in the apartment. Little goddamn rich,
It
And
was brutal. Yeah, you really knew that thing? You really remember that thing?
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I was thrilled to do it. It was the first thing I ever auditioned for. It was kind of a miraculous story.
Really?
I loved it, yeah. But, I was a kid. I just come out of the neighborhood playhouse studying with Sandy Meisner. And
and a bunch of three guys at a time went into this room, and we improvised this little rape and murder scene, and they picked me. How about that?
So let me ask you a question about Meisner too. Like, what's the difference between that and say like what Brando took, method acting? What's the technique difference?
That's a very interesting question. They all came out of the group theater. Strasberg and Stella Adler and Meisner. And then they differed in a little bit of this is inside baseball stuff, in their technique, So they differ. But they all came out of that in the 30s. If you know the group theater, there's a wonderful book called The Fervent Years that's all about that. Stanislavski was doing what he was doing in Moscow around that time, and they changed American acting in the 30s. And it's too boring to go into the details of how Strasberg and Meisner kind of parted theoretical ways. But, basically all those modern actors were trying to do something a little different than what had been done before, whereby they make it a more authentic, lived out, the actor experienced story, so you really feel like you're not just being presented with an actor. But when Brando first walked on stage, people said, "Geez, is that a stagehand who has just wandered on the stage?" It was a little more true to life, that kind of thing.
That amazes me that it's so much work and studying to just look natural. We were talking about it. Jim was talking about seeing you in your play
seminar.
Yes,
seminar.
Very good.
And just saying
last night. Yeah,
you did. You saw it last night.
Yeah, it was great.
Thank you for coming. Yeah,
how great and natural it was what Jimmy was saying. Your acting is fantastic.
It was amazing when you because I panic when I have to act and I just kind of stand all stiff and shit. And when I watch somebody who's so good, I watch your hand motions and it's very natural the way you gesticulate and talk, and I'm like, that's just how he is probably off. You don't feel like you're watching somebody act. You just feel like you're watching a guy talk to 4 different people on stage. It's really interesting to watch.
Very sweet. Thank you very much.
And it was funny.
And it's funny, isn't it? Yeah, it's at the Golden Theater. It's 90 minutes. It's a lot of laughs. People are naked in it. There's some girls who are naked in it sometimes. There's sex going on. And I love the play. Teresa Rebeck wrote it, a brilliantly talented, smart, funny author. And Sam Gold, who, if people don't know, is a hot and spectacular young director. He's done a few things on right now. He was great to work with. And then that cast, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Hetty Ann Park and Jerry O'Connell, whom you know, and Justin Long and Zoe Lister-Jones. They're fantastic.
Jimmy said Justin Long was great.
They were, and I didn't know and so was Jerry. I didn't know the women's names, but I will say the best nipple I've probably ever seen.
Mine?
That kind of went without saying. I mean, after yours, the second best.
You're talking about well, that's high praise indeed.
What made it the best nipple, though?
It was just thick, and I noticed it from the third row. I hit Bob Kelly. I'm like, that's the best fucking nipple I've ever seen.
Did it take you out of the play for a second?
Dude, I couldn't stop looking at her. It was just so sexy when she just...
Did it have the slow fade into the... sorry, Jeff.
No,
sorry.
this is we hope not to diminish or vulgarize what she's doing, but Hetty Ann Park is a master artist herself.
Yes, sexy.
Yes, she is sexy.
Do you do a lot of theater over the years? Have you done a lot of theater?
I started doing theater even before Death Wish. Right around that time, I had done Two Gents, this musical of Two Gentlemen of Verona at the St. James Theater with Raul Julia. And then El Grande de Coca-Cola, this funny show, and da-da-da-da-da. And then through the years, some other things, a few other Broadway shows.
So you're a song and dance man, too?
Well, I wouldn't say that, really. I love music. Music is part of my life, though. I play piano. I have a jazz band in Los Angeles called the Mildred Snitzer Orchestra. And when I'm there and not working, we play out and about. I play with really great musicians. If you're out there, you should come to see where we are. It's
piano
fun.
player's fingers.
Who's in the band with you at one point? I just read something. Somebody said they were.
Well, Peter Weller originally kind of started it. We were in a movie together. Buckaroo Banzai. We met and we started to play it. But there are a lot of but he's since married, has a kid recently, and has gone off. But the core group keeps changing a little bit. But I play with great musicians. Anthony Wilson has played with us recently. He's a premier guitar player right now. Brilliant musician. Plays with Diana Krall right now, and some other guys who are just great.
You know what you're great at, too, and I like watching you talk? You're great at doing, there's a couple of amazing monologues you have, and I've never seen anybody so good at just taking words and making them it's like watching you talk right now is exactly like watching you talk when you act. It's fucking it's depressing. It's so good. It's depressing. And I'm watching
depressing Jimmy.
No, but I mean that in a good way. It's just take these.
It's effortless.
But it's effortless.
It's
and
effortless.
These weird
what I say.
pacing moments, and not delivering like I just go line period line period. Watching the way your cadence and your pacing is fucking great, man.
Thank you so much. I'm a humble student at it. I'm trying to get better at it, but it fascinates me. It always has. I teach myself out in California whenever I'm not working for the last 20, 30 years, and I'm a kind of craft geek. I love to figure out how to. It seems simple, and it's it may on a certain level it might be simple. We're talking, we show up, we can do things. It seems like it's talking, but really, when you see people do it on a high level, not necessarily myself, but it's what excites me and what I love to strive for is it can be a refined, beautiful thing. I've seen acting that has changed my life and had teachers that have changed my life, certainly. This play is about a teacher. I play a teacher in it, and there are people who want to be creative artists, in this case writers, 2 guys and 2 girls. And that's what it's all about. It's about the serious business of training people for something serious, especially in the creative arts. But anything, I suppose, if you're a soldier or if you're an athlete, as we know, if you want to be on the highest level, it's a very elite group that gets winnowed down. And the first qualification, I think, before we know, even if you're specially gifted and talented, which you finally have to be, is if you've got the entry-level qualification of commitment and you're wildly, passionately enthusiastic. And for some crazy reason, and it's irrational, you're in love with it, and you can't live without it. You want it so badly. I remember my father saying, you can taste it. That's the only reason you should act. He knew about that. He told me that. And he said, if you find something you love to do, that's what to do. And somehow I was gifted with that early on, not with talent or anything, but with this idea, with this singular and passionate idea. When I was a kid, it came upon me. I don't know. I was watching. I don't know how they took us to see children's theater or whatever. But I got this idea, and by the time I was in high school, I'd taken a course or 2 in the summer. Became a kind of a secret for me. And every morning when I took a shower, the steam would appear on the door, and while I was in there, I'd write, please God, let me be an actor. Whoa. And then before I left, I would erase it. I was absolutely obsessed with it. And that's basically what I, as the key character and the teacher in this show, am trying to find out and let them find out about themselves if that's what they're made of. I keep saying at the end, the last line of the play is, do you want to be a writer or not? And it's what that's basically my theme as I continue. I'm a very tough teacher, and I beat them up. What?
Did you just give away the play?
No, he doesn't.
Well, not really. It's the fun is getting there, and I'm a terrible teacher, and it's very painful for them, and they misconstrue it, and they go, is this guy awful? Is he a villain? Is he trying to just beat us down or what? But in fact, I'm tearing off Band-Aids, ego Band-Aids, and all kind of things in order to get to that basic question and get them ignited into a commitment.
You said something in there. Yeah. Whose performance blew you away? You said some
through the years.
Yes, one maybe we would know because I would assume you probably see a lot of stuff we.
Oh, yeah. Well,
maybe one.
Me, well, when I was a kid, like I said, I saw children's theater and just the guy playing, Beauty and the Beast. I was like, what is he doing? What's he doing backstage and stuff? But once I got a little familiar with it, oh, geez, I was thinking last night again about Brando. Now that we mentioned him, on the waterfront, a lot of people will tell you they became actors because of that. That's not true with me. But, once you know about it and once you see him do it, it's endlessly fascinating.
It was such a change between the acting that had gone on and was accepted as acting before and then after that, much more real afterwards. And before it was this kind of over-the-top theater kind of acting.
Yes, mostly, talented people would emerge here and there. But he was distinct, and it was a landmark, and when he started to do what he did, and it was because of a change in time and sensibility, and, modern art was happening, and the other arts, things were progressing, and therapy, and we understood more about the psychology of the individual, and were more deeply interested in that, and all manner of things. So, but it changed. It changed, yeah. Isn't that fascinating. But I liked early on Peter Sellers. I was thinking about Peter Sellers early on.
Oh, yeah.
Don't you love him?
He was great in Being There. I mean, he had some phenomenal stuff.
What a great movie. How about Lolita? I love him in Lolita.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You know what I love him in? Do you know I'll bet you know this movie, After the Fox. I was talking about it last night.
No, I've never seen it, no.
It's Vittorio De Sica directed, and it's Neil Simon's first screenplay.
Oh, wow.
He's in it. It's from a kitsch period in the 60s. Burt Bacharach does the music. He sings with the Hollies, in fact, for those trivia experts, the theme song, After the Fox is me, but da-da-da-da-da. But it's hilarious. I saw it when I was a kid with my sister in Pittsburgh at the Leona Theater, but I see it, and my dresser at the show says, I remember that movie. I was 8 years old when I first saw it, and I haven't found that since in my adult life. I had a copy of it, and I gave it to him last night. I love that.
You're
movie.
absolutely a student of acting, and because there are some actors that are just like, well, I go up there and I just make believe for a while, but you obviously take it very seriously, and still have fun with it. Yeah. Do you like a role like you're doing now in the show, or one of those blockbuster kind of Independence Day roles that obviously storyline and character development isn't as important, but it's a blockbuster?
Yeah, well, it's nice to be in something that everybody sees and is excited about. It comes up in the show. I say, you can be a brilliant writer, but if you're doing it if you keep it in your drawer and nobody sees it, that's not the point. What we're doing here, really, and you may consider yourself brilliant and it's just for me, but no, let's disabuse ourselves of that idea, especially if it's brilliant. Let people see it. So it's nice and gratifying to be in a popular thing, and in fact, those particular shows, Spielberg, there may have been dinosaurs in it, and da-da-da, but the parts that I was in, he was very attentive to. He's brilliant and refined and character-oriented and actor-savvy and actor passionate, and so it was creative. And but you put a little mosaic piece here and there, one day after another, and it's creative and fun in a different way. I find this particular show a real first-class conditioning exercise for myself and workout.
There's a great. I'm sorry to interrupt. There's a great monologue where you kind of deconstruct Justin Long's character, and you kind of paint what it is that he's doing, and it was really fucking well written, and it said so much about, like you just said, people that just want to keep it for themselves instead of exposing. It was really, really well written and well performed.
Thank you. I love that. It's been fun to work on that, like a little, sculpting project. You keep kind of detailing it and finding out more about it because it's brilliant writing, because it's kind of ambiguous. It could mean a lot of different things. But yes, it's an interesting moment in the show, an event. He's like, there's this Justin Long plays a brilliant writer that I recognize, but I also recognize the young me in him. Me, the character, I've sabotaged myself with some personal problems and ego and narcissism and unsociability and this old antiquated idea that if you're brilliant, you have the right and even obligation to be screwy. And you can't have time put up with regular people and da-da-da-da-da. And J.D. Salinger is our hero, and you have to disappear somehow. I say, no, man. You're really off base there. And in fact, you've got these ideas, I tell him, because I'll paint you a picture of what's going to happen. He has just blown this opportunity. I've just given him, not to give him anything away, but I've just, finally he's shown me his work. He's been hiding all this time in class. He shows me his work. I say, this is absolutely brilliant. I recognize it immediately. And I say, I want to see everything you've ever written. I'm going to work on this. He says, no, you're terrible. You're a terrible teacher. You've taken too many drugs. You're abusing us. This guy is horrible. I'm not. And so not only am I, and then he says this thing to me, which was the crux of my undoing career-wise, in fact.
Went for the jugular.
He hits below the belt, and I'm very hurt. I'm very sensitive myself. And so with a fierce truth assault, I attack back on him, but show him what this kind of personal quirk and self-destructiveness will lead to in his life, because I know all too well. And then I say, and because you just did it here. This was the main thing. I offered you the biggest opportunity that you're ever going to have, and you have blown it. So wake up, pal.
This
Something
is
about
great. It's like seeing part of the play.
I know.
It's so
think you just did a whole
intense,
scene.
man.
Yeah, it's like got me. I'm fixated.
I know.
What's the first thing you do when you see a script? I always ask great actors that. Like, when you get a script, what do you do? Like, okay, I'm going to play Leonard. What do you do from there? How do you memorize the lines first, or do you think about the guy?
I have no formula. You know, after all this time, I've been being able to tell people what to do, and there's some meat and potatoes things you can follow. But finally, it's a creative, it's a little project, an endeavor, and I myself have no formula. Each one suggests something different, and... you read it, and things will start to occur to you. Oh, I know about this. I know about this guy. Here's a doorway I can go through. I'm interested in this part of it, this aspect of the character, how to make this funny, why he's doing that, how this is like my life, how I understand that, how this is like somebody else I know. And then, yes, I learn it early on, too. I like to know the words. I know there are actors and there are techniques where you can go, I'm not gonna learn the words too early, and that there's something in that, but it's also an excuse for laziness too. And there are pitfalls in learning it. You don't want to become mechanical. You want to be flexible. You want to get with the other actors and then adjust to them and adjust to the ideas of the director. But you can avoid those somehow too. And I find from the day I get the part, there are things that I can do that take up my whole day.
You have quite a unique way of speaking and body language, and over the years, people have imitated you. Do you have a sense of humor about yourself? Have you seen these and enjoyed them?
I'm always, it's always funny.
Yeah.
I like them all. Yeah, who do you know? Do anybody
Eli
here?
Gold's a friend of mine.
Eli Gold's fantastic. He's been very sweet to me. I love his impersonation. It's very good.
Is it odd to look at someone's interpretation of you and go, do I do that?
Yeah. It is. You don't do it. You don't do me.
I don't do impressions, no.
I'm a sucker for impressions. I like any impressions. I like all impressionists.
Oh, I don't do any.
I
do one of mediocrity.
No, you're fantastic. Kevin Spacey, I did a play with him recently in London, and he's a master impersonator. He does the only William Hurt that I've ever seen.
Oh, wow, really?
Oh, it kills me. It cracks me up.
That's great.
I love him, his William Hurt. It's fantastic.
Who else is, what's his name, the actor from Usual Suspects?
Well, I know
Kevin Pollak.
Kevin Pollak is really
Pollak
good.
is very good.
Duchovny does...
Duchovny
oh, my God, David Duchovny was doing
on
an
SNL, right? That was a famous one.
I think he did it here when he was in here with us, too.
He did?
Yeah, I think so, yes.
Really? Was it good?
Yeah, it was pretty goddamn good.
He's pretty good, man.
I love when Elon does, and I think it's the only time I'll think of the impression when I'm listening to you, because you'll go, but, and Elon does this great, and it's a brilliant thing for him to have caught. Like, that's what impressionists do. They catch something that somebody does that you just wouldn't think of when you're doing the impression. Yeah. And that's what made it so unique and great.
Yeah.
It's fun to watch.
Good. I know. I love it.
But it's like Christopher Walken. There's very few actors who are so interesting that anything they do, you just want to hear their interpretation of it. Like literally, I want to hear how Jeff Goldblum is going to do this or do that. And there's very few guys. Nicholson's one of those guys that's interesting enough. Walken, yourself, there's very few.
You're so sweet. I love Chris Walken. Chris Walken and I have been in, here's a trivia question, 4 movies together. We've never had a scene together. We've come to know, I love to hang around him. I get a big kick out of him. But we've been in 4
Think of even one movie that you were in that he was in. I'm not going to cheat.
We know that he was not in the Deer Hunter. You were not in the Deer Hunter.
I was not in the Deer Hunter. No.
Okay, King of New York.
I was not in King of New York.
That was a guess, but a question. I see. I tried to get Rex to get to that.
Really? I'd say the judges say that's a guess. You've used up one guess.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a tough one. Were they earlier films from
films we should know
years ago?
Yes.
Walken was not in Independence Day. He was not in Jurassic Park. He was not in The Fly. He was not in Death Wish.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about it. Now that I've said it, I know it's 4. I'm trying to remember the 4
you're trying
myself.
to remember which ones they were.
Yeah.
I'll go over your bio.
And don't Google it. Don't.
We
had Donald Sutherland here the other day. Also.
I've done 2 movies with him.
Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
That's correct.
Was fantastic. That movie still holds up.
Yeah.
It still holds up. It's a great.
Well, it was
remake.
Yeah, thank you so much. I agree. I not because of me, but I like Phil Kaufman, the director, is spectacular, and Donald Sutherland, Leonard Nimoy was in there.
Leonard Nimoy was in that.
I like playing the movie game. You know, it goes actor, movie, actor, movie. You know, it's like the Kevin Bacon game.
Right.
Only you don't have to get back to him. So name an actor or a movie, any actor or any movie.
Gary Oldman.
Okay, now we have to name a movie that he's been in. I say Batman. Wasn't he in that last Batman?
Yeah.
Yes, he was.
Okay, which takes us to
Christian Bale.
Christian Bale, which takes us to the. Oh, what's the movie where he lost a lot of weight? The
Machinist.
The Machinist, which takes us to Jennifer Jason Leigh, which takes us to
Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
Exactly, which takes us to Sean Penn, which takes us to Falcon and the Snowman.
Falcon and the Snowman.
Which takes us to Timothy
Hutton,
which takes us to one of my favorite movies. You know who I ran into at Joe Allen's the other day? This is what this is. It's a social lubricant as much as anything else.
Able to go, let me tell you.
Judd Hirsch, who played my father in Independence Day. I ran into him at Joe Allen's. So he played, of course, in Ordinary People.
Ordinary People with
Timothy Hutton.
With Timothy
and he was
Hutton.
in Independence Day with you.
Independence Day, which takes us to Will Smith, which takes us to...
By the way, do you think Judd Hirsch set back the Jewish movement 50 years in that movie?
Certainly not, dude.
David, my son David. we have also gone on that ad nauseum. David, my son David.
There was just a delicious touch of Humantaschen in his part. It was very beautiful.
This is not checkmate. This is not checkmate.
You'd all be dead if it wasn't for my David.
Yeah, that was the line.
Oh boy.
my goodness. I just looked at something. Now I know.
Now you know one of the movies.
Where were we? We were stuck on. We went to Ordinary People.
So we went
to Will Smith. We wound up on Will Smith.
Will Smith.
Will Smith. That takes us
Men in Black?
I love Men in Black. Tommy Lee Jones. I love No Country for Old Men.
Yeah.
Which
Yes.
takes us, if we include directors, we go to the Coen brothers, A Serious Man. Speaking of the Jewish people, I loved A Serious Man. Did you see that?
No.
Ooh, no. I highly recommend. Ooh, what am I? When did I become Gunther Tootie? Ooh, what's that from?
I don't know.
Car 54, where are you? Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, which takes us to who was in that actually?
Car 54.
That's right.
Yeah, the head
he
guy.
Played he played not the guy but he played Herman Munster. His name is
Fred Gwynn.
Fred Gwynn, who is also in the Cotton Club, which takes us to Gregory Hines, which takes us to
History of the World Part 1.
Sweet Mel Brooks.
Mel Brooks, which takes us to Young Frankenstein.
Oh, I love Young Frankenstein.
Yes.
That's right. You ever see the outtakes of that? And Gene Wilder cracking up. She goes, you haven't touched your food. He goes, here, there. I touched it, and then he cracks up. It's good. I love Gene Wilder.
Best yell in movie history.
Yeah.
No one yelled better than Gene Wilder.
Oh yeah, he was a yeller. Now he was in, wasn't he, Bonnie and Clyde? Mm-hmm. Oh yes.
Was he in that?
He was the guy who's on.
Oh, the guy that was a mortician.
That's
that
right.
Took
they
the
pick him up.
drive with
Don't sell that cow. Don't sell that cow.
They were having a good time.
She
until he
finally
said it was
says,
an
"Hey, what do you
undertaker."
do?" By the way, he says, "I'm a mortician." Faye Dunaway turns around and says, "Get him out of here.
Get him out.
Get him out."
That was an amazing
That's
movie.
him.
Faye Dunaway?
You know what he's
Yes.
on? Well, Faye Dunaway.
Network.
That takes us to Network. I love that.
Network.
Bill Holden takes to Sunset
Yes.
Boulevard. Takes us to let's to Billy Wilder. Let's take that director. The Apartment. I love The Apartment. Guess who I ran? Not to drop another name. Guess who I ran?
That's why we're doing this.
I ran into Shirley MacLaine on the street
Shirley
the
MacLaine.
other day. Yeah, whom I know. I said, Shirley. Hey, she said, oh, yes, you're in that seminar. I'm going to come to see it. I said, please do. Shirley MacLaine.
What a nice exchange that was.
I know, right?
Wasn't it?
Please do.
We don't have
How about that?
exchanges
My
like
perfect
that.
Shirley MacLaine impression.
That was great.
That was great,
That was
wasn't
good.
it? I
It
caught
really
something
was.
about it. I don't know why. I just caught something very
That's
good.
exactly how she would say, I'm going to come see it. That's exactly how she would
What
remember.
was her name in The Apartment?
I never saw it.
Oh, God, I don't know.
You've got to be kidding.
No.
Another one. So put this down. So put After the Fox, put Serious Man. We've already got 3 movies
Okay.
for
Yes,
you.
you have to-
Hold on.
Serious Man
Come on,
and
time.
now
The Apartment.
And now what do we say? The Apartment. Yeah.
Jeff's
No, she plays
choices.
Miss Kubelik. Miss Kubelik. The last line of that movie is Miss Kubelik, who says this, Miss Kubelik, I absolutely adore you. Oh, I'm crying right now. She says, I'm a romantic. I'm a big romantic. She says, shut up and deal. Oh, I love that movie. And then it goes into the theme song. Da, ba, 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 ba. The Apartment.
Yeah.
I love that.
You're
movie.
like a Rain Man.
Yeah.
You're a Rain Man with
Jeff
this.
Goldblum is nuts.
Yeah, that's the conclusion. I agree.
You might be
write
tripping.
that
I don't know.
Nuts.
I don't know.
He's fucking nuts.
Yes, I agree. I've seen myself through your eyes. This is the greatest day of my life.
They're telling us that Jeff has to go.
But I looked. One of the movies is Annie Hall. I just
Yes.
want to say
Chris
that because
Walken
Annie
was
Hall.
in Annie Hall. That's right. He was also in the Sentinel. I'm thinking now. He's also in Man of the Year. Yes, Robin Williams, Man of the Year, and one other movie. I don't know. It'll come back to me. Somebody, one of your
we will absolutely
fine
get it.
listeners will find that out.
We have to plug Jeff's show too because this is why he's here, and they're telling us in our earpiece that you have
come
other
on,
press.
come get tickets.
Yes.
I highly recommend it.
I really did love it.
I'm only there for 2 months, so you run, don't walk. Come on.
Chris, Jeff Goldblum. What a
I already
blast
have one
this
with
has
you.
been. I've been a huge fan over the years.
Yes, this was great.
Yeah.
Do you remember this moment? Of course not. That was outside of the theater. I have an awful photo with Jeff Goldblum.
Oh my God! Look at that. And look at, well, this is not one of my better moments, of course. I have my hair is like Ernie Kovacs in that. Very good. But you look at you.
Look at a fat-faced creep I am.
No, you look very handsome.
I look like one of the things that hatched in Jurassic Park. Look at that fucking...
Opie and Anthony's Worst of 2012 continues right now. Now.
Worst of 2012 for the Opie and Anthony Show. My name is E-Rock. Mimi Beardsley. Probably one of the most famous things to happen to the Opie and Anthony Show in the year 2012. Mimi Beardsley was a former intern for John F. Kennedy, and she put out a tell-all book saying that she lost her virginity to the president, and then just having an ongoing affair with him, some of the people that worked for him, maybe his brothers. We get into detail here about her memoirs and whatnot. Plus, it leads to Drew Boogie's famous remix of the Mimi Beardsley song, Oh, Mimi Beardsley, following just after this. Listen, won't you?
This is Opie and Anthony's Worst of 2012.
So what's going on with this JFK thing? I missed this one over the weekend.
Oh, yeah.
When did this come out?
Fantastic.
We have to
Over the
interview
weekend.
this woman.
Huh?
I have to read this book. She's
It's probably the only thing that's good in the book, though.
The excerpts were really good.
Oh, yeah.
Very sexy. Very
a lot of these
dirty.
people that have one moment in time, and then they have like 200 pages of filler in their book.
No, she had a lot more than one moment. She took a lot of fucking presidential loads.
Oh, this wasn't a one-time thing?
No.
Fuck, dude, I'm so out of this. Let me
No.
get in. What's going on?
She was an intern at the White House.
18-month affair with Jack Kennedy.
Yeah.
She was an intern at the White House?
Yeah.
So Clinton wasn't the first, huh?
He made fucking...
Holy shit.
JFK did it right. 4 days into her internship,
This is great.
she was invited by an aide to go to for a midday swim in the White House pool.
It sounds nice.
Yeah, midday swim. 4
Yeah.
days into it, you're all green and ready to go.
Yep.
Where the handsome 45-year-old president swam daily to ease chronic back pain. JFK slid into the pool and floated up to her. It's Mimi, isn't it? He asked. Yes, sir, she said. And you're in the press office this summer, right?
He does these impersonations. I swear, you would think it was the real people.
Yes, sir, I am, she said. That's what her voice probably sounds like.
Oh, God.
Lightning had struck. Later that day, Mimi was invited by Dave Powers, the president's first friend, and later the longtime curator of the Kennedy Library in Boston, to an after-work party. When she arrived at the White House residence, Powers and two other young female staffers were waiting. Powers poured and frequently refilled her glass with daiquiris until the commander-in-chief arrived.
Get her liquored up.
Yeah,
Yep.
Nice.
Just so people know, they describe her as a slender, golden-haired 19-year-old
She's
debutante.
hot. They got pictures of her up, and you could tell, even though it's like the early 60s, she's very hot.
And because of her finishing school, she was all polished and blue blood.
Yeah.
Blue blood.
She had blue blood connections, so.
So JFK rolls up. The president invited her for a personal tour. She got up expecting the rest of the group to follow.
They know better.
They didn't. He took her to Mrs. Kennedy's room.
Holy shit.
Which, by the way, this is a president who has shit down.
Oh, yeah.
I noticed he was moving closer and closer. I could feel his breath on my neck.
Ooh.
He put his hand on my shoulder. The next thing she knew, he was standing above her, looking directly into her eyes and guiding her to the edge of the bed. By the way, 4 days into her internship.
4 days.
The day he met her.
And we're not allowed to have interns. Well, we finally are.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, but he didn't kick her in the cunt. Slowly, he unbuttoned the top of my shirt dress and touched my breasts.
Yes.
Then he reached up between my legs and started to pull off my underwear. I finished unbuttoning my shirt dress and let it fall off my shoulders.
Oh, man.
Kennedy pulled his pants down, but with his shirt still on, hovered above her on the bed.
Hovered.
He smelled of his cologne, 4711.
Oh.
He paused when he noticed she was resisting.
Holy fuck.
Oh, she resisted a little bit, huh?
Well, you know, a little pregame jitters.
Yeah. Oh.
Haven't you done this before? He asked. No, she said. Are you okay? He asked. Yes, she said. So he kept going, this time a little more gently.
What a guy.
After he finished, he hitched up his pants and smiled at me and pointed at the bathroom. Takes her cherry, then he hitches his pants up and points to the toilet.
Points to the fucking bathroom. Yeah, she was a virgin.
She said when she was done, she was in shock. He, on the other hand, was matter of fact and acted as if he had just occurred was the most natural thing in the world.
Was to him.
Would you like something to eat? He asked. The kitchen's right there. No, thank you, Mr. President. He called a car to pick her up and take her home. On the ride home, it kept echoing in my head, I'm not a virgin anymore.
Holy
Yeah, how about you're not a virgin anymore and Jack Kennedy took your fucking virginity?
The next week, she was again invited to go swimming. He barely acknowledged my arrival, betraying no hint of what had happened between us just a few days before. I couldn't bring myself to look him in the eye, she writes. Later, he led her into a different bedroom. This was the beginning of our affair. Their sex was varied and fun. He could be seductive and playful at times, and sometimes acted like he had all the time in the world. Other times, he was in no mood to linger.
He just needed to come.
They spent an inordinate amount of time taking baths and he changed his shirt 6 times a day because he hated feeling sweaty or grimy. I think he probably had a BO problem.
Oh, wow.
Sweaty Boston drunk.
Just sweating out the fucking whiskey.
Well, what it was, he was probably fucking so many different girls.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't want the stink of some other chick's twat on him.
And you know that big, hairy, early 60s bush.
Yeah.
Oh, they didn't even touch it as far as any kind of manicuring goes.
Yeah.
How do you have time for politics? How the
amazing.
fuck?
Well, he promised he would call later under the pseudonym Michael Carter.
Michael Carter.
And then he played a recording of Nat King Cole's Autumn Leaves. He made her concentrate on the lyrics. Even JFK's, listen to the words. This is the part that I think is pertinent to our situation. When Nat says, I'm fucking you, keep your mouth shut, or I'll have you killed like Marilyn. Listen to the lyrics.
Marilyn Monroe was so killed by the Kennedys. It all makes sense now.
Really.
You're trying to make...
She wanted a yap.
As a parting gift... She gave him a copy of the record and trimmed the cover.
Chlamydia.
Yes.
Wait, you didn't...
And a paternity suit.
You didn't say the words from Autumn Leaves.
But I miss... Oh, it was
he made her concentrate on the lyrics, but I miss you most of all, my darling.
Well, it was
when
Nat
autumn
King
leaves
Cole.
start to fall.
Yeah.
You're not singing it like Nat King Cole.
Oh.
But I misses you most of all, me darling, which autumn leaves start to fall.
I mean, you can see how a white girl can fall for him.
In person.
As a parting gift, she gave him a copy of the record and trimmed the cover with leaves she had collected. Apparently, she was a retard girl.
Yeah, really.
He's collecting leaves on the White House lawn.
What else? She give him macaroni glued to a paper plate?
Yeah, he made her fucking stalker Patty.
He made her a decoupage.
Yeah, decoupage.
No, she made him.
Yeah.
Oh, she made him.
Yeah.
This is beautiful. Throw this in the trash.
You're trying to make me cry, he told her. I'm not trying to make you cry, Mr. President. She said, I'm trying to make you remember me. Within a week of her return to Collage, she got a call from Wink Michael Carter.
Michael Carter here.
He asked dozens of questions. What courses were you taking? Do you like your teachers? Are you fucking any Negroes? Were the girls interesting? Do you have any friends who'll eat my ass? What did she have for dinner? He then invited her to Washington when Jackie was away.
Uh-huh.
Yes, my wife's in Greece meeting a shipping guru magnate who shall be fucking after my brains are scattered all over Dealey Plaza. My wife's making plans for the future. A car service would pick her up and drive her to the airport, where a paid ticket to D.C. would be waiting for her.
Nice.
Yes. I have a lot of miles on Continental. Upon arrival, a chauffeur holding a sign up from Michael Carter would take her to the White House. On one visit, he was in the middle of the most defining moment of his presidency, the Cuban Missile Crisis. Although historians have dissected Kennedy's actions, none were privy to what he confided to Mimi.
Oh, shit.
He said, I'd rather my children red than dead, he told her.
Wow.
It was a chilling insight. When the president wasn't keeping the world from descending into war, there was plenty of wild partying. One instance was a raucous Hollywood bash at Bing Crosby's ranch.
Oh, boo. They just knocked around women together.
Yeah.
You mind if I punch you in the face?
Yes. Hey, Bing, could you bring your children in here? I'd like to knock them around a little. I lost some money on the Sox game. My fat friend won't even watch the Patriots play. He broke his knee, man. I was sitting next to him in the living room when a handful of yellow capsules, most likely amyl nitrate, commonly known as poppers, was offered up by one of the guests. The president asked me if I wanted to try the drug, which stimulated the heart, but also purportedly enhanced sex. I said no, but he just went ahead and popped the capsule and held it under my nose.
Oh.
He didn't try it himself. Kennedy had her doing poppers.
Poppers.
It wasn't her first glimpse of Kennedy's dark side.
Oh.
He had been guilty of an even more callous and unforgivable episode at the White House during a noon swim.
So amazing.
Dave Powers had rolled up his pants to cool his feet in the water.
Ooh.
The president swam over and whispered in my ear, Mr. Powers looks a little tense. Would you take care of it? Oh, my God.
This guy is great.
It was a dare.
This guy, you mean JFK?
JFK,
What
man.
a good friend.
Holy fuck.
You know, it was a dare. My friend wants to charge me to have his wife look at my script. Look what JFK was doing. It was a dare. It was a dare, but I knew exactly what he meant. That was a challenge to give Dave Powers oral sex.
Yep.
I didn't think the president thought I'd do it, but I'm ashamed to say that I did.
Yeah, you sucked that dick.
The president silently watched.
Wow, what the fuck?
Alfred, then Mimi Beardsley. Mimi Beardsley. Said that later the president apologized to them both. Mimi Beardsley. She could suck the chrome off a trailer hitch, Dave. She'll pull shit right through your balls and out of your cock. That Beardsley girl really sucks a good dick. Her name is horrible, and it's a real cock softener. Wait till Mimi Beardsley gets your dick in her mouth. She sucks a good dick. They call her Mimi Beardsley because she sucks your pubes right onto her lower chin. Looks like she has a beard. Mimi Beardsley. Don't say the name because your cock will wilt like hot tea was thrown in your face. Oh, holy shit. Oh, fuck. Jessica Cantor is a sexier name. I'd rather have Marina Oswald is a better name than Mimi Beardsley. I don't like any woman with a name like facial hair. Yes.
Sounds like a Harry Potter character.
You remember Bessie Hairlip? She sucks dick even better than Bessie Hairlip. Yeah. Oh, Diana Prolapse was a good blowjob giver. But Mimi Beardsley really knows how to pull the cum out of your balls, Dave. Trust old Mike Carter here. Holy fuck. Yeah. She'll have your cum splattered all over. For years they'll be analyzing the tape. Oh, look, his cock went back into the left. They'll think other people helped her suck it. She'll do it so good. How foretelling is this? Okay. One of their last times together was at a Boston Democratic fundraiser. Ted Kennedy, the president's baby brother and future leaky-headed man, was in a room with them. I could see that mischievous look in his eye.
The bodacious Mimi Beardsley. 50-50 where it counts. This bucksonic.
But enough of this palaver. Let's blow his brains out. I could see that mischievous look coming to his eye.
Oh.
Mimi, why don't you take care of my baby brother? And by that I mean give him a head x-ray. He could stand a little relaxation.
Holy fuck.
You've got to be kidding me. Absolutely not, Mr. President. About to be married to her college sweetheart.
Oh, man.
Tony Fashionstock. Tony Fonstock.
That's his name?
Yeah. She met Kennedy for the last time at the Carlisle Hotel in Manhattan. 7 days before his assassination in Dallas.
Yeah,
What do you think happened in that hotel room 7 days? You think she went back one more time?
Oh, of course he met him in the Carlisle.
Taste.
Yeah.
Had to, right?
Yeah, he fucked. I want you to go home and kiss Mr. Fonsdale with the stink of my presidential cum on your breath. Oh, Mimi Beardsley. I'm just saying your name so I don't come too fast. Oh, Mimi Beardsley. Eat my ass, Mimi Beardsley. Get little ass hairs on your face. Oh, Mimi mustache. What a terrible, terrible name.
Mimi Beardsley. Oh, is that awful?
It really is.
How
fucking
the
bad.
fuck did she keep this a secret?
Dude, she was pretty, man.
Yeah,
She was
look at the picture.
cute.
She got like all of her features are very nice.
What a great
Very
profile.
smooth.
Yeah, she got an amazing profile.
What did the
there.
body look like? Did she have some big and
slender.
heavies or anything?
I don't know.
slender.
Are there any pictures of her?
That's it,
That's
huh?
the only picture that exists of her
There's
from
more.
back then.
I guarantee you there's some in her book.
Oh.
Yeah.
One of her just sucking
Yes.
fucking Kennedy's dick.
Hopefully, yeah. I wonder how big his dick was. I hope she says.
I probably had a massive
No, he
hog.
was Irish. He probably had like 5.5, 6.
You think?
Yeah. Pretend it's a lot bigger. Make a lot of noise when I stick it in. I have to shower again. I have armpit odor. And I'm all hot because I wear a back brace and it makes me grimy.
Yeah, he did wear that brace.
Yes, he did. That's why
All
he
that
couldn't.
fucking.
That's why he couldn't slump down when he got shot. When he was shot, when you see Kennedy, he grabs his throat. And he kind of, there's a very weird motion he makes in the limo where he kind of ducks. It almost looks like he's leaning on a fence.
Oh,
'Cause he had a
man.
back brace,
Right.
and he couldn't just collapse in.
Oh, he could have fucking laid down in the seat or something. Maybe he wouldn't have gotten that
Some people
headshot.
the
say-
last shot wouldn't have come.
Yeah, some people say that fucked him up.
Oh, man.
Obviously, a different time. Fuck.
I was
All
shooting
this shit-
Mimi in the head.
All this shit was going on, and no one was talking.
Yep.
Nobody.
Oswald did to me exactly what I did to Mimi, except I did more damage. I blew her wig right off. Oh, Mimi Beardsdale. Miss Beardsley. I love to fuck a face that's named after a man's facial hair. It's like, reminds me of Dan Haggerty. My wife's got a big Greek shipping magnate cock buried in her throat right now.
I bet fucking Onassis loved ass play.
Oh, of course he
Being
did.
Greek.
And his
Oh.
cock was probably big-headed and fat.
Oh, god damn. Yeah.
You know,
like
it's
a diner cook.
I heard that Aristotle's cock was like 9x6, and it like would really tip left, and he would look at her and go, "What's that remind you of?" They would laugh.
Shit.
Do they explain why she kept this story secret for so many fucking years?
I think it's
She's
just
a
because
good girl.
How do you live with that story? and
wasn't
not
a
tell
TMZ.
anybody?
Wasn't a TMZ country. We didn't.
Well,
We
there
didn't
has
function
been
that
for a
way.
while now, though. You would assume this would have came out before.
Maybe she
now.
didn't want the hubby to know she was
Yeah.
fucking.
This is almost
Kennedy
50 years ago.
When they were dating.
still dating
Yeah.
and shit,
Yeah.
and getting ready to be married.
Remember, I told you that you were my first to her husband.
Oh God, that's right. She probably
Yeah.
was a virgin.
Yeah.
And told the guy, "Yeah, well, I haven't done that. I'm waiting for marriage." And there's fucking Jack,
just pounding her fresh pussy.
He would always wonder why she had like a fucking lipstick was smeared and her breath smelled like, what was it, 4711, whatever awful cologne he wore.
What kind of what is that, like high karate?
Yeah, hasn't been around since.
Yeah, it's probably smells like
money.
money.
Kennedy might have got himself killed because he was fooling around with the wrong broad.
Oh man,
what the fuck?
I bet his bed looked like the fucking seat in the limo after fucking that cherry.
That's why they cleaned it up so quickly. They were just so used to Kennedy making a mess back there. They took him to the hospital. They didn't even know what was wrong.
Yeah, what's the matter? There's blood in the seat. Yeah, it happens all the time.
Yeah, exactly. Fucks a lot of virgins back there.
Do we need to clean her hiney?
Yeah, usually they were wiping shit and intern tears off that seat. Mimi Beardsley. Worst name ever. Get me a woman with a horrible name. Blow my friend Dave in the pool. His feet are being cooled off.
He's just dipping his tootsies in the pool.
If you thought Anthony Cumia was a piece of shit as a host, I'll have you suck my friend's cocks. At least he'll just get drunk and repeat himself. I'm having a Super Bowl party. We're going to karaoke. Well, you're going to karaoke. I'm going to have Mimi Beardsley eating Robert's asshole upstairs. Hey, I'd like you to jerk my brother off in the kitchen of the Ambassador Hotel. Would you do that for me? Just jerk him off into it.
You're gonna love Mimi, Bobby. You're gonna love her. Oh my God. She better have been hot with that name.
Yeah, it's
that
just
name
terrible.
ain't getting her through any doors.
Yeah. Just don't repeat any of the jokes I've been telling you, Mimi. He's partial to the Negroes.
Well, fuck, I think we just took on Book Radio.
I'll bet you that they fucked girls together, Bobby and
yeah, you think they tag teamed girls? Wow, that'd be a biggie, huh?
No, me and Florentine, I pulled trains with Voss. You'd hope that Jack and Bobby Kennedy pulled trains together.
Yeah.
Now you know why Marilyn Monroe died. She couldn't keep her fucking mouth shut.
You think
like
she
the
was
rest of them?
jibber jabbering about fucking the Kennedys?
She was probably the one that said, "I'm coming forward with this shit."
And she's one that supposedly had sex with both of them. Maybe not at the same time, but she was fucking Bobby.
You gotta think
and
at this
fucking
point.
JFK.
It's absolutely true.
Oh God, DiMaggio's just all pissed off about it.
Yeah.
Oh,
I bet you
man.
he'd punch her. That's why he abused her. He'd fucking knock her teeth out every time they fucking showed a clip of
God.
Kennedy. 13 days of the missile crisis. Every time he was up there, they breathe the same air. Marilyn got a shiner.
She's cringing that the State of the Union's coming on. She just knows it's like a sound thrashing with a Louisville slugger.
Camelot was bullshit.
Yeah.
Old Joltin' Joe DiMaggio just pounding her in the face.
Anything that reminded him of the fact that she one time kissed him after coming from JFK's library.
Yeah. He just aimed for that mole on her face.
That's why he drank coffee, because he wanted to come out of he had the taste of Jack's cum, and he wanted to have coffee breath, because that long way to go. But
well, it's good though.
Shit.
They all knew how to keep secrets back then, man.
Yeah. Well, if they didn't, they ended up in the hotel.
Well, the press was better then, too.
Drug overdose, huh?
Because none of that stuff really is news. Who gives a fuck if an intern sucks his dick?
Well, one guy from the press, you would think, would have said something. It's amazing they all kept quiet like they did.
You just didn't do it
amazing.
back then, man.
We can't even comprehend that with the world we live in now. Wow. Very good, Jimmy. That's a hell of a story.
I want to read the book. We got to interview her, man. I mean, that'd
be cool.
Yeah, can we get her?
And
Would
talk
love
about
to talk to her.
Jack's cock size. You think she'd talk about that?
No, she wouldn't. She's an older lady, but I'd
She's blue blood.
I'd squeeze in the question somehow.
Yeah, try to figure it out.
Somehow, yeah. Just word it in a way where maybe she, hey, did it hurt?
Yeah. How long after, I don't know how do I say this respectfully. How long after his head came off did your vagina finally get wet again? Like every time you were touched after that, like whenever your husband would rub your clit, would you just think of that shot ringing out behind the Stemmons freeway sign? Can you imagine she's fucking a guy for 18 months,
Man.
the best looking, most powerful guy on the planet,
Yeah.
and then just to see him murdered like, although they didn't see it for 5 years. The American public didn't see the
Right.
Zapruder tape until probably 68.
And she was 19. She wasn't telling all her friends.
Yeah.
You gotta think she was yakking.
I guarantee you there's one or two
And no
she
one
told.
And no one believed her, probably.
Hey,
Or they
Ray.
just knew better than they kept their mouth shut.
Yeah.
And once he got shot, he just... Who's that? Marilyn Monroe. Who? Is
And
that
Reagan.
That's Reagan.
Yes.
Oh, if Reagan fucked her too.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh, she just
Marilyn, pull down those panties.
Why else? Why else would she be there? If you think about it,
The fucking starts in 5 minutes. Yes.
And I pulled out my balls, and they brushed the face of Marilyn. See, everything he did later, he just said earlier to Marilyn. Wish I could do Reagan.
Yes.
that was a perfect Reagan. People are like, you're not gonna address Jimmy's awful Boston accent. Are you kidding
It's a
me?
great
was
Boston
perfect.
accent. It
It's
sounds
perfect.
just
What's
like
wrong
him.
with you? It's
Close your
perfect.
eyes. You'd think it was him.
Fucking perfect.
Yeah. Shaw.
Shaw.
What was wrong with that accent?
That's got to be the best
Perfect.
of what's in the book, though. I can't imagine there's anything else in the book.
I could read
a lot
just
of lead up and shit.
any details about that I want to read, though.
I would like to hear about the Beardsley childhood, what it was like growing up in the Beardsley house.
Yeah, what was it like?
You think it starts with all that
Oh,
bullshit?
of course.
Yeah.
I was young, born to the Beardsley family.
Her path to the White House?
Yes,
Oh,
how how she got there.
Snoresville.
Her dumb fucking boyfriend Tony, that cuck, presidential cuck.
Yeah.
You know she used that in an argument.
Ah, yeah.
We were talking about it behind the scenes, but
Well, I
you know,
fucked the president.
Right. They probably had some kind of heated argument, and she fucking broke that doozy out.
Yep.
Broke that one out.
God damn. Jack Kennedy. The more I hear about him, the more I just love him.
Oh, what a
If
great
he's
guy.
getting
Better red than dead.
Yeah.
He was ready to give up.
If he's getting that done without showing any nerves, you got to think he was knocking them back left and right.
And he's president during a pretty tumultuous time in history, and he's there just knocking him down, setting him up and knocking him down.
Which proves the time wasn't that tumultuous.
It
Is
may
what
be.
I'm thinking.
Ah, the commies. Who gives a shit? Bring me a virgin.
He had all that shit under control in the end.
Yeah.
No, I bet
he
you it
knew
was.
exactly what the fuck he was doing.
It was probably tumultuous because of what he was doing. They're like, Mr. President, we've been telling you for 2 weeks about these fucking Russian ships in the ocean. Well, how close are they to Cuba? Oh, no, I forgot about that. Mimi Beardsley had 2 fingers in my asshole. She said there was fecal matter in her fingernails. Oh, you did mention that. I forgot about it.
He's Irish now. He's Irish. I love it.
Wait, how close are the boats to Cuba? Oh, fuck. My dick smells like Mimi Beardsley. If you launch an attack at us, I will aim directly at Russia. All right, thank you. Good night. Is Mimi in the car? I'd like my asshole licked.
You think he just let it get closer and closer?
He forgot about it. He didn't
He's
know.
like, I think I got a little more time here.
Yeah.
Get it in one more time.
Yeah.
That's why he didn't fucking that's why there was no fucking bubble top in Dallas. I want to text Mimi, and I can't text her with the bubble top. I get no service in Dallas. I want to send a mimeograph to Mimi while I'm driving.
A mimeograph?
Yeah, a mimeograph to Mimi Beardsley.
Are you sure he didn't say better dead than red? A lot of people are saying that.
Yes,
No, you're
that's
saying
the
better
beauty of it.
red than
That's
dead.
why there was a chilling insight.
Yeah, because it was all right. Because publicly he
It
was
shows
saying
he was just bluffing. Like
I'd rather see them red than dead.
if the Rushkis knew that he wasn't gonna really do this whole mutual destruction thing. Mimi.
Yeah.
I love
Their
it.
children breathe the same air as our children, which smells a lot of times like my cologne mixed with semen and virgin blood on the sheets. A little speck of copper with cum all over it. That's what it smells like. Russian children will breathe that in.
Ich bin ein stinky dick. I believe in this decade. We will go to the moon and I will be blown by Mimi Beardsley. And do those other things.
We'll either go to the moon or I'll put my penis in some nice ass cheeks while a girl is mooning in the pool. Could you finger Dave Powers' asshole, please? He said the sock's lost.
He's a little tense.
He's a little tense. I would offer a massage, but I know I could get you to suck his penis. Weren't you a virgin Tuesday? Now I'm pimping you out. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Yes.
He goes from virginity and purity to sucking the president's pal.
I know you've only had sex for 2 days, but would you mind jerking off Mr. Khrushchev? We're really talking about a lot here.
Holy fucking A. Yeah, could you gangbang my cabinet? I know you were a virgin, but...
I'd like you to use your lips on Medgar Evers. He's acting like a real troublemaker. Could you get that Dr. King to stop marching all over the place? He's tying up traffic.
Holy shit. Suck my brother Teddy's cock. Pull his pants off. They still might be a little damp. He had a little incident, you know. He's tense.
Teddy wants to come in your mouth, but don't let him drive you home. I'll send the car for you. Yes. And don't mention my retarded sister while you're sucking his cock. That's a real sensitive point. Don't mention the tot in the basement. You can fuck me, you can relieve Teddy's stress, but don't mention Dumbella downstairs. It's a real mood killer. Mimi Beardsley. Don't mention the family secret. That somebody was drunk with a baby in the womb and popped out an idiot. She's in a home far, far away. Here, have a drink that my father brought in illegally. Have some bootlegged alcohol. You're a virgin, aren't you? Smell these poppers. Homosexuals will be doing it through holes in the wall.
Oh, fuck. Oh, shit.
Yeah, here you go. This is what George Michael does. I don't know who he is either. Oh, Mimi Beardsley, could you eat my ass, Mimi Beardsley? Haven't you done this before? Mimi Beardsley. Worst name ever. Mimi Beardsley. Mimi Beardsley. Oh, Mimi Beardsley. Oh, my dick smells like Mimi Beardsley. Could you eat my ass, Mimi Beardsley? Worst name ever. Mimi Beardsley. Mimi Beardsley. Are you fucking any Negroes? Do you have any friends who'll eat my ass? Have some bootlegged alcohol. You're a virgin, aren't you? Smell these poppers. Her name is horrible. It's a real cock softener. Why don't you take care of my baby brother? Oh, look, his cock went back into the left. Back into the left. His cock went back into the left. Back into the left. Oh, Mimi Beardsley, could you eat my ass, Mimi Beardsley? Haven't you done this before, Mimi Beardsley? Worst name ever, Mimi Beardsley. Mimi Beardsley. Oh, Mimi Beardsley. Oh, my dick smells like Mimi Beardsley. Could you eat my ass, Mimi Beardsley? Worst name ever, Mimi Beardsley. Mimi Beardsley. His cock went back into the left. Back into the left. His cock went back into the left. Back into the left. His cock went back into the left. Back into the left. His cock went back into the left. Back into the left. Oh, Mimi Beardsley, could you eat my ass, Mimi Beardsley? Haven't you done this before, Mimi Beardsley? Worst name ever, Mimi Beardsley. Mimi Beardsley. Oh, Mimi Beardsley. Oh, my dick smells like Mimi Beardsley. Could you eat my ass, Mimi Beardsley? Worst name ever, Mimi Beardsley. Mimi Beardsley. Oh, Mimi Beardsley.
Yeah, this is Opie and Anthony's Worst of 2012.
Worst of 2012, Opie and Anthony Show. My name is E-Rock. We just had legendary basketball player and actor Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. He was just on the show promoting his new book, and we thought everything went great, but there was some stuff behind the scenes during the interview that was making it very uncomfortable for the staff. Kareem's publicist was not liking the fact that we were not just talking about the book only. We were talking about him as a person, getting to know him, talking about his infamous basketball career, but she just wanted to talk about the book and was getting really upset that that's not what we were doing. So she wanted to redirect the conversation that the hosts were having. We weren't going to allow it. We discuss everything right here, and Kevin Smith is also there chiming in, and here it is.
Opie and Anthony's worst of 2012.
We got Kevin Smith in studio. Got a dummy on Twitter, or a dummy on instant feedback. He writes, hey,
both.
He goes, Kevin Smith for what, 20 minutes now? Kareem in studio? I mean, come on, dude. I know you don't care anymore, but this is crazy. I was just getting into Kevin Smith. He hasn't been on in a long time.
What an asshole.
What an idiot that's right here.
Kevin's mic has to be on.
What an idiot.
Can I join?
Of course, Kevin came in at 8, and we had Kareem Abdul-Jabbar at 8:30, so you got to stop everything to talk to Kareem for a while, and then knowing we're going to go back to
step
Kevin.
aside for a legend. You know what I'm saying? That man's a living legend. And we were just talking about in the break, this is a dude who, when you watch him, he has the quiet grace of one of the lucky few whose dream came true beyond measure. And then he eventually had to put it down and start a whole new life. You know, you always look at people that like, oh, they wanted to do this and they got it. But then they say that athletes and beautiful women die two deaths. And, you know, because sooner or later, that thing that fuels you, you got to give up. So it's amazing to watch a dude sit there with quiet, statesman-like grace. Know that he achieved his dream and eventually had to put it on a shelf.
His amazing career ended at 42.
Yeah.
That is so fucking young. You start realizing when you get a little older.
Been out for 20
And when he talked about it, he was playing, that's why I was asking, what grade did you start playing? He's fourth grade. Fourth grade, and like, you know, who knows when the dreams of playing pro starts setting in.
By ninth grade, I read a lot on Lou Alcindor when he was Lou Alcindor back then.
That's what I wanted to ask, too. When I was a kid, I had these little, like, I don't know what it was called. It was this, like, I think Kenner or Hasbro made it, or Mattel. It looked like a walkie-talkie. It was brown, and it had a back pocket, and you put these little records into it. And the records had pictures on them, and there was one for Bobby Orr, and there was one for a basketball player named Lou Alcindor. And you'd put these in, and they would play, and you would listen, like kind of like a see and say, to a pre-recorded sports story of like a minute long that was like, Lou Alcindor, and they gave you a complete biography, and then it would end with, Lou Alcindor, and you would hear the crowd go,
I totally...
On a little record.
Do you have a bare recollection of that toy?
Yes, I haven't thought about that forever, but yes. Now I need to know the name of that. I had that.
A primitive iPod.
That
only did sports, 1 minute sports segments. But that was, I mean, you step aside for living legend like that. That dude's like Stan Lee, like one of these people. It's just like, he's been here. How old did you say he was?
He's 64.
Okay, 64. He's seen a lot of history, and he's been living history. He stands there before he was living history.
By the time he was in ninth grade, they pretty much knew he was going to be a pro basketball player for real. They knew that early with him. So, and then at 42, you have to say goodbye and then figure out the rest of your life.
This is my one observation from being in the room with him.
Yeah.
He does not. He's over hearing how tall he is.
I know.
Oh, you can pick that up in a second.
He never wants to hear somebody be like, what's the weather like? Or, Jesus, you're tall. Or, what the
Man.
He's just like, I'm 64. I've been hearing this since I was 9.
Yeah.
Stop it.
He's like, I'm tall.
You got to think. You got to think if he's 64, he's lost a couple inches, and he almost hit the ceiling in here.
Not only does he not look like he can lose, we said it in front of him. He fucking looks ageless.
I
know, that is true.
He's surreal looking in person. Like when he comes in, you feel like there's a man being carried in on something.
Yeah.
Like he's that large.
I said it looked like the guy from the Close Encounter ship. The last guy that comes out. Bang!
I was going for the quiet grace of Chewie.
Well, okay.
He had a real Chewie-like statesmanship.
Was it Pat from Monarchy? Was it the GAF or the GAF Viewmaster?
It wasn't. I remember the GAF or the GAF Viewmaster, but that was more of a visual-oriented toy that you looked into. Some of the GAFs could project. This was strictly, I believe it's Mattel, hard plastic, brown and like dark orange in color. It had a speaker in the front. I forget what the design was. It had this push button thing on the side.
I remember
that was half a white disc of some sort. You would push it in, and that would play the record inside. And it was just the one I had, just sports stories.
Someone's saying Sports Talk by Tops, but
That's
Nah,
not it.
Yeah, all right. Well, I think we got to go back to the Kareem thing.
Go ahead.
I've been thinking about
it's
it a little
interesting.
bit.
Go ahead.
You
And
think?
without, I think
Kenny
you can
ran
do
in
it
here and
without
said,
bashing anybody.
Kenny ran in here and said that Kareem was getting a talking to, and then we all looked down the hall, and he was. He was getting a talking to
That was
right
a
down the hall
lambasting from what I saw.
By, I guess it's a PR person.
Publicist. I'm thinking publicist.
The
And
way
I'm like,
these
no
dudes
one's-
reacted, apparently he would like the color went out of Opie's face. He was just like, Kareem's getting yelled at.
It was fucked up. He was standing in the
No
hall.
one yells at Kareem.
And there was
Especially
yelling
whoever this
going
person
on.
And then I
was.
realized, wait,
Yeah.
he could take care of himself. He doesn't need my shit.
But here's some
Can he take care of
fucking-
himself? He's a gentle soul. That's
Yeah,
the thing. Like,
yeah,
when you
right.
talk to him, he's kind of like,
Yeah.
I don't want no fuss, or you know, you
that-
could see him taking it rather than being like, shut up.
Is that her right there?
No.
Oh, because now
That's Roland.
He must like her,
They
though,
looked
because
alike,
I
though.
think she's been with him for a while, so she must do.
Kenny said something. Roland said something.
What was she
Roland,
dressing him down about?
Roland told me you need to get Spencer on the air. Supposedly she was banned from this building. She's like a problem. Where's Kenny and where's Roland?
She was very. I think she was annoyed at the line of question, which she doesn't understand, and this is just. But I think as a publicist, she should kind of. We're talking to Kareem about the skyhook, and he was great. The skyhook and martial arts and all this stuff.
Which, P.S., when that happened, he lit up.
He was happy
like
to
you
talk
could
about
you
it.
could sit there, listen to him, and he was very eloquent on everything. But when he talked about the skyhook, there was a certain energy there that
Right.
hadn't been present in the entire interview because he's like, "Oh, great, yeah, like I like talking
This
about
was his
this."
passion, yeah.
What PR people don't understand is, you know, of course we're going to get to the new project, but if
Sure.
you just talk about the new project the whole time, you're going to lose listeners. So what you try to do is we have to make it interesting for our audience. We don't want to lose them, and then that means you're going to, you know, have more people listening about the book.
And also,
logically, it makes sense, right?
You can't just talk about the book for 20 minutes. It's a kid's book. Now, are there plenty of parents out there that would buy it? Honestly, yeah. But we're also marketing this to people who are like me. I'm not a parent, but you know what? I would absolutely go and buy this to have Kareem sign it. I bought books I wasn't going to read. Henry Winkler. The first time I met Henry Winkler, I bought his book just so he would sign it. It's a kid's book. A lot of people do that because they like the artist or they like the person.
Yeah.
So it's like we're also interviewing you for his fans who will go out and buy the fucking book.
And
to
somebody
stand
was
on
sitting
line
there,
for him to sign it.
somebody sitting there listening to that Skyhook story is just like, oh my god, I remember. Like, oh, if you're old enough and you got some kids, you're going, I remember watching him do that. Man.
Yeah.
I liked listening to him talk about that. You're more inclined to jump onto Amazon and buy the book.
Of course.
Publicists never quite understand.
They don't, no.
This is something I've always believed in. You come in. The less you talk about what you're quote-unquote there to promote, the better it is for it. All you have to do, your only job is to go in there and be interesting. Because if you're interesting,
They're gonna look
then
you
they'll
up.
start looking you up and
Right.
whatnot. But when you go in pushing something down their throats, people are immediately like, I'm being sold.
Turned off. Yeah.
I watched the interview you
hard
guys
sell.
did with Paris Hilton.
She was a delight.
God.
Oh my God, it was painful.
Oh.
And it's just like, in this transaction, nobody wins. You guys won because it's good video.
Yeah.
But she don't win. Nobody's going to buy that book when she
No.
sits there all
Her
truculent.
reality show, and it got knocked off
It was
the
the
air.
reality show.
Did you get to the part of Daryl Hammond's book about Paris
Yes,
Hilton?
where she was the biggest twat who
She was the
hosted
biggest
SNL.
twat that ever hosted SNL. Didn't want to meet with the writers, like these Emmy Award-winning writers. I guess the process with SNL, you're the host, you come in, and now you go from
They pitch
office
you
to
ideas.
office, and they got these ideas, and they have won all sorts of awards. They're trying to make you look good. And she was, Daryl Hammond overheard her saying, how many more of these do I have to do?
She really is the vapid cunt that you think she's going to be.
Oh, yeah,
I hate to say that. I wish she wasn't.
I watched
I don't
every
hate
minute
saying
of
it.
that video because you were fucking trying, dude. It was valiant how much you were putting into it because it would have been so easy within the first minute to just be like,
all right.
fuck this and start cutting and running.
We were
But
trying to be on our
kept
best
going,
behavior.
Because
that
she's an
day.
easy target. Like,
Yeah.
it doesn't take much to berate Paris Hilton. So I'm like, fuck it. Let's give her a real interview. Be nice to her. Try to say that
Don't
people
be what she
misread her.
expects.
Yes.
She walked into the room and she expected a bunch of dudes being like, woo, woo,
She
woo.
sucked, dude.
She sucked.
She
Yeah.
stunk.
She
Kenny,
gave nothing. But
let's get back to the current day. Did you have a thought? I'm sorry.
Kareem, on the other hand,
Oh,
gave
okay.
something in
He was
regards to the doc. It was
Right.
interesting in regards to the book. But no doubt, when he started talking about the Skyhook,
He was into it.
he
His
lit
eyes lit
up.
up.
He lit
Yeah.
up.
But you also notice he doesn't like talking about his height.
Except very true. And, I mean, look, he wasn't a tough man to read by any stretch of the imagination. Stay away from the height. Let's talk about
But it's
Skyhook.
hard not to say something. Kenny, what happened? Don't hold back. What did you hear after the interview?
Nothing. I was just taken back of the way that lady took Kareem aside and was like,
She was yelling at him, right?
Yelling
Or
at him.
scolding him.
You don't talk about the Skyhook. You don't talk about fourth grade. All you talk about is the book. That's what we're here to promote is the book.
I think that's bad advice.
That's
very bad.
Terrible
worst,
advice.
That's worse advice than, yes, Adolf, you have a good idea to go into Germany and it's cold out. But
she
I
wasn't-
meant to say fucking Russia. God damn history jokes. I always blow them.
but it was the way she was saying it. She was yelling at him.
Eric's got a better story than me.
Eric, what happened?
I'm sorry, I was just watching him and see if he was getting yelled at again as he came out of Shade 45.
Where are they now?
They're in the hallway right here next to us.
Oh, I just want to look at
What's
it.
she
It's
doing?
Kareem.
She's on the phone. There he is.
But
And
that's
she's
just
looking
her.
over the legal agreement.
What?
That's smart before they sign it. She wants to make sure.
She should be very happy though because his segment turned into almost a double segment. He's not even here,
Yeah,
and he's
see?
getting some ink.
It literally, it
What
is
a
hard.
class act, an unbelievable class.
He was
act.
great. He didn't mind talking about any of that stuff.
What? Eric, you have a story though? What did she do to
Well,
you?
She was
She was in there with you?
Yeah, and she was bitching and complaining the second she walked in here.
Ugh.
You were only 3 minutes into the interview,
Right.
and she was saying, they're past 7 minutes already. We got to wrap this up. And to the credit of the blonde publicist that was here, who was trying to control the brunette publicist, she was saying, they just started talking. We've got time. Don't worry about it. And then when, again, you brought up him in junior high, the Skyhook, so all this stuff that wasn't book-centric, she kept going, why are they talking about this? Why is he talking about that? And then she started saying, I need to speak to every host from the next interviews that we do to let them know what they can and can't talk about.
Oh, yeah. Hosts love that, by the way.
Please get her in
Oh, do hosts
No, because
love
out
that?
of respect for him, I won't yell at her because for whatever reason he has her, and she didn't yell at us.
He didn't look happy after the dress down.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. If that says he wants to conduct business, fine. But in my perspective, you let him go in and talk to what makes him happiest,
Right.
and that'll sell whatever you're trying
I
to
think
sell.
that he probably
there she
doesn't
is.
understand.
Look, she just gave us a look.
He doesn't understand probably what a bad job she's doing for him in that way.
Roland's handling some
Either
stuff
that or
around.
he wants a pit bull too.
Maybe.
Somebody to go in and be like, "Get me in and out."
Roland, what do you know about this lady? She's
a twat.
intense.
Oh, Jesus.
Really?
Well, what's going on?
She's the worst.
What, like,
No,
what?
she goes, oh, that was such a great interview, and there's such difference.
She just said that?
Yeah.
Get her in
What,
here.
on the other interview?
Please get her.
No.
At one
It's not like
point,
we mentioned AIDS and Magic Johnson.
No, we gave a better interview.
Wait,
I
wait,
mean,
wait, wait.
I don't know what Sway's
She walked out of the Sway interview
To Kareem.
saying like that was so much better. Why? Because was it all about the book?
What? No, probably not.
It's probably because it was a black host interviewing him about black. But again,
it was short. That's
it was
probably
very
why.
short. But that's a publicist giving terrible advice.
Yeah.
Because again,
Oh.
if you don't understand that we have a really large audience, and our audience would like to hear from Kareem, and sure, we mentioned the book. He also wanted that other thing plugged, and I was happy to plug that, and I actually saw it.
Yeah. I want a copy of that. Anyone have a copy of that?
You have
You have a
I
copy
might
of that?
still have my copy. Sure.
Worst publicist ever?
Yeah.
Yeah,
probably
she's
the top
rough.
one. Because that's her only client's Kareem.
And what? She got banned from the building last time or something?
Yeah,
You're telling
they
me?
threw her out.
They threw her out for what?
She barged in for
Yeah,
interviews.
she was getting ready to
if
start
you-
coming
if,
in
if
here.
Anthony has a question.
Oh, I wish she came
She would
in.
have barged in.
God, I wish
So,
she
but-
came in.
I felt bad because I just let her in there with Eric so she could torture Eric.
I had to scream and get Roland
That
in
was
here
like 5 minutes off.
to run interference on this lady because she was leaning over the board here. And, you know, when we have to wrap up, the publicist say we have 5 minutes, whatever. I tell, you know, you guys
Yeah.
in your headphones, hey, we have 5 minutes or he has to go. So, you know, she kept saying, well, why aren't they wrapping up? Jimmy would ask another question and she'd start losing her shit. And then Jimmy would keep talking again.
God.
They're not plugging the book. Why does he keep going on about this? I think this is around the time when you started asking about talking about the Skyhook. And she goes, you need to tell them. So I'm pretending I'm hitting the buttons that I'm telling you guys in the headphones. And I kept telling her, I'm like, I don't know what you want me to do. I told them, they know. And she's sitting there and she goes, well, what are we going to do? The hosts aren't listening to you. And I said, there's nothing we can do.
She wanted,
right?
She wanted to barge in here.
She goes,
I
well,
was like,
how do we go in there and stop this? I go, we don't.
What are we doing? Beating him up?
E-Rock.
You know,
Yeah.
it's like what?
That's where you failed. You should have let her come in, man. You know that would have
No,
been
my
good.
picture wouldn't have got signed.
No,
I would have cried.
You know that would have been good. At that point, you go, look, I can't stop him. You better
Yeah,
get in
No,
there.
this was too big a guess for you guys.
We
if
got
it
what
was,
we needed.
If it was somebody of lesser status,
Next
I wouldn't
time,
have
let
cared.
him come in.
But this was too big, and I wasn't going to let her in.
Let
with
her
your
come
thing.
in.
But do you
next
see,
time.
Paris Hilton's publicist was also awful. Like, she didn't realize that, like, we were really nice to Paris. We had a good time with Kareem.
We tried.
And it's like, it's amazing what Peg's publicist in general, as a rule, can be. Like, your job is not to be the jealous center of attention. Your job is to represent your client and guide your client in a smart way to promote their product and to promote them. It's not to be the spoiled star yourself, because you're not the interesting one.
Right. But which, again, to the flip side, a lot of people stand behind their people. They want pit bulls so they can be like, you be the bad guy.
Yeah.
I don't want to be the bad guy.
And you,
so
and you
sometimes
sit there
the
shrug like, I would love to stay.
Yeah,
but,
like, hey, man, I'm on a tight schedule.
I understand that, but getting yelled at in the hallways,
That one
that's weird.
I've never seen
But a
in a
pit bull who
million
gives
years.
bad advice,
I
that's the problem.
Well, Kareem will figure that shit out. He's smart enough to figure it out in the end. Is Spencer around for his story?
He had to go get another guest.
Okay, and I love Twitter. Queen Elizabeth on Twitter, who I've seen her tweets and I like her. Just the cluelessness of this tweet. I got blocked by Paris Hilton because I wished her uncle Nicky Hilton was alive and would kick out her uterus. And then the hashtag is sensitive cunt. Like, she doesn't understand why Paris Hilton would
Why
block
would I
her
get
for that.
blocked? Now, Roland.
Yes.
This publicist, did she inform Sway what he can and cannot talk about? Because I heard when she got Kareem out of here, she was going to tell all the rest of the hosts that are doing interviews what they can and can't talk about.
Oh, she was in there blabbering.
She was.
Oh, yeah.
I'd love to hear.
God, I wish
And
that
she goes,
says.
don't make sure to promote the book, and don't forget that he's with Hillary Clinton. Don't forget that. And he's like, yeah.
Yeah, we got all that out, you dumb fuck.
Of course we did.
And it was the stupidest stuff that she was getting mad at. You talking about him in junior high. This was nothing offensive or detract from the interview, and that's what she started screaming.
It's all interesting stuff we asked. You're talking about a guy that in ninth grade they pretty much knew was going to be in the NBA.
And that you weren't plugging enough. The blonde publicist kept saying, Jimmy just did the plug. You're yelling and not even listening to what's going on. And Jimmy will plug, and she said Jim will plug it again at the end of the interview, which you did.
I know how to plug, and I know the value of a plug, and I was happy to do it. But it doesn't serve him or the audience well to every 2 seconds go, so you're a basketball. Oh, the book. Oh, the book.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to just hear
That's Scott and Todd. Yeah.
about, you know what I mean? You have to mix it up with a real interview.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, the blonde said they have to work it in and they have to humanize the interview.
Yeah, exactly, because we're not doing a 5-minute TV spot.
Hey, get him on QVC if you want that shit.
Radio is different than television.
Getting to the soul of a person is going to sell far more of whatever that person wants
Absolutely.
to sell than
Yeah,
sitting there empty formalism saying, I have a book, I have this video, these are where you can get them and whatnot. You got to get to know somebody a little bit, especially in this try before you buy culture, man. Like most people are like, I want to be a little invested in this guy before I put my hard-earned money up. Not everyone has a lot of spending cash right now. So hearing about his life, going to the place of like, let's talk about something that is you and only you, a signature that has lasted in sport long after you've been there, is the smart fucking play. Anybody that doesn't see that, not good at their fucking job.
I don't think she knows who she's handling.
Thanks,
It's
Kevin.
Fucked up.
But he's completely right.
Yeah, of course.
That is exactly what it is.
You got some? I
Well,
saw
Spencer's there, so I was asking Sam to grab Spencer.
Because I saw you get all excited.
Spencer!
They can't hear us out there. Thanks for the call there, sir. Let's get Tony in Cleveland.
Hey,
How's it going this morning, guys?
Hey, all right, Tony, what do you got? I don't want to lose Spencer.
I saw a...
You will come on the air?
No, I'm getting the story, though.
Oh, all right. Sorry. Go ahead, Tony.
Hey, I saw a documentary years ago about the whole UCLA run and Wooden and all that. And they talked about Kareem when he first got to UCLA. He drew some ire from the press because he had made some comments about, the 68 Olympics with the black fist in the air and with all the stuff that was going on with the Vietnam War. And it was fairly anything he said. He just, they asked him. He basically said that he thought those guys were right for putting their fists in the air and all this, and then next thing you know, it got blown into he's a Black Panther and all this. So John Wooden pulled him aside and said, "Look, there's such a huge spotlight on you. Everything you say is going to be twisted." So ever since then, he's kind of shied away from the press, and everybody labeled him as being an asshole and all this. Well, after he retired, they come to him, and that's when the whole pot thing was going on in the NBA, and they brought it up to him, and he said, "Well, I smoked pot. What's the big deal?"
Yeah, I got to tell you, we all heard those stories over the years. We were lucky enough to talk to him for maybe a half hour. I saw a really nice, sweet guy, right, Jimmy?
Yeah, he was very pleasant.
Like I was expecting a guy that would be a little, fucking intimidating.
Abrasive?
Besides his height, just an intimidating
Nah, he was
individual.
really
wasn't.
nice.
He wasn't that at all.
I wanted to tell him that I do the sky hook a lot, but without the ball. I just walk around making
You
the
just
sky hook
do
motion.
it?
Yeah.
Sam, you got the story from Spencer?
Yeah.
What's up,
We're going
man?
back to Kareem's publicist, who pretty much gave him a talking to after our interview.
what's
was
up?
yelling at him in
Which,
the hallway.
by the way,
yelling at him.
most people thought was a really good interview. So
What's up? Yeah.
what are you going to do?
He last time he was here, he was doing Mad Dog.
Okay.
And she didn't know who Mad Dog was.
Oh, gosh.
And they were talking about the Lakers and stuff, obviously on Mad Dog Sports.
Yeah.
And I guess he was promoting another book or something. I'm not sure what he was. Maybe the documentary when
He
it
was
came out.
promoting the documentary on the Wrens. My teeth are clenched. Go ahead.
And she started freaking out at Spencer, saying, "I'm going to go in there and stop this. They're talking about basketball. They're not talking about the movie. He's not just plugging the movie. He's talking about we're not here to talk about the Lakers."
God.
And Spencer has to go, no, you can't go in. Just let this one go, and the other ones will be blah, blah, blah. And she goes, all right. And then they went to do Covino and Rich next. And 2 minutes into the interview, when they talked about the Lakers, instead of just plug, she said, I'm going in there this time. And Spencer had to stand in front of the door and say, you're going to have to physically remove me.
Wow.
He then had to call his boss and call the head of security and say, we need to throw this lady out of the building.
Wow.
He said it was the most difficult afternoon of his professional life. He said this booking, and Spencer said she's banned from the building. And this morning, when this booking was made, Spencer said, yes, of course we'll take Kareem, but she can't come with him. Absolutely not. And so at 6 a.m., they say she's going to come with him. She'll be on her best behavior. And Spencer says, absolutely not. She can't come in the building. And they said, well, we're going to cancel him from O&A and from Sway if she can't come in the building.
Oh, boy.
So that's why. That's the only reason she was up here.
Oh, okay. Because he would have canceled her. He would have let him cancel.
Yeah, because he didn't want to lose.
No, that was
Kareem
cool
for
of
you
him. That
guys
was
or
very
for
cool of him
Sway.
and for Sway. But again, that's her. So I'm here to protect you. But how embarrassing for him that his publicist is doing him a disservice.
He's on Mad Dog's show, and she doesn't want him to talk about sports.
Yeah, that's
she's
what Mad
horrible.
Dog does.
I would love to write him an email. If I could get Kareem's email, I don't know how to get it, but
you can go hit him on Twitter.
Yeah, hit him on Twitter.
That's true.
What can you say in 140 characters?
Do it in 10. But do 10 tweets. That's 1,400. Right?
There you go.
And then it'll be noticed, and it'll get to his attention. If you go bang, 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 you got enough followers. They'll retweet it to him.
Yeah, but I don't want them saying she's a contra. Like, I really
but
felt
just
bad.
They'll retweet you. They'll retweet what you
that
write.
this great, he's an ambassador, a cultural ambassador.
And you got that lady
And he
yelling
has
at
to
him?
stand there and be chewed
outta
out
here.
for talking about what made. Look, people didn't care about his karate movies. They wanted to see him play basketball, and now he's a celebrity because of it.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Publicist.
All these years, it's just dumb little noises.
Noises.
Make sure all the tones are there.
Yeah, you got to feel it out.
Make sure all the tones are there.
Yeah, you got to feel it out. Get some lows. Get some highs. Get some lows. Get some highs. Get some lows. Get some highs. Get some lows. Get some highs.
How we doing this morning? Let's do it. How we doing this morning? Let's do it. Let's do it. Noises. Let's do it.
All right, that's it for the worst of 2012. 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 Worst of